I promise you this time is the time, because look, we're actually horizontal. So fingers crossed we're going to fill the full screen. So let's get you guys pinned up in the tripod now. Oh dear. Okay, and then just angle it slightly. You know, the lesson learned is that it doesn't matter how much you actually set this stuff up, it just never works. So that's very cool. But either way, good morning. Good morning for real. I'm gonna check the audio and we're gonna get started, because as you may have gotten from the title 3 attempts ago, we've got a big job to do today. And that is the official sort of rebuild of the Sanctum from last year. But I'm just going to check the audio. And hello, of course, to the Autistic Brick as well, as always. Good to see you here. Thank you for stopping by all 3 attempts, because that's totally not embarrassing. Okay, great. So audio is quiet. That's great news, because the mic is all the way up there. So what I'm going to hope is I'm just going to up the volume. Yeah, you're just going to have to to listen to it live, as in loud, as in crazy, as in mad. But hopefully we're going to be better on latency today, and obviously apart from the really embarrassing initial issues, hopefully this is going to go a lot better. So welcome on in. We're going to have a nice long cozy afternoon here in the UK, and I'm going to answer some questions, talk about of course the new set, and of course build a castle, because we're testing the instructions. If this goes well and without trouble, and I mean without trouble, as in not from the stream side, but as in from the build, then we are going to be able to finish the instructions. And then they will be up and available for the really cool Sanctum, which is the goal, because I want these done before Ganon comes out. Third time's a charm, Nitro, absolutely. Lovely to see you, as always. I spent about, I want to say 40 odd minutes getting prepped for this. I might post like a behind the scenes photo of the setup for this, because it's actually criminal. And yeah, despite 40 minutes worth of prep work, I still fell foul of the rotational thing, because I'm still not used to doing this on the stream, on the phone, instead of the normal way, which we used to do on the laptop, but then OBS decided to take my entire existence. So I will fix OBS eventually, but we'll see how things go. So for context, of course, this is the big Hyrule Castle build. This is the one I showed off last year. I took it apart to work on instructions and to make some modifications. So I have, what, 2,500, potentially more parts. I think it's closer to 3,000 parts on the table. It's technically not as big as the art set that we did previously in that like 7-hour stream. However, I'll point out that this is actually technically more ambitious, because I started with that model half done, whereas this one I'm literally from scratch. I was nearly tempted to do the Technic frame off camera, but I did not. Probably I'm going to regret that later on. I hope everyone is enjoying a nice Saturday. I'm expecting this to be a fairly low turnout because of the embarrassing starting incident, but oh well. But yeah, as usual with these, you're going to watch me completely lose my mind and slowly, hopefully, give us a castle. However, when we did this, late last year for the Imprisoned, it did not go so well. It's going to start off, unfortunately, fairly uninteresting as well, while I have to get a nice strong base together. But it does give me an insight into being able to talk a little bit more about behind the a little bit more behind the scenes stuff with this one, because I'm already messing things up with the instructions, because I mentioned they're prototypes, so this is great. 4, 6, yeah, that's right, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 again, yep, but then this time it's shorter for some reason, because of course it is. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Currently building some Lego figures for the channel, and I'm going to start a new mock. Always exciting. Do tell us, of course, Autistic Group, what your new mock is going to be. Of course, plenty of inspiration going around at the moment, and I know you've got a wide range of interests, which is always exciting for these kind of things. But yeah, as usual, it is just a case of I need to build these things, and I always think it's fun doing these streams, even though my track record is atrocious. It's such a shame as well that I did all that thumbnail work and stuff, and now it's just useless and wasted. And I've also probably spammed people's notifications as well, so that's great fun. From the Dark Tower. Now that is a book series that I know has a lot of fans. Not one I've read personally myself, but I can imagine there's not a huge amount of stuff out there on it, which is great because it means it's perfect for mine. So that's the figure, so I assume we'll be getting a scene related to that then as well. Yeah. We just got a, oh, that's not as strong as I thought it was. Just a nice big beam so far. Clip them all together. And as always, of course, always willing to take questions and so on. As well as for you guys to ask my opinion on things. I forgot about this. There's a brick with a Technic pin stuck in it from when I was trying to take this apart, and the Technic pin is was just a dodgy one. I reckon it's retro, probably from the 70s. Either way, it fused with the brick, and I couldn't get it apart, which was great. I'm also very much hoping that I'm not going to have to do too much part sifting today, because I don't really fancy going through all of this junk. Or I don't call it junk, Tim. It's a bit cruel. Hello, Amy. Nice to see you. How are you doing today? Enjoying the weekend, if a weekend is something to be enjoyed on your end. Feels very Gandalf coded. We are putting together the Hyrule Castle as the original stream 2 titles ago intended. Before I botched it, as usual. At least we sorted it out quicker than the last time, which is when things really went wrong. Okay, and we have our full width now, which at the moment has a decent bit of flex to it, but obviously it's going to be selected, and you can see that that thing it's really quite big castle. Whoa, what perfect commentary. But yeah, this is going to be cool because I've only built it once, and shocking as it might sound, when you design your own stuff, it's actually kind of cool to put it together, especially when you're following your own instructions. I mean, that was one of the biggest revelations I had when I was building through the stolen mock copy of the flowers. As I was building it, and I nearly gave them a compliment, and I was going to be like, wow, your instructions are actually pretty good. And then I realized that they were my instructions. And I was like, oh, well, when I make my instructions, I don't usually feel that they're very good, actually. So it turned out that someone else wrapping them up in a bow tie is all I need to feel better about my own quality of work. So if that's the case, maybe I should ask someone to steal them more often. I mean, I'm joking, of course. We weren't particularly happy about it. But I did feel quite nice to give myself sort of a backhanded compliment about the instructions, something which I'm usually pretty critical on. Now, obviously, like most people, I do make mistakes with them. And a first release of an instruction is almost never perfect. There's almost something always that's that goes wrong. However, I was still pretty happy in this one specific instance. Okay, so I'm sandwiching these between, and that is a fantastic question. What if there was a castle the same size as Minas Tirith? Well, firstly, it would be incredible, right? Like, especially if I assume you mean done in a similar style as well. Because I'd make the argument, and I'm not going to know obviously until I buy Minas Tirith, which I probably won't do for a while, but I will do. I was not expecting to like that setting as much as I did. But the bigger thing I think is that I do think these might actually be vaguely similar sizes, but they're just not done in the same way, right? Like this is sort of playset minifigure scale inside and out with a little bit of warping, which is very much not the case for the Minas Tirith. So I do wonder, but it would be incredible. I mean, I'll take pretty much anything they give us for Zelda, but I can't lie when I say that certain stuff would be even more exciting for me. Right. Hopefully things are going to get a little more interesting as we go, because I can't lie when I say that building just a giant beam like this is my favourite thing in the world. Although this was, again, very good sort of testing of principles, because this worked so well. It means that the upcoming Lookout landing, I have just a little bit more faith in now. Which, by the way, that's happening in the next 2-3 weeks. The parts are on the way now. I can't find the 2x8s, which is great. How much is the new Zelda set I'm thinking of buying? It is, you're in the UK, aren't you? So for us, it is 100 exactly Great British pounds, which significantly cheaper than the Deku Kid. It's still expensive. Where's my £10 set? Where's just my store shelves absolutely filled with sets though, so I think I'm a little bit greedy on that portion. But yeah, it's going to retail for £100 in the UK. And $130 in America, if anyone from Dollar Zone is up yet. Which they might be. I think it's East Coast times is nice early morning, which is always the plan with these things, is I want to capture a nice wide range. I want the new Minas Tirith, but I think the Lord of the Rings sets are getting too big. I agree. Like, again, I'm always sort of pro bringing back the small sets, sort of similar to how we feel about Zelda, but it's getting ridiculous. I mean, I think I put it in the latest video we did, as I was talking about the diorama theme, and while I was doing research for this, I came across another absolutely ridiculous marketing image, and I don't know, I don't really talk about it very often, but I absolutely love the insane marketing images that come out of the LEGO group sometimes. I think it's really, really funny. And what have I managed to do here? Anyway, I think that these images is hilarious to me, because, excuse me, it is just the most ridiculous shelf display possible, as in they had like Rivendell, Barad-dûr and the Shire, and then the Barrel Booknook, and I zoomed in on the Barrel Booknook because I thought it was really funny that this thing had just been like shoved off to the side. It was very amusing to me because it was just cartoonishly large sets on a windowsill that no one person outside of the LEGO space obviously would be sane enough to devote such a large corner of their house to. Says Octane, knowing full well that he has both Barad-dûr and Rivendell, and has very much enjoyed putting them next to each other. But that's obviously as a pretty extreme hobbyist, so I'll give myself that. Only Lord of the Rings sets has Barad-dûr, and it is a fantastic one. What made you go for Barad-dûr Autistic Break? Because I think it was wonderful and slightly hated on, to the point that even though now a Sauron figure, which is definitely a huge desirable part of that model, even though that is now coming in the helmet, which also looks fantastic, I'm not going to buy the helmet, even though I do really like it, just because I just don't feel that I need it, because I have Barad-dûr and I prefer Barad-dûr as a symbol of Sauron, but I do really like that helmet. You have all the new Lord of the Rings sets so far except the Brickheads, and that is an exciting collection. When it came back with Rivendell, for me it was very much a case of a must-have. Oh yeah, by the way guys, if you were wondering if this was all of the parts, nope. I have a backup tray with all the large bits, like the amazingly detailed turrets, we love these, and the big ugly rock pieces. And of course, I didn't want to damage all the vinyl flags, so technically we're cheating and not fully building everything today. I also have all of these stickers, so you're going to get to see me talk about and apply these today as we go. And this bag of parts here. So these are the modification parts. So these have been integrated into instructions but have never been built in before. So there is a chance that this goes wrong because of these, but I'm looking forward to just adding those in. Not because the model was like unstable or 100% needed those parts, but I do think the model will be better for it. Except for the brickheads, I assume just because you weren't a brickheads fan was why you chose to stay away from those. Then maybe just out of them not being a necessity for you. But it is an impressive collection. From your perspective, then, if you wouldn't mind, give me a sort of a ranking of how you find them, because I'm curious from sort of that perspective of someone that has bought them all. I'm assuming you bought them all because it was your favourite thing or something back in the day, or you really loved the source material and you wanted to have the full collection. So similar to, I guess, a promise I'd make with myself, if we had a full Zelda playset theme, where I'd be just like, well, it doesn't matter, I want more. But I'd be curious as to your ranking, which ones you feel redundant, if that promise you made to yourself, if you did make a promise to yourself, if the promise you made to yourself about acquiring them all still feels relevant now that the sets have just continued to be big and massive and ridiculous. Because I suppose what, just rambling from that perspective, what the influencers always fail to mention is that when they say you need to buy this in order to show your support for the theme, that's absolutely true, right? Like if no one buys it, they just won't make more. However, if they also see you buying the expensive stuff, well then that's going to convince them to make more of that stuff too. Although again, that goes both ways, because if they see that that's popular, so they try making a smaller one, and that sells even more units, well then hopefully then they eventually would skew smaller. Although this is all theoretical. Big companies are big companies. Brickheads aren't good. Yeah, makes sense. You want the set to turn into the Dark Tale from Stephen King's book series? I definitely think that's possible. I do also think you potentially stand more of a chance by just buying parts. I won't lie. I've looked at the sort of inventory, well, not the full inventory or the official one, but I've looked at a lot of what's going on with the Ganon set, and don't necessarily think it's necessarily the best for like sort of parts if you're trying to make a Dark Tower. Like the Dark Tower you'll be able to make out of that is going to be very, very small. So just worth consideration that you might be better off putting that money into parts if your intention is just to mock it. If you want the figures as well and then the parts just become mock parts, well then of course go ahead. So just potential consideration is that I don't see myself even being able to sort of alt build a tower out of what's been given to us in that set. At least not one that's very impressive. Okay, so this is an interesting technique from this perspective. In order to get the spacing right on the triangle we're about to build for the sort of foundations here, it became necessary to sort of use Technic rods to sort of adjust the lengths a bit. So for now, we're just going to shove this in all the way and add the braces on. But at some point later on, you're going to see me sort of use the variation in length in order to sort of make it a legal full connection. And Technic beams can actually be particularly useful for this. You just have to sort of reinforce them in the right way. So we've got sort of central T, and we're now going to be going in and putting these angles on. And technically, according to this, we're already 27 steps into a 357 step build. So that's a little crazy. And we're also going for our first of the new modified parts, which is something that I guess actually is fairly common for me to not consider about Technic substructure support beams when I build, apparently, because this happened on the art set as well, where I was missing a load of hollow interior. But it's just, I mean, you guys saw the video, it stood up perfectly fine. There was no trouble when I took it to conventions, but just having an extra plate to make things flush on the bottom there is going to be super useful. Thinking where it'd be Rivendell in first, I think I agree with that. Then second is the Shire, oh, controversial, and then 3 for Barad-dûr, and then 4 for Barrow. Barad-dûr is a better set than the Shire, however you like the Shire more. Okay, so personal bias there. I agree that I do think Barad-dûr is the better set than the Shire. I think the Shire has significant problems, although I am also really glad it got remade. I do think, for me personally, my expectations for the Shire were too high. And because I have the original, it doesn't matter that I know realistically it's a lot better than the original Shire. However, that doesn't change the fact that I do own the original Shire. I'm fond of the original Shire, so don't really want to be faffing around with the new one. Even though it's significantly better, it just slightly falls short in a couple of places. Again, that's all personal though, that's not really a valid metric. Okay, so at some point I am going to have to like clear a space in the middle of the screen for this, I think. Baradura for converting. Oh, I see. And again, this because it looks cool. I see. Sorry. So Baradura was to say you're planning to convert. I mean, that makes a lot more sense, right? Otherwise, I think we were having a completely different conversation. Okay. I think the parts that are hard to find for a model like this is obviously I've got a lot of these 1x2s with technicals for detail as well, but I need to find the only 2 of this with the 2 holes on it. So that'll be interesting. There's one of them. I mean, I'm going to need another one in a minute when I do the other side, but I'm just going to choose not to worry about that right now. As is the correct solution for all of your problems in real life, guys. Just don't worry about them now and deal with it later. Okay, apparently it's a Technic piece in there. Always surprised that the amount of Technic pins in these models always adds up. It's more than I think pretty much always. That is a 1x6, okay. Because I haven't finalised the instructions, some of them, the lengths and stuff are proving a little tricky to discern. I mean, I'm going to make excuses all time long, but I'm gonna regret saying this because I'm sure it's going to change as we go through. But for now, things are moving at a really strong pace, and it's probably because I'm not getting too distracted by your guys' wonderful questions, which I am, of course, more than happy to answer. But that's the benefit to there not being as many of you today. Is because when we get up to like 17 people, your attention starts to shift the other way. So it benefits you guys because it means I answer everything as well. You also have a tree bit. You've got instructions for Rebrickable, and as always, Rebrickable proving itself as the true sort of saviour to the mocking industry. Yeah, there's some fantastic stuff over there. I do keep eyeing up sort of like end conversion builds actually, like specifically for me. So just sort of people that have designed ents that you can make out of other sets. Because I do love an old build. Love an old build. I think those can be great fun. And are perfect opportunities to use parts of existing sets that maybe otherwise would just sit on a shelf if you want to sort of rejuvenate. I don't think there's any I'm specifically aiming to try at the moment, but I often keep a list. I've been looking at Barrel Gold builds actually, because I'm going to be rebuilding mine because I want to compare the Barrel build to the new Ganon that's coming out, because I do think they have a lot in common, despite seemingly only me bringing that up, but it's neither here nor there. I do think it's interesting, but that's where my interest lies, right? Like in a lot of the like Lego specific stuff. There's a tribute. It's already on a record. Wow, that's fast. Wow, that explains it, right? Like a literal old build, like I was literally just saying. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't realise there were already instructions for that. I have seen it, but I didn't know it could be done. I do want the Lovebirds, I think. I think it's a really sweet set. It's very cute. Which is mostly what I'm looking for. I mean, you can see a complete random selection of stuff around the screen at the moment, but generally speaking, most of it is based off impressiveness or cuteness or playset stuff. Hence the displayable K2 off to the side, and then the Mario Kart sets as well. And I've got a selection of figures over here, which of course I can show you guys if you want to. There's our first of the 2 sides. I'm completely honest, it kind of looks smaller once you put those diagonals on as well. And once we finish the base portion, I'm definitely going to have to find space on this table to put it down. So I think we'll have to clear out space at the middle, maybe at the back middle. I'm using this roll of wrapping paper to keep the parts from falling down the back of the table. When will your next custom set video come out? I have no idea. I have got something I'm rendering out at the moment. It's going to be a little bit, I think. I mean, that's like sort of my next direct, like one if you're like talking about an actual proper CSS, because behind the scenes I'm working on Wave 5, right? So that takes up a lot of my time because I want all 13 of them done before I start posting them. However, from the other perspective, because I have 2 bags of nearly, what, 3,000 parts set down behind me right now for the Lookout Landing build, that is going to be coming to the channel very soon. So, from that perspective, very soon, technically speaking. But that just depends if you count that or not, which I know some people wouldn't. So. Okay. One over the edge here. And then a grey one. Grey one. I think you're too long. Yeah, it's only 6 wide that we're looking for. I know what's going to happen at some point is that I've put a selection of like the larger plates down on the tray, but I'm going to forget it's down there. And I'm going to start going, we can't find a piece, we can't find a piece. And then it's going to be down there. And I just won't feel about it. But yeah, there's always custom stuff being worked on. My main priority at the moment is getting ready for Ganon. So I want to, every time I say stuff like this, and I'm going to regret it. But I want to have the castle instructions done, and I want to have the Echoes Ganon, the Nares Ganon, the Calamity Ganon, and ideally Demon Dragon instructions all done before that model, before that set comes out on March 1st. So right now, most of the free Lego time I have is being designated towards that. Now, I also won't lie and say that I haven't been completely distracted in some places, both by obviously important real life stuff, by building sets and doing stuff like this, although this is an important part of that project because I refuse to launch the castle instructions without having built it through, partially because of like a safety check for them, which this is, and then I can like format the final pages. And then secondly, and also because I made changes to the model, I think it's really, really crucial to actually test this stuff to try and minimize errors, although the wonderful Laura usually, who ends up being one of the people that actually builds these instructions, usually then tells me that there is something wrong with them, but it happens. I mean, I don't know if anyone's been using the new site, PayHip, but there may or may not have been a very dramatic problem. I'm pretty sure I'm going to talk about this later as well, where all of the part list times were wrong and broken. So that was great. That was really great. I was so pleased with that. Which was a bit of a disaster, but we're just, well, as always with these things, right, we make mistakes, we're learning, and we're going to move on. So obviously I've been working on that, and then as I said, I've been doing some non-Lego stuff as well in between, so I took some time off over January, which was actually mostly for me to do more like Lego stuff, but like just not channel Lego stuff, which was cool. I was working on King Dodongo Mock a while ago, and making it roll up was a nightmare. Yeah, it's to the point where I think if I was doing it, like, it would be the ultimate challenge would be to make it roll up. I think of that one Overwatch set as the only example of a set that can roll I can think of. I can't even imagine trying to make that work, and the thought of having to add that as a play feature makes me want to shiver. However, it's interesting that you bring him up because Hylian was talking to me about the idea that we could use the new Ganon set as a potential seed build for an alt build for Dodongo, and I don't think it's impossible because they do share a colour scheme. So I'm going to try that in March. We're going to try sort of taking the Ganon build apart and see if we can come up with a King Dodongo alt build. Hi, just to say thanks for content, such people doing Zelda stuff and Lego with you here. Oh, thank you. It's always cute to hear. Yeah, we've been here for a while. Yeah, I like this series. I believe that Laser has a lot of potential. So it's always nice to see that one I'm searching up, it still absolutely baffles me whenever I search Lego Zelda and I see like thumbnails from mine and it's like, oh whoa, I built that. And it's like, yeah, no worries, Octane, you built like 100 things now. Probably more than that at this point. I just wish that I hope that I can get the full vision done, right? Like the full 9 waves and all of the stuff I've not promised but have dreamed about doing with it, because it's such a license with potential. So I love sharing that with people. What is even on this step? Huh? Oh, it's you, okay. So it's a, how many studs is you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and a 1x6 as well. Okay. So we're doing that classic mid-2010s thing where we've got all of the blue half pins along the back, and we're gonna cover them all up. I've just got to find the right length parts. But no, obviously I'm certainly not the best mockist out there, but it does always mean a lot when people stop by and tell me that they like this stuff, because my whole heart goes into it. I don't make it unless I want to. I will talk about what I want to talk about. I don't do this for quick views. I'm a fan of both franchises, and in particular Lego, and this is some of the exciting times. You did make it work, but you didn't have the parts to make it look pretty. Well, that's always the first stage, right? Make it exist first, and then just make it look nice later. Okay, more of the new parts to build up the new support structure and design. I'm very curious though. You should make a video on that, even as a prototype, because functions like that are very impressive. Very, very impressive. Okay. Oh, I've got thread on me. I've been doing a bit of sewing and knitting, obviously after the costume from last year. So there's like loose threads here all over the place, which is a bit of a nightmare for building, because then they get trapped in models and it's like, ooh, what are you doing? Okay, I think these are actually in the model for some reason. Maybe not. Those in teal, they are, okay. So I'm gonna get another couple of parts out of the bag. When we were blitzing through these new editions, which is great, because that's part of the stuff I was worried about with doing this rebuild, is that something would go wrong with these new sections. So I'm just building up the little fillers. It's 3 of them, and that's 4 of them. Pab has been incredibly slow lately, which is the only reason we're actually doing this today, because if I'd had my way and my Pab had shipped on time, I would have been off stream building Lookout Landing for the first time this weekend. But no, the parts have shipped as of Friday, but they're not even with the courier yet, which is a shame. Although I've learnt to be patient. It does make me reconsider using Pab for second parts order that I'm going to need to do before April, because I'm scared that stuff won't come in time. Currently in storage on the other side of the country, unfortunately. Oh, it's fine, right? Stuff like this happens. I mean, I very much get you on that. Okay, we're be testing this now. I feel you on that one, because as someone that is also separated from the majority of their collection for most of the time, it makes doing mocks and content and stuff really difficult. And it also just means you just can't pick up and go with any project at all. Right, we're going to have to do the dangerous thing now. I think we'll probably have to pick it up and move it closer at some point, but for now I just want to make space for it around the back. My big goal for today is to not have too much fall off the table, because when I've been building sets like K2SO, and I keep almost losing parts. And it's not great, because I know that they're down there on the floor, but for some reason I can just never find them. Which, yeah, I can imagine it's quite relatable, but I need like a table with a lip, but then again that makes getting the parts off the table difficult. Realistically, what I need is to do the stuff on the floor, I think is the actual correct answer, but I cannot imagine a stream setup for that. Need to go now, but I'll be back later. No worries, Autistic Book. I'm going to be here for some time. If for some miracle this happens in like 2 hours, we will get, who else have I got instructions for? The Echoes Ganon, it has instructions finished, so we'll get him out. And the Prisoned as well, technically is ready to test. He doesn't actually have like finished physical instructions, but I can follow the step by and just see if everything works out okay. Oh, that's not right. I didn't listen to my own instructions, very cool. You guys see that over there? You can, it's just gonna look bad while we get that initial portion done. Used paint a lot of my custom figures, so I've had to move a lot of my stuff into storage. Yeah, it just happens, doesn't it? It's always just the real life stuff where it just means that stuff has to go away. which is a shame, but it also means that you can work on more stuff in the meantime, right? if I silver lining it, perhaps wrongly and unjustly. But it's never fun to do, but it is unfortunately a necessity of, well, it is just a reality a lot of the time. Absolutely has to be done. 5, 6, okay, and then a 1x2, and then a 1x6. I've done it again. I did that on both sides, but I put them in the wrong position. Okay, let's do 2x6 now. Oh dear, top of my head not looking great on camera. Oh well. We'll roll with it. Not much I can do with that. It's a little unflattering, but did not realise. I tried to get this so that I wasn't going to be coming into frame too much and blocking a view, because it is a Saturday. I've not intended to be on camera, but oh well. Said needs must. I definitely remember getting in the way of the stream camera when we were doing the art piece as well, which, by the way, I think I'm going to have to do again as well. I did launch the instructions for that one, but I do want to test it, and also I just want to have that experience again of rebuilding the art piece. So I'm thinking we'll do that live at some point as well. Maybe if I'm secretly hoping that the Ganon set pre-order that I've done is going to come in the night before, like last time, because release date is Sunday. So in theory, I'm hoping that we can stream build that the night of its release, so that I can get on with the video making, so I don't have to go to the store on March 1st for release day. But obviously I don't know how that's going to go. And if it doesn't, I still want to do a night before stream like we did for the Deku Tree. So I think the question for that will be, what am I going to build? So maybe that will be the art piece, and we'll do like a huge blockbuster one. Or maybe we won't. And maybe I'll just build it on my own, because that can also be satisfying. Right, I've picked this up again because I need to be able to see more easily what's going on, at least for a little bit. I do think myself feels with the best work, but though there's a couple of rough ones, but largely I seem subconsciously to look in particular for Zelda. Yeah. Yeah, just work towards whatever sort of is like attracting you specifically in that moment. But if they're your best ones, then that's that. It's got to come down to what you like. I spend too much of my time hating what I end up creating. So my encouragement is always pretty much just be proud of what you do, and follow what you're interested in, because in this modern age, there's no good in wasting any time on the stuff you don't care about. I also may have misread this. Oh, hello, Harlan. How are you? I did not know you two knew each other. We are discovering new lore. Have I been blind and oblivious to something? Maybe I'm supposed to know something more than I'm supposed to know. But it's steps like this I get a little tempted to skip when we do rebuilds like this, not because I don't want to add the detail, but because it's going to waste my time to do sort of decorative tile work like this now when there's a lot of parts on the table, because it's going to be quite hard to sift through everything. So I'll give it a go, but if it takes me too long to find them, then I may just start skipping steps like this, and then just as we find the parts and they show up naturally, we'll do it then. Also slightly worried because I know that a lot of these tiny ones can get lost inside bricks as well, like the bigger columns. Like I literally, at the beginning of the stream, which I don't know if anyone specifically caught, probably because I didn't draw attention to it, was that I did pull a piece out of a brick already, which was great. It's such a good start. I also just felt something like drop between my legs as well, so let's grab that. So that's our first something falls off the table of the day. Something falls off the table, which you think would happen less the less parts are here. However, I promise you it will not decrease as we go. So we're starting decoration-y stuff there. So we've got the little red sugar dots, And we're going to do that on the other side now as well. Sort of artistic interpretation with a pattern like this. Because there's not enough studs and there's not, and then especially when I designed it, which was good two. Actually, I do not know. This was designed in 2021. Well, that's when it started. I did a remake, didn't I? Because I was dumb and silly and couldn't figure it out. But even that though, that was the 100 sub special. I redesigned that, which we hit within a year of the channel launching. Because I remember, because that was always the goal. That was, I keep doing it. If I could get 100 people to care in a year, which turns out even with incredibly bad video quality is indeed possible. Yeah, there's only so much detail you can do without making 10 times the size, and trust me, I am the expert of making this castle 10 times the size because of the Breath of the Wild version that we're building. I should do a digital stream on that as well, really. But also there's that sort of like charming stylized nature that we see a lot in Lego sets that I like to replicate as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Try and eyeball where these go. Oh, I panicked there for a second. It was me counting, but I was like, oh no, please don't tell me we're lagging. Please don't tell me we're lagging. I was like having horror flashbacks. I really need to get OBS fixed so that we can go back to doing this properly, because it's much easier when everything is in the computer and I have high levels of control and I can do more with it as well. Well, I don't want to say anything yet, but somehow I've managed to find all of the shiny red dots, which is, I wasn't expecting that to happen. Am I still actually on the camera as well? No, I'm kind of off to the side. I was saying, why did you sign out of voice paper? I wasn't going to tell you, but it has to be done. I need to be a free spirit. He wouldn't give me 50% ownership of the Discord server, that's why. I'm joking, I have no interest in having 50% ownership of the Discord server. That sounds like a nightmare. There we go. It's been like 3 years. We got you two catching up in the comment section. I don't think you should feel ashamed that it's been 3 years. This is also your chance to plug your animation. I will say that. Oh, great. Wonderful. Look at this. Like, how have I managed that? How have I done this? That's despicable. Fine, I've got to rip up everything now. Great. I should have known that was going to happen. Did anyone else just get the feeling that I was counting wrong when I was counting earlier? No, probably not, because you just assume you guys probably assume I know what I'm doing. But I did think the count I did was risky. But instead of recount and pause, I was like, no, the content, we've got to keep going. Luckily, it's just decoration, so it's not exactly a big fit, but it is just fun though, isn't it? That always keeps happening. See, bits like this I suppose are a little bit easier because they're in such different colours, which is wonderful. Am I going to get it right this time? So that goes there. You may not get your answer in. He may have just dipped. I don't know. He may also just be typing or listening along, but he does like the dip in and out, so he may not actually ever answer your question. Yeah, I am not feeling thrilled about having to do these in a bit. But step 50 is not bad. Step 50 is not bad at all. It's been a long time. Oh, he was just typing out his plug, I see. Right, enjoying Lego Zelda in every way possible, loving the decoratry, loving my animations, and enjoying the micro space we built. And he does mean micro as well. So. The Lego Zelda fan community is bigger than people like to think. It's just, they're very silent. And they're, yeah. But of course, no Highland Bricks, of course, most of you know, animator in the space. I voice act in his little project. I shouldn't call it little, really. Whoops. And just a fantastic little guy. So you should check his stuff. Ah. No. Oh, this panel not supposed to be here. It should be down there. Too busy trying to remember the old Instagram login, so you didn't notice the miscount. No, well, as I said, I don't really blame you guys for not noticing. One, you don't have instructions in front of you. Two, why would you have any reason to believe that me rambling about numbers is any proof that I've got the numbers wrong? And also, I feel there's enough else going on. Also, it was a very minor miscount. I have a tendency to make things dramatic. More dramatic. Another sign of divorce papers. As I told you, I already signed them. Okay, I'm not going to faff with that like Shiguro right now. Those parts will show up. It's not worth my time. Like, I'll do it. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to leave it out, but just not this very second. I really want to get this thing vertical and get more parts off the table. Because if I sit here and look for all the individual parts, we are going to be here for multiple days. Which is suboptimal, because while I have brought a bottle of water with me this time, I would like to be done by 7, which is in 6 hours. I think that is a fair assessment, although I will point out that I have made no plans. So if it does take longer, it takes longer. Right? I'm not going to deny on the promise. However, I have made similar promises in the past regarding the art piece that we did, and those promises turned out to be inaccurate. Ooh, dropped a big part. So the lesson is, Oxygen should shut his mouth. That one I actually did for like a full 20 seconds. I said bottle of water, yeah, no I did. Playing Age of Imprisonment really wanted to get back into making figures, so I start making them. I'm glad that you had a positive reaction to Age of Imprisonment. I don't think mine was negative per se, it just wasn't there. My reaction was, oh. Truly just didn't need to exist. But that being said, I am so pleased that it did not do that for everyone. You loved it. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect. It's exactly what we want to hear, is obviously different games for different people. And I'm glad that it worked for someone. I do indeed have strong thoughts on it though. Right, okay. So I've done like rubble piles. Somewhere in here there's like a sword or something. Oh, found it. I think, as we often end up stating, for me to find parts that I'm missing, I just have to manifest it by saying, I can't find the part. And then as soon as I say, I can't find the part, it shows up. It's like clockwork. It's quite impressive. My little, like, superhero ability. That being said, I have no clue where this 2x2 tile is, and I don't think I ever will, because it's clearly gone forever, and will never ever show its face, and will always continue to be a mystery. Nope, found it. Okay. Oh, no, never mind. That's jumper 2. Where are those jumper plates going to go? Because I don't remember there being other black jumper plates in here. Okay, cool. So we've got like rubble piles, we've got the weapons. I thought there was like another weapon to add, but I guess we're not doing that yet. And then now we come to the part which I slightly dread. Very cool. We're going to do the rock face now, which is only slightly frustrating, but it will mean some sort of big parts out of the way, and we're going vertical, basically, which is always exciting. Big cheer for go vertical. Woo. Sorry, that was a little pathetic, right? I'm also missing Grimgare, the strongest archfiend. Yeah, no, worst idea in a while. Big fan of the first horrors. Hated Age of Calamity, but AOC have picked a lot of dislikes about Calamity. Are we just talking in gameplay or story? Because like I have problems with the AOI, sorry, not the AOI, the Age of the Age of Calamity story. However, I do quite enjoy that as a gaming experience, and I think it's quite fun. But then again, everyone's their opinions, right? So, but I liked it. I thought it was neat. Right, I have a feeling there might be one of those in this spare bag. Nope, never mind. Okay. Right, I desperately need to be able to put this down because I cannot keep holding it. Both the story and the gameplay. You just came back from your maths exam. I'm not going to question why you're having a maths exam or so. Ooh! Ooh, ooh, ooh. I need you. I need you. As for your question as what we are building the castle. Yeah, no, you guessed it, right on the spot. I'm going to shove it right down here at the front right now. I promise it's not going to stay there, but I hope you're doing well on this Saturday and that you are now done after your maths exam. We are rebuilding the Hyrule Castle because I have been hard at work doing instructions for it. So I am testing those instructions off camera, and then I'm obviously going to have to write down a trouble that we come across along the way. And it means, as usual with these, if it goes well, it means that I should be able to launch the instructions within a month. Although again, as usual, I make promises like this and then cannot fulfill them. Either way, as the old stream title suggested, before I bodged everything, I'm going to do some more sitting. Which sounds, in theory, possible. There we go. So I'm doing rockwork slopes off camera because I am so cool. Yay, there we go. That's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for one of 4 big ugly rock pieces which make up the foundation of the castle. And we're going to get those into place, and then of course decorate it up with a load, and I mean a load of slopes, which is probably going to be a problem actually, because I imagine I am going to keep picking out the wrong wedges. So like, there we go, right, 2 times I've just immediately picked out the reverse wedges to what I actually need. Nope, another wedge that goes the wrong way around. Super cool. Let me guess. Oh no, that one's the right way around. That one's the wrong way around. And which way around are you? Ah, perfect. There we go. There's 2 of them. They're going to go off screen for now, but again, I'll bring it back on in a minute. Just I need a surface to work on. Because working in mid-air is hard. I've been thinking a lot about parts order as well actually recently, because one of the problems I'm facing with Lookout Landing is obviously the Lookout Landing model is designed to go with Secret Cave Discovery. If I have to be able to lift Lookout Landing up in the air, the chances are my frame is not going to be strong enough to lift it to place it on top of Secret Cave Discovery. So I've split up the build into the point that I do Lookout Landing first, and then I have a chance to fix it before I then order the parts for Secret Cave Discovery. However, we hit a slight problem because the bricks and pieces order took so long to get here, and it's not here yet, but the bricks and pieces order is taking so long to get here that I am now at the point where I will be ordering, or I was originally going to order the parts of Secret Cave and the replacement parts in like a week or two, or like in a week. And I'm thinking, well, I still want to do that ideally, because if the bricks and pieces order is delayed, then I'm going to run into trouble. But now I'm thinking, well, what if I tried to circumvent it with Bricklink, firstly, is my other option, or just ignore, just pretend like it's not going to have any problems and just order the parts anyway. However, realistically, I should probably delay, but then like what happens if something goes wrong with that, basically. So I spent longer than I'd care to admit dithering on the options, only to then eventually decide that, yeah, I'm just going to push the order back by like a week and a half. Like, it's really not that big a deal. My show is in April, not in March. So like, okay, as long as I order like halfway through Feb, I really shouldn't have any problems at all. Like, it's such an overthink on my part. So I'm just going to wait like the extra week to build, look out, and be sure, then order the parts and go from there. Or I may split the order. I may do like Great Skyland next or something, because I need to do the Great Skyland stand for Demon Dragon, who I've also been working on instructions for, and I'm actually really happy with. I just need to actually take him apart, rebuild him, and I did want to have a stand ready for his launch, but that's not happening soon. Well, a simple stand option is going to be good, because he really doesn't quite hit the same when he's just on the floor, but people are asking me for him, so I've got no choice. I've been ignoring chat. Right, not gonna lie, gameplay in Age of Calamity felt slow after seeing the S60 FPS. I'm not one to know frame rates. Greg is from German Army. He's not from the German Army, hardly. Like, what? That's crazy. I don't think he's ever said that or implied that. Really don't like how the cheeky slate is implemented in AOC. It's the only hyrule that feels clunky and awkward to me. I just don't feel that way. Then again, I'm very old when it comes to my gameplay preferences, but I'm glad that AOI fixed a lot of this for me. Right. Oh, it slid slightly off camera there, but we've just been decorating up one of these rock panels here. I've got to put a couple of plate layers on the top of it. You can see my like oily fingerprints on these bricks again as well. Dreadful experience. Again, tempted to do a similar thing with these cheese slopes in Transclear. Transclear, infamously one of the colours that is hardest to spot in a pile of parts, at least in my perspective. So I would like to avoid having to spend hours searching for them, if I can. Go there, cool. I do agree with the chunk clunkiness. The maps were larger and less linear, but the cameras at times was awful. Yeah, I'm going to take a less linear map pretty much every day in a Warriors game compared to having like map camera. The maps are way too simple anyway, from what I saw. Just noticed the parrot. Someone's paying attention. I used for Zorito stand-in. I'll be completely honest, I had not considered that. If I'm being completely honest, I had not looked at this and said Rita, but that is probably on me for thinking like that. That's a great point. I'll leave him in the middle. I can't think of a Rita that's inspired by Parrot actually. I'm sure there is one. Hylia's more knowledgeable and stuff like that than I am, but for me it was the Arapura from the D&D series. Actually, I might as well show you guys these. Where are they? I've got to lean backwards on my chair to... not those, the other bag. So, because we're doing Lookout Landing, I wanted to have some stand-in minifigures while I'm like ordering parts, because for anyone that isn't involved in like parts ordering and so on, it gets expensive really fast to get parts from different sellers, because no one seller has all the stuff you need. So while these aren't like finalized, I wanted some like people that look very generically Hylian, and then I've got a specialist parts list that we're going to get to order. So obviously this is my sort of stand-in Rito, very close to Pen. I guess right, the parrot suit does sort of work. I'd have to sort of find like a red piece to to fit underneath the, like a red head or something to fit underneath the beak. Oh, I've got to come down a bit. Whoops. Sorry guys about the camera, I'll get it fixed in a second. With these two here, if I put like a red thing here, then maybe that would go a little bit better. No, we're still on camera. There we go. Cool. So yeah, potentially 2 Ritos. Good spot on the parrot though. I'll tell you what, the figure that does actually really interest me from this series as far as potential goes, and that is because of my previous history with parts as well, is, where's he gone? The crocodile suit. And that is because of Lizalfos. So here is a crocodile suit along with a bunch of parts. I'm going to turn it into a Lizalfos here, who should have horns, or a horn on his head, but we're going to experiment with this sort of bright green version for Lizalfos as well. Come up here, that should still be on camera. The tail piece, yeah, and I do think, oh, actually the torso and legs as well, right? Like, it's really just the head that's going to be potentially problematic. So what else do we have? We have, again, most of these are sort of like stand-ins, so notice that a lot of them are CMF. So we have Flynn Rider and the Orc one here. He's going to be my stand-in for Horriblins, even though they're like nowhere close, just because the brick built heads don't really work with like conventions and shows. And yeah, like Flynn Rider, not like a perfect match either. But again, he's just sort of like fantasy generic enough. We have the guard over here. Obviously I did a cosplay as, who was a great stand-in for a village. And then these guys, I picked out my Weathertop horse ready for the Gandalf set so that I can have Gandalf on his horse. We've got sort of some fig baths from one of the Lord of the Rings sets in 2013 with, this was the Barrel Escape set, so these are just using a variety of different pieces, but again, it's supposed to just look very like Elven generic Hylian. It's not perfect, but as I said, none of this is perfect, it's all temporary, while I've got a pretty decent parts list. And then I've got these two, which are using like Hogsmeade parts and so on here as well. And then I've got a Star Wars based one and a Pirates of the Caribbean 2011 based one. Again, they're all fig baths because I wanted them to be easy, because some of these parts are quite, well, maybe not valuable, but useful. So they're going to be my lookout landing stand-ins until I can do my Purus Pure and Scorpus and so on as well. So I'm glad on the parrot's tip. So, because I will admit, been 100% focused on the Lizalfos potential with the crocodile, which I plan on sharing with people before this retires, because I think that people will like this and that the animal series is important to people. However, I'm just waiting on 2 parts from Bricks and Pieces, because that's where I chose to order them from, because I am a fool and I've been waiting 3 weeks and I've probably got to wait another week, but that's coming. So actually, good shout on the parrot. Over here we also have Forbidden 5. I've been collecting these guys out, not as a huge Ninjago fan, but just because I really like the designs. So I've got Zark Noct and Drix, and I've got 2 more to get. And should we do leakies? Let's do leakies. Hi Crochet, nice to see you. Sorry, it's been a while since I ignored your message. We have a Pierce Demise, unfinished, but with headpiece on the way from Bricks and Pieces, the flame headpiece that's now separatable. So this is using the Fear face from one of the Batman tumblers, Black Panther torso, which I've done a little bit of a raising on, and then of course some legs from Ninjago Imperium. We got a mod piece of the Goblin from Series 13 minifigures, but we've added a Ninjago mask piece in blue, as well as a hat to make about as close to sort of the bubblins as we can get. I know the camera's not focusing because I've got lag, guys, it's kind of hard for me to tell, but you get a good idea while I sort of shimmy him around for a bit. And so that's going to be another fun one. So I want to get a second one of him to go inside the Bulbo, because I've been using like random Fire Army figs. And then, my pride and joy, my newest semi-purist. So let's get him up here. This is the Charged set, complete with arm printing, custom torso, custom face, and some green legs from, I believe it was Ginny Weasley Harry Potter Series 2. And then the hairpiece, which I am waiting on a unicorn horn from BAP, and we're going to drill it through the headpiece, because I believe that that's still semi-purist, but I'm very excited about this figure because I want this to ride Minoru, and I've got some more options and other stuff coming up at some point in the near future. As I said, I've been working hard on expanding Lookout. People liking the figures, let me know which ones you like. If you've got any ideas and suggestions, of course, as well. We're always looking for extra feedback. And then, of course, because we're building the castle, Princess Zelda is over here as well. She's ready to go in her home when I stop getting distracted and actually do my job. But that being said, I had them over here to show off to you guys as well. So, like, it's not that big of a deal. I wanted to share them. There'll be content. Like, this is not the last time they're going to show up. I'm not just doing them for me. It's it'll be a video at some point. Yeah. So let me know if you guys have got suggestions and stuff as well, because we are always adding to my mini bricklink lists. But yeah, lookout parts on the way. As I mentioned, a couple of parts to finish off those figs and stuff. I also have parts on the way for a build of the Knight from Hollow Knight to go with the Grim that I'm designing, but mostly because I really like the Knight. So I'm going to be doing that. And then, as I said, I've got to get my head around ordering the parts for Secret Cave Discovery, which is effectively like ready to do. I just haven't actually done it. And obviously, I said I'm waiting for the lookout parts to come in, but alongside that, stand for Demon Dragon. I would love to be able to do Grim, and then also the Ozymandias build I want to do later in this year. But that's a significant later thing. That's not going to happen anytime soon. Because budget. Because quite frankly, I kind of need a second Deku Tree. No, and of course there's other sets coming out. Ganon's coming out. I've got a pre-order on the Sequoia Tree Trail from BDP as well. That'll be coming mid-March, I reckon, probably, which is kind of crazy soon. There was another build I wanted to do alongside always Secret stuff. Oh yeah, I've got to buy stuff for the Ganon set as well, because I've got a couple of upgrades that I want to make to that set. I teased a couple in the last video, so we've got to get some parts on hand to do that too. And as I mentioned, figures and stuff is expensive. Stuff is expensive. Welcome back, Autistic Rick. Nice to see you. Glad you're an actual Ganondorf figure. I never liked the one I made. Yeah, see, this is the thing, right? Like, I mean, it's useful for me to have as many Purist links as I do, because I'm going to have a whole bag of various figs that we see across the models, and most of them are links, because obviously Purist links beforehand were great, but then just slowly upgrading them over time, because I need them for different scenes. But you definitely like notice the difference. I know Hyrule can speak on this. The idea of like never going back, right? Like once you see the official one, it's just like, oh whoa, I did not do well. I was not able to match this level of quality in any capacity. Because shockingly, as much as people like to claim otherwise, the designers that they pay to do this for a job do know what they are doing. At least most of the time now. Don't get me wrong, they make their mistakes. They make fair share of mistakes. But shockingly, the people that they pay to make stuff professionally full time know what they're doing. And they know more than me, who is sat here on a Saturday putting together a large castle for fun. But to be fair, this is also like pretty cool, you know, like, don't get me wrong. Like I love the fact that I have a castle. Did you guys know actually that the only reason I prioritized this castle build over doing stuff like the frogs was because I was pretty convinced that we were more likely to get a Lego Zelda castle than we were to get a Lego Zelda frogs. So I pushed this build into late last year, just in case the March 1st set was indeed a Hyrule Castle and I could be able to make a really awesome comparison. Now, of course, any studier of current events knows that this did not end up happening. However, do I regret anything? No. And also, this is such a cool piece to have at conventions. I'm very excited to take this to Reading in April alongside Lookout Landing, which is why Lookout Landing got fast track despite it being nowhere near my favourite model that I've designed. I mean, Ganondorf was sick. I have not seen this. Why do I feel like I should know who you are, Amy. I'm so sorry. We've probably talked before and I just don't know, but I am clueless, unfortunately. But Hyden seems to be a fan of your work. I probably do know you based off what you've created. I probably just don't know that it's you. I agree. The Garmadon face does not work. Especially at shows, because all the children just know it's Garmadon, so they get really confused. So I agree with you there. Need a new face stat. Work is going well. Time to finish the build in the back of it, and then time for some figure building. Absolutely, keep going. Have some Wolfpack figures from Build a minifigure arriving soon. Ooh. Wolfpack. How have you managed those? I thought those were out of stock. Did you order before Christmas, Crochet? Like as in before Medieval Town Square went out? Or are they still in while they sell off like the last piece of stock? Because I thought they were gone. Sanctum, yes, Maximiliano, we are indeed building the Castle Sanctum, the big boy. I took it apart, and now I'm rebuilding it. I actually did take it apart as well, because after the show I did in October, it did actually completely explode. However, I then put it back together, designed some upgrades, and then since then, I took it apart over Christmas because I wanted some more space. And now that convention season is only a couple of months away, and the Ganondorf set's on the horizon, I wanted to, one, get instructions sorted for it, and you guys, and two, obviously I need to rebuild it before the shows. Although there is a small chance that I actually take it apart again to transport it, because without giving away too much, my next show, I'm nowhere near the next show. So I may take it apart to move it across quite literally to the other side of the country before, and then rebuild it there. We'll see. I don't really want to damage it, but this one might be the one that actually stays built, and then maybe it's lookout and the such that comes apart. It's going to depend, quite frankly. I haven't decided yet. Ordered this week, can't remember which day. Okay, well, lucky you, because they're going to be out of stock soon. I'm glad you were able to get your hands on the Wolfpack parts. I have Kraken Knight parts coming in my back order. So I'm very excited as well. Well, they're not the legs, there was something going on there. Oh, bye Buckethead, nice to see you. We're sure, you'll pop in later. Used to be Layer Ravenclaw, if you remember. Ah, you did. Okay, I do remember you. I know your old name, I just didn't know you changed it probably because I didn't notice. Either that or I'd forgotten. However, but good to see you. Hope you are well. I try with the names, guys. I try, I promise. There's a lot of you. Sometimes there's a lot of you. For Gandalf, I used a Garmadon with painting the eyebrows and sideburns, and used one of the movie Garmadon, so he's super exaggerated. Yeah, like, I think I can literally, yeah, just... Let's get him to focus. Yep, that one, right? Super exaggerated. It's trouble. But no, I see the problem, right? It just doesn't work, unfortunately. That's nothing against you specifically, just in general. I found that it didn't work. I thought it was going to work, it didn't work. Okay. The third of 4 giant rock panels going on here. And this piece is still the wrong orientation for me to be able to use. Great fun indeed. Okay. Let's get you slapped on there. Okay. Again, I'm gonna say it again. And as I still stand by the fact that, like, obviously we're a long way away from being done. But I'm going to stand by the fact that this is going far better than expected. You know, we're reaching that point. We've had an hour on the thing, hour on the clock. We've been going an hour, and there's decent progress. Is it as much as I would make necessarily if I was by myself or on my own? No, but that's not the point. However, I still think we stand a great chance of being able to finish this in a day. Well, definitely in a day. I don't mean in 24 hours. I mean before it gets miserably late. Now, do I think we'll be doing the Imprisoned as well? No. No, I do not. Because if anyone remembers how long it took me to do the Imprisoned last time, then you know that I'm not keen on that idea. I think, what did it take? 5 hours? And that was with full instructions as well. Like, we had more instructions for the Imprisoned than we did for this, than I do right now. Because I'm using the, I don't know how many of you know with studio instructions, but I'm using the half stage. So I've done the what goes in each step, but I haven't set up the pages. So I'm still having to sort of scroll around, move around and stuff because it's not finalized. But, and the reason we're doing that is to save me, because if I have to make changes to the instruction because something doesn't work or whatever, or something doesn't flow right, and things are flowing pretty well at the moment, I think. Just based off like the order, like I haven't had any like real trouble with, I can't tell where that goes because there's no parts nearby. All the things that people don't realise you have to consider with instructions, which is what makes them such a pain to do. Yeah, I'd say that the order feels pretty good so far. But if I did have to change the order and I had done the page layouts like I was talking about, then basically what would happen is I'd have to redo every single page. And I thought for a model this size, I don't really want to have to redo all the page orders. So instead, I just chose to leave it halfway, which does mean that compared to usual, I'm going to have more work to do on like the back end. So like while I'm saying like, if this works, it means I have to do instructions. Yeah, I'm going to have to go and do the page layouts from scratch, which is going to take much longer than it would have if the imprisoned one worked, or like the Champart one. Although that'll be completely honest, the Champart did not have any instructions when I said I was doing the instruction test because I was testing the order again, so I did it exactly like this. It was just to actually see if the model could even function. Because I didn't know, it was so different, right? So much change, like under the hood. There was a lot to check with that one. Also, that was more of a reboot because it was like absolutely smashed to pieces for like the third time. And I was under time pressure with that one because it had to go to a show in like 3 weeks. So. Which it didn't break. Yeah, so it's going to take me slightly longer than it would have. Like, it's not like I wrap on this screen, there are no changes, and then I can upload them immediately. Because I'm going to have to actually format the pages. But my point being is if this is the right step order, then we're golden, and it just has to be done. And yeah, it's hard work, but it will just be done, and it won't require any more like heavy thing. I'll just do it in my own time. Anyway, I'm rambling about something that just isn't important, but that is the thought process that goes into it. I have lists. I have so many lists of different projects and different stages and so on that just need time. And unfortunately, time is always a thing in short. But again, we're not going to talk about that today, so I will shut up. Okay, stop making figures and interacting with the LEGO community too much in 2022. Last was in 2021. I think we just missed each other. Yeah, I certainly wasn't on Instagram back in 2021. I've been doing videos since 2020. And obviously I've been in this space my whole life, but obviously that doesn't mean anything to you guys, because like, what does that mean? You know, like, just a child in a room. It's not the same as making content. But yeah, things got busier as time moved on, and I didn't start doing shows until a lot later. But yeah, it looks like we missed each other by maybe a year. Community landscape has changed a lot. Yeah, well, I'm not really over there to be seen. I don't know what the last time I made a post was that wasn't just promoting an instruction block. Also, I hate the formatting. Like, I really hate the formatting over that. I just don't know how to make it good. Morning such as it is, still very early here. In theory, I'm going out in a couple of hours, but you're tired. Yeah, well, what better way than to take a slow start and listen to the truly awful sound. No, actually, I quite like the sound. I know a lot of people don't. The sound of 2,000 bricks interacting with a wooden table. There we go. But I hope you're doing well, Caroline. How is the 40th anniversary display prep going? Still very early. I mean, not so much early here. Well, then again, you knew that because you understand how time zones work. But that being said, we are early into this stream. But yeah, I hope things are going well. I mean, actually, I think we are. We're 103 steps into a 357 build. Oh. Okay, maybe I was naive first. So I've looked at the step count, and I was like, wow, we're a third of the way through. Except for we're not, because the entire like sort of top floor of the castle is a submodel, meaning that it only is showing up as one step for me, whereas it's probably more like 300, another 300. So maybe I'm not half. Like, maybe we're not. Maybe we're nowhere close. Did we consider that I have messed up and once again I'm going to be here for 9 hours? I mean, the suspense, right? Who knows, guys? You are just gonna have to wait and see. Dun, 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 dun. Gotta have a storyline, right? Gotta have a little suspense in your Saturday octane down plastic spring. But it's good to be back doing this. Hopefully we're going to have a couple this half of the year as we work on various different bits. Now that I know that the phone works consistently for this and I actually have a setup that works, I already mentioned doing one before the Ganon set launches, for sure. I won't be doing it for Lookout and Secret Cave, at least not the first time. I'll do it for their like rebuilds whenever that happens. And I start working on instructions, which will probably be, I want to say May time. Might be, might not be. We'll have to see how like real life stuff goes. But it won't be until after the Reading show in April, at the end of April, I should say. Which, by the way, first confirmed appearances, I will be at Reading in the UK. Come April, I want to say 25th, 26th, whatever the weekend is around there. I'll be there both days. Very excited. I love the Reading show. In my second year. Yeah, so I won't be doing ones for those because I think that when you build one of your mocks in real life for the first time, I think it's a very special experience. Like, it's kind of fraught with problems as well, right? Like, it's never an easy thing because you don't have instructions, at least the way I don't have instructions yet at that point. You're just kind of experiencing it, you're seeing it, but you're also sort of reliving a little bit of you, like a little part of yourself. And I think it's a very personal experience. Very personal, and I feel this way about the sets a lot of the time as well. So like, it was nearly a case that I wouldn't have done the Deku-Tree live. I'm very glad we did the Deku-Tree live. It was a very special moment that we captured there. Because it was the night before, it was kind of magical, it was a great stream as well. So that was the right decision there. But when it comes to my own work, I like to keep the first one personal. But yeah, we've got this, obviously, Imprisoned Round 2. As I said, I'm sorely tempted to do the art set again before the next show. I want to test out those instructions, which by the way are live over on Payhit. Check it out in some of the recent video descriptions or the video about getting a divorce from a Rickable. Messy divorce that. Was this a break? Do you have any tips for putting real life Lego builds into Brooklyn digital design for your mock you want to make instructions for? Unfortunately, the only tip I can give you is that it's never the most pleasant experience. I have done it. I've done it quite a few times. The Deku-Tree, my Oswald V2, they were both IRLs that went digital. It just takes a lot of time. It just takes a really, really long time. And unfortunately, there is no shortcut. You depend. If it's an alt build, it can be a little bit easier because you can import the set palette of any official set into Bricklink, and then that means you don't have to go scrolling through the parts list. You can just build in everything like from palette. But if it's just built from your own collection, yeah, no, you're in trouble and you're gonna have a bit of a bad time. It's completely it's not my favourite thing to do at all in the slightest. I am not gonna find that piece. But no, I've got absolutely no tips for you there, apart from good luck, because it is just a bit of a slog. I feel like a bit is the sort of understatement of the century as well. Good luck to you. I keep seeing a little piece of olive green in here from like these tiles and stuff that are for the boxes up on the top layer. And I keep thinking it's this one olive green cheese slope that I'm missing at the moment, and it's not, and it's tricked me about 6 times now, which is infuriating. Do you guys want to see the box of parts I have for Lookout Landing? Is that something that's actually interesting? Because it is just a bag of parts, right? Like, I'm not going to do anything with them. I just thought, do you guys actually want to see what it looks like right now? Because I'm being completely honest with you, I do not know where 3,000 parts have gone into that model. I don't know where they are. Like, it's big, sure, but like, I don't understand. Because it's not all in like a sofa. And I even went into studio and I was like, well, like, is there like a really high concentrated area? So like an area where there's a load more parts? And no, I just couldn't see it. But the amount of parts I have currently on hand for this build is insane. Like, it's more than the castle already, and I'm still missing a 700 part bricks and pieces of it. And I just don't understand where they all fit in this model. I genuinely don't get it. I don't see where they go. But yeah, I can show you the bag of parts if you want me to. Ooh. Okay, so for those of you that weren't here before, I have a tray of parts. Ooh. Over here. And this is my sort of big parts, but also over here I have the parts that are the reason we're doing this, or one of the major reasons we're doing this. We're adding in some new structural supports, just again, mostly to make things easier for you guys for the instructions, because again, the model was stable, right? Like it sounds like I'm slightly hopeful that this will also improve the model's sort of ability to transport. However, I also just, again, want not a perfect model, but the best model it can be. So I made some changes, stuff that wasn't detrimental, but that I decided to add. And we are adding these for the first time because I have not had the opportunity to add them before, because the parts came in and I was like, well, I'm not ripping outside the basement if I know I'm going to rebuild it for the digital instructions. So yeah, that's another section of those added on. This funny little cube down here. It's nice and strong actually. I'm quite pleased, and it doesn't use too many parts, which is good. Kind of very like Queen Gibdo core. This is one I'm a little unsure about actually, because I'm wondering if I did order the part for this or not. I don't think I saw a 1x1 down there. I've got like a weird spot at the front where there's a 1x1 brick on one side, but there isn't on the other side, and I'm pretty sure I did buy the parts for that, but I just don't remember, and it's not in the instructions, which is weird. So this might be our first flag point, or like our first point I'm going to have to come back to and sort of re-establish, because it may be that this is a mistake, and I just don't know. Oh! And I just don't know. I can't tell. It could be a studio oversight, it could be a Optin didn't buy oversight, it could be a deliberate choice. I'm pretty confident that it is a studio oversight and that we're going to get to the end of this and I'm going to have a 1x1 plate left over. But if so, this is exactly why I've made the choices I've made, and proves everything and myself right. Because yeah, it definitely needs to be fixed, right? Like I know that there should be a 1x1 plate there. Looking at this model, I can tell that. However, what I can't tell is if I fix the problem or not. Stay tuned for 4 hours time when we find out. Dun dun dun. The horror. Okay, I've been putting this together off camera, but here we go. So we've got the rocks on both sides. So far we've got this troublemaker down here, which is the only problem. And I also just didn't put a 1x1 slope on there, but we will find it. It's in here somewhere. As I said, I just couldn't be bothered. Uh-oh. I did an oops. I just heard a part fall off the side of the table. Oh, we were doing so well on that front as well. I hadn't heard any parts drop off like a really solid amount of time now. Oh. Okay, there we go. You can actually see it now. You can actually see it. Now that it's a little taller, it'll be a little easier for me to work on it from a distance. It doesn't require as much force, at least not for like the big steps. For those, I'll pick it up. And of course, as we get further on with it, I'll be able to bring it forward up until the point where we're working on the top layer, where I will literally be able to like move and do that separately. But the thing is, I don't know, does it look big on camera? Or does it look small? I think it's an important question, because I don't actually know. Because most of the time I look at it and I go, wow, that's huge. Like when I first built it, I was like, this is far bigger than I ever intended. What have I made? It's a monstrosity. And then when I took it to cons, it was like, wow, this is huge. It's kind of hurting me to get this here because it's too large to transport. And then when I looked at the pictures from the con the other day, I was like, wow, this looks smaller than I remember. And I know I'm going to have the same drama when it comes to lookout. I have just a feeling that the problem with lookout is that it's just going to be bigger than I thought, than I think. But again, that's neither here nor there. But no, I'm curious as to how it appears to like other people. Because like, again, it's supposed to be a playset, right? Like it's supposed to feel the right kind of size for what it costs. And it definitely does. If in some ways it feels a little too big. But that helps it shows, so I'm not too like. You remember that there's the project, right? And then there's the slight enhancement I have to do with the project in order for this thing to be well received. That shows. Because like there are limits. There are like people see things in different ways. Certain things are impressive, certain things aren't impressive. So there's like a layer of compromise to the design. So like the phases that the phase they're in when I claim them to be sort of not perfect replicas, but when I claim them to be like Lego sets, is not the phase you're seeing them in right now, because that just doesn't make a good experience all the time for customers. Right, so what I've done there is I've decided to add a 1x1 plating in, because I just don't think I'm going to be able to edit it if I do have a piece left at the end. So I think for this specific scenario, it's actually better that I make the modification and just have the missing piece at the end if I'm wrong. But I'm also pretty confident I'm right. So again, we'll stay tuned. We are going to find out how much of a fool I am live. No, I'm picking up parts that are wrong again. Great. Okay, so I've got to secure in this front section, and then I think we're turning it around and we're going to actually put the sticker pieces in, which I actually have quite a lot to say about, because I've changed fundamentally the entire way I do stickers. Since, and that's even since making the video on the castle, which of course I'm going to do again for Lookout, but I'm going to break it into parts, I think, just because it will be more digestible than having a 40-minute monstrosity. So it goes there, yeah. And also because I think I have more to say, but there's also more that's going to go wrong with that one. So I'm going to attempt to film clip as we go, or at the very least fake that. You heard it here first. We're gonna fake the video, but it'll be worth it. Okay. Set user is also a surprising amount of hinges. Just didn't realise that going into it. Right, there's two more on the front. It was, again, I've talked about it before, but it's an actual miracle that this model physically worked when it came into real life. Like there was no way I could have known that my angles didn't collide when we did them in real life. Like genuinely, I could have attempted to put it together and it just wouldn't have worked. Like that was a genuine possibility with this, and it's a genuine possibility with Lookout, is that just Studio told me it was okay and it wasn't. Which is a huge gamble when this many parts go into a model. It's crazy, because it's a lot of money right on the line. Now, obviously, there's a slight mitigation to that risk in the form that I know that even if there was something hugely wrong with it, I could fix it. Like it would be broken, and I'd probably have to put more money in, but it's not like a lost cause. Those parts have value, and the model isn't entirely broken. It just was going to require heavy modification. But when I tell you it was a shock that this thing worked the first time, so I've got some technical reinforcement going on here. Extra strong. Look at that. It was really a shock. I'd never expected a perfect translation. As I said, there's always stuff to add, but it was still a perfect transition. No major mistakes at all. And I say major, there were still some mistakes. But as I said, like this was necessary for a reason, this structural support. I don't just add extra structure for no reason, because I want to keep costs down where possible. Obviously, it's not easy, again. Especially like the large models like this. I mean, I'm going to put a lot of effort into making sure the instructions are as good as possible, but let's be quite frank, big instructions do not sell, not in the same way. Especially now that we're independent. But then again, that's not why we do any of this, but it's just a truth, right? Like, I put a lot of time into the instructions, but it's not the same thing. They do not sell. Which is why when people ask me, do I have any tips? I say, no, you got to do it because you love it. Because there ain't no career in making Lego content online. Which I know is a slight hyperbole, but there is no career in it. Not for the vast majority of people. So do what you love, and if it turns into something more, even better. Okay. So this section at the front's kind of weird because it's where the ramp goes. The problem with the ramp is that I didn't want it to like fully attach to it. Like I had it built separately, which was I guess an oversight, but also just ended up working out in my favour. So it actually sits in the front, but this section here is attached to the front because reasons, I guess. So I don't really have an explanation. It's just there's just this weird part of it that sticks out, which is what we've put together now. And that's partly because it integrates well with the top front doorway area, which is one of the more fragile areas of the castle. It's still like rock solid, but it's just a bit weird when you put it together. So like for example, like that would not fly because look, it's overhanging by two studs. I don't actually know if you can see that or not, but it's less strong than I'd want. However, it's fine because the next layers are going to sandwich it in, which is why we're building it now, whereas I would have preferred for it to like fully attach on, but because of the nature of it, it had to be done at this stage now. So that's another reason why I don't do first time builds live when we're designing new models, because there's so much sort of iteration and changes. I much prefer doing studio stuff like the design phase because that's when we can trial things and ask questions and so on. But when I've got the parts in hand, my main goal is always just let's get this thing together and enjoy the process, right? But there's so much like trial and error or like just whoopsie discoveries where stuff's gone wrong that it's just, it's not a great experience, I think, for people. Right, so that's definitely a note to make, is that I want to flip around those two bricks on the causeway. So let me just write that down. Okay, currently missing 1x1 cheese slope olive green. Change around step 128 pillar bricks to overlap hinge. I added a 1x1 plate to right side base of attached ramp. Is this wrong / missing? Need order or instruction change? Cool, sorry about that guys. The notes are important because otherwise I just don't remember at the end of these. If I don't make it now, it's never gonna happen. And then that makes this exercise pointless because if I'm rebuilding it and then not remembering, I don't want to trawl through 7 hours of footage just to remind myself of a note that may or may not have been important, which is why we write this stuff down. Okay, so there's that security for those parts that I was telling you were nice and loose, and it's about to get even stronger as well because I believe I'm about to add a wedge plate to the top. Yes, I am. Well, that's not quite going there, but it will impact things. I should note as well that the parts for the ramp are not on the table today. So the ramp and the two side turrets, if you guys know the original model, maybe you don't know. There was a thumb. The two towers that go either side, I've just taken them. They still stay built because I didn't have time to take them apart when I was doing that. So they are still built, which to be honest in this case is just useful for us because it just keeps those parts away from the table. Imagine coming back to the stream and hearing Bro taking notes. Well, maybe just the reason why, but believe it or not, there is more to this than just doing a build. I'm making notes to make the build experience better for people. Because Italian Bricks, one day you could own this castle. Isn't that crazy? Italian Bricks, would you like to tell the audience why they might one day be able to own this castle themselves? It's just crazy, isn't it? Imagine if you wanted a piece of Lego Zelda, but the sets weren't enough for you, and you weren't absolutely horrifically opposed to a large budget model, then boy, do we have news for you. Wild stuff, right? You could buy this castle and all of its parts using the instructions that Octane Thermoplastic makes available over on PayHip, where this model will soon be joining other models and fantastic old builds, many of which are being shown to you guys for free. Whoa. I tell you what, like, despite the decrease in traffic, obviously, and the fact that I've made some mistakes, and the fact that this is not the most optimal way to distribute instructions to a widest audience, and it doesn't help with recognition or anything like that, I am still happy that I made the decision to leave Rubricable. It's not a decision for everyone, I know that. Rubricable is still a fantastic site, but I think it was the right call for me personally. Although I would be lying if I said I hadn't worried about how this will just leave a hole, right? Like, Rubricable is amazing for reach. I see that all the time with the Clock Tower Mock, which is by far the best Rubricable product I've ever released, and will be staying on Rubricable full time. This was very much the right choice. However, unfortunately, it does result in like a loss of, I'm going to call it traction, because I'm now purely only able to drive traffic to the site through my own outlets. Whereas Rubricable, anyone that searches for Zelda, the stuff is served to them. And trust me, people do search. So it's a shame. It really is a shame. But it just didn't. It was necessary, feels like a wrong word, but it was the right call, as I've said multiple times. It's a shame I cannot advertise my own site on Rubricable, because obviously I can't. That makes a lot of sense why we're not allowed to do that, but still. Okay, this feels a little odd. I think there might be a mistake in the instructions here. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. I'm building a little doodad, a little assembly here that's gonna connect everything together. It's gonna be like the top of the Technic frame for the it feels weird saying ground floor, but that is effectively the stage we're at. And we're finishing up the basement. As soon as I find a yellow Technic bushing, that is. Yes, just one of the smallest parts possible hiding somewhere on the table. Goodness me. It isn't bright yellow though, so it should be easy to see. There you go, right on the side of the camera. It's got me like gremlining my way into the shot. Yeah, there we go. There's something up with that. I think there must be a Technic brick or something missing from this step, because that should be reinforced by something. Like, that makes no sense. Like, why is this like this? In fact, to the point that, hang on a minute. Oh, okay, never mind. It's just me being stupid actually. Like, the piece is in the step and it does actually tell me that I need it. Woo! He's so clever. Yeah. Just a massive Technic beam there, 3 yellow axles on the end, and then there we go. So then I can adjust the distance between these, so as is needed. So that goes on, oh no, that doesn't go on there. That goes on there, and this goes down there, and then I can pop the yellow axles down there to sort of sandwich that into place more, which is the whole benefit of the axle system that I was talking about ancient times ago. It shouldn't be that dramatic, it's been like an hour and a half. Actually, never mind, we're coming up on 2 hours. Okay, that makes me feel less better. 2 hours and we're still in the basement, huh? Maybe it is going to be a bigger stream than I thought. I mean, I knew it was going to be a long stream. I just didn't expect. As I said, I've been floating around the 7 p.m. time as my estimate. For those of you, of course, not in the UK, that is 5 hours and 4 hours and 45 minutes away. I have no plans. I will go longer if I have to, but ideally, I would like to eat some food at 7 p.m. Ancient times ago. You know what else is ancient? That would be Ancients of 10,000 years ago. Howling Bruce's comic series that you can view over on his Discord. I say. I was feeling kind. It's naughty. I shouldn't be doing plugs for you in the middle of my stream. Naughty. Okay, so we've set this up because this is where the Ganon drop feature goes from, because this castle is full of play features, which in my opinion is very cool. I love a good play feature, and I think all models, even those that are designed to sit on a shelf, should have them. And with this model being an open back interior model, I think that's even more important. So, unless it's a character sculpt and I physically can't, the day I stop including play features in these models is the day that you should all leave. I will always try and have something, even if it's basic. Obviously, sometimes it's harder than others. Let's face it. Smooth promo integration. Yeah, well, I shouldn't have done it. Be honest, this front section is longer than I remember. I kind of assumed it would just be on the back by now. Not because I'm like wanting it to go by fast, I just didn't realise there was so many there's so much stuff going on. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I knew there was like a mechanism. Maybe it was that yellow Technic bushing that just caused a weird amount of colour. Then again, that's part of my thesis of lasting like 3000, lasting 2000, whatever. The concept that the last piece of a certain type in a barge model is significantly harder to find because the odds of finding it are dramatically increased. I developed this thesis because there's a part in Assembly Square, the 2017 modular, which there is like 3 of, but you use them all in like the first couple of steps. So effectively at that point there are still 4,000 parts on the table and you're being asked to find one by one. Especially if like all the bags are mixed together, which obviously most of the time my sets of models are, especially these ones, because they don't have steps to them. However, I don't think this castle actually has any of those, at least not 1 in 4. Well, firstly, because it's only about 3,400 parts, maybe even less actually, I don't know. Anyway, point being is the odds never get that bad, but additionally to that, ooh, hello. Oh, hello, there are like 4 parts on the floor. What? How did that happen? See, this is why I had trouble. Because some of those might be useful. Anyway, as I was saying, and most of the first parts to run out are like the olive green slopes once you get done with the rock work. But those happen nearly 100 steps in, so that's still a much better odds system. There we go. Click those on there. Okay, so this is going to be obviously the front entranceway of the castle. Ooh, a little bit funky there, a little bit wobbly. Hopefully that gets stronger. As I said, it's been first time sort of building it more casually like this is sometimes where you notice extra flaws that you hadn't noticed before. Which is yet another reason upon like the already existing 10 reasons for why to do something like this. Also, as I said before, it's just cool. I like to see it. Your promo worked, good job. I dread to open my phone after this. I dread. Never again. Ooh, okay, I don't like how that feels to slide that piece on. So we might have to do, yeah, I really don't like how that feels. Okay, so we might have to do a step alteration there, I think. Also, I think that part should be, that's going to be interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. Oh wait, I mean, I certainly don't know how I feel about it, given that on the model, it's like, that's weird. Okay, I just found like a bug in the instruction, basically. Huh. And then I want that piece added afterwards. Good. Okay, cool. Fixed. Sweet. What on earth's going on here then? Oh, okay, right. So we are moving round to the back now. And we are going to be actually adding the ceiling and the rest of the details here. Now I know I skipped some parts in the back earlier. That will have very little impact. Unfortunately. Not unfortunately, actually. That's a good thing. I don't want to have to finish the pattern design yet. Hey, get down here. Oh, rubbish. The model's slightly deeper on the back, so we're having trouble. Whoopsie. Okay, so we're adding a 1x2 brick here and also some hinges, which are going to go on this side, and we're going to pin them in there. Very nice. So this is a section that I am actually curious about the order of. I wonder if things are going to need to be rearranged here. So we've got this bizarre little angled setup to avoid a slope where we have two of these here, and that doesn't feel great, but it works. Doesn't have any trouble associated with it, at least not yet, so we'll see if it comes together. But I do think that the step order might be a bit janky. So then we've got another stope there with just a slight different angle, and then a big pillar. As always, check the bottom for trouble, and then slot that in there. And then a 1x2. We actually haven't used any masonry bricks yet, which is kind of crazy. Followed by a inverted slope, it says. Right. I think that's going to be problematic. I think we're going to have to change the order on that. Oh, especially as I just abandon it, apparently, and then move over to a different section. That's great. In fact, it asks you to like do that and then immediately flip the model around, which is just never a good feeling for a builder, because especially for a model this size, it's just not ideal. So we might look into changing that as well. I'll have to make a note. We'll see. We'll see. Another thing I could have done to help myself would have been to take more of these like large elements off the table, but why would I do that? That would make sense. I'm actually going to have to turn it around. I didn't want to. But we're going to have to. Okay. Right, so it says I need to place that there. Well, that's a big problem because there's no bricks there, so what happened there? I've got to go back like an actual metric mile to like find this. Did I miss it in a step? Is it not in a step? What's happening? So apparently there's like, yeah, I think I just missed them. Just impressive that I managed to miss it twice is the question. Oh, they're on the other side, so I think it was just a me thing actually. But we're missing some 1x1s that are supposed to go down next to the waterfall, and that allows us to support like the bridges that go over the top of them. Anyway, easy mistake, easy fix. Not a problem with the instructions though. Just a problem with good old octane thermoplastic, which is fine. I also think those might have been the last of their kind. Okay. Oh. Shove that on there. Oh. Come on. There we go. Cool. Skip. Okay, we're back to where we were. Cool. Right. So none of these ever go perfectly. I think it was, as I said earlier, just make the models exist first. Don't worry about if they are good. You only learn by building in this field. Hobby. Oh, make it sound professional. Why would I do that? Cool. Two of those. What was it like 40 odd minutes ago I said, oh, we're getting close to the stickers so I can talk about how I've revamped my sticker making process. And we're still not there. Two options from the I will show you mouth and then not say things preemptively, or you could learn the model better, and then that way you'd know if you were actually close to being able to talk about stickers, huh? Right, anyway, we're repeating that on the same side. I'm going to try doing this in a slightly different order, just to see how it feels. So we're going to put this piece on here, and then we're going to find, keep this aside for later, we'll find the big tool slope first this time, just to see. There it is. It was going under the Cooper. I got this set for half the price. It's the Toad and Cooper Piranha Plant Mario set, card set. Not a set I wanted to pay full price for, so not a set I probably would have picked up if I hadn't have found out half price. Then again, half price, good parts. If I end up not liking it, I can either sell it or use it for parts. Good, that feels significantly better to do it like that, actually. Yeah, that's a really simple step change that just works for me. I'm not Googling that Lego piece, Eileen, so you're going to have to tell me what that actually is, because I'm not looking that up. Do you think I have a free device to go and look up? Is it the minifigure torso that looks pretty much exactly like this? Because if it is, then yes. If not, then I have no idea what you're on about. It does. Oh, I'm glad that someone else had the time to like look up the piece. Can I be enlightened as to what piece I am cosplaying today? The fact that he looked this up and typed up the set number as well, like the part number, is crazy. I don't know why I just didn't consider that it was going to be on camera. Oh well. I mean, speaking of parts, right? I have become very fond of some of the new 2026 elements, specifically the new tile, the new cut tile. I would say that like this. So it's this piece here, but without the studs. It's actually surprisingly generic city torso. I don't know, being called generic is kind of crazy. I think I know exactly which city torso you're talking about. Yeah, but this piece without the further studs is really, really useful. I'm really glad to have found it as such. Oh, right, this is going to be a bit painful, I think. I need to find 1x5s, which are notorious for, well, at least for me, they're notorious for blending in and causing trouble. And we have some 1x3s, and another 1x5 we're going to need you in a second. To be honest, I should really stop putting these in like 1x6s in models together, just because they can be so difficult to like identify. I'm going to keep them on my lap, I think, just for when I need them, because I imagine it will be soon. Let's see. Yes, I checked the chat to see the torso. I do know exactly what you mean. I'm going to say it was deliberate, and I'm also going to try and not be offended. No, it's all just fun. But you're right. I do. I can now indeed see the resemblance. I recognise it very strongly. Okay. Right. We put the piece on there. Ah, finally. Finally. I was stalling for so long. Okay. Right. So, let's get rid of all this stuff. Time to open the sticker part bag. So, these are the new versions of the panels. Notice that they are glossier and shinier compared to the old ones which I kept. However, these have also been coated. So, the reason and what's happened is I've completely changed how I've done them. So I got a new, what would you call it? A new gloss. So for those of you who don't know, we use water slide decals. And effectively, from those water slides, ooh, no, that is the same piece, okay. I print out the images onto the water slide decal, and obviously to do this you have to spray them with sort of a clear coat varnish that allows you to protect the image that you print on there. And obviously it's very important to side this stuff up and whatever and so on, and stickers are a bit of a nightmare to do and all that jazz. And anyway, once you sort of print them, you have to, as I said, do this clear coat on them. And in the past, the clear coat I've used has been alright. Sometimes it was a little dodgy and would sometimes lead to the stickers or the paint bleeding when I submerged them in water. I've also used a whole variety of sort of clear back and transparent backs, depending on obviously the model that's needed. I tend to keep both in stock. But the point was, I'm pretty sure the old varnish I was using was effectively running out, and it was all right. And when you attach these things to the models, of course, you water slide them, and then you're supposed to spray them again with the liquid, so that you can. No, that is wrong. Get attracted so that you seal the parts in, and it keeps them sort of safe in a way. And that was a step that I have been known to skip quite regularly, because I don't always have the spray around, and the spray kind of toxic. If anyone remembers the video with it was the castle video when I was doing this first time, I gassed myself out effectively. I properly gassed myself out of the shed. So I try not to do the sticker stuff too much. But what happened is, when this castle was in use, is I found that all the stickers got degraded. So I knew I needed to like print a new set effectively, which we did. And upon printing this new set, I decided that I was going to seal them in just to give them that extra bit of protection and stop them from peeling as much. So I took pretty much every sticker I owned, and like I'm so glad that like serendipitously I happen to have the new gloss at this point, because the new gloss is super shiny. So effectively now the stickers obviously are made to be waterproof. They're then applied, and then we spray them again so that they're sealed. And this is something I have done a little bit of before. I did them for the Goma eyes when we were doing the Hot Wheels there and so on. Oh, that's where those black jumpers came from. Okay. Goma eyes, and it really has made a difference, not only to their sort of their sheen and their look, and I'll show you on the side pieces when we upload them, but it's also going to hopefully make them last longer. So and I did them for the figure torsos as well. So for the charge set link I showed you guys earlier, he also had them on, which was cool, especially because the charged set link was one I was really worried about sort of decaying over time, because I was doing an arm print. An arm is obviously a multi-convex surface. It's just a bad idea, generally speaking. However, there is one downside, or risk I should say, when spraying parts like this, or else I would be recommending it full circle, is that it technically makes them microscopically thicker. And you go, well, why is that a problem? Why should I care if part thicker? Well, it does actually make them stiffer to stick together, which is not always something you want, especially not on minifigure torsos. which of course is what we were doing in the case of the charge set. You have to be really careful about how you're spraying them. And then, of course, if you're being that careful when spraying, you're running the risk of then not spraying them well enough. And if you do that at either stage of this problem, then well, you're going to run into trouble. And I mean, conversely to that, if you spray them too much, you can either get fingerprints or dust stuck in them, or the stickers can go funny, or they can look kind of weird when you're done, which is again not what you want when you spend that much time doing them. So it was very exciting to do another batch. Obviously, as part of this batch, I prepped all of the Lookout and Secret Cave stickers as well. So they are sat on a sheet at my feet right now, ready to go. But most excitingly, the damage done to the castle basement stickers on the 4 wall panels, the 4 big ones, which I'll show up close as they're going in, was so severe that I did decide to reprint them, which I wasn't thrilled about because obviously it's a waste of space on my limited supply of water slide decal paper. However, it was worth it. It was necessary. It's not much I could really do other than go, well, yes, I have to. They looked so bad after last show. So I'm really, really hoping that they're going to last a bit better this time. They're going to look a bit better. But yeah, effectively, it's not an entirely brand new process. Again, I'm being a little dramatic. It's effectively the same process as what I showed off in that video, except for I've added an extra step onto the end, where you seal them. And the sealant has never been something I've been against, and never been something I've been hugely guaranteed in favour of either, except for this time it really made a difference. So we are very pro sealant at the moment. Feeling very pro sealant. So I'm doing the rods at the moment. These are the rods that allow the falling floor feature to work. I think it's arguable that these rods should actually be much later in the instructions. Mostly because I'm not thrilled about having to go through and find 4 cones of which I know are the last 4 cones in the model right now. I don't really want to spend my time at this stage when there are still a lot of parts on the table doing that. And also because these cones sit completely loose, right? They thread through as rods. When other stuff is still unsecured, it just feels a bit silly to waste a step this early on in shoving these in. Although that being said, they are quite difficult to fit in, so maybe that's an argument for doing it. It would be much harder later on. Oh, there's another cone. Let's find the 4th rod first. I mean, I'll show this up close. One of those. Again, sometimes the order just feels a little weird. Why are you doing this step now instead of the rest of the inner wall? Because that's what makes sense. That's what I will want to show you right now, and that's what would feel logical if you're a builder. So that's all stuff that needs to be considered. But then again, sometimes when I'm doing these, I'm actually making. Ooh. Okay, that wasn't really bad. Sometimes I'm smart when I think, right, and I don't mean to say that in a egotistical way. I mean just sometimes I have actually thought about these decisions when I'm doing it, and then when I come back and I'm doing this stage, because it's been a week and a half since I finished these instructions, I've forgotten my reasoning, and there was actually decent reasoning. Sometimes he's not crazy. Sometimes, believe it or not, the mock designer can think. Now, a lot of the time, mock designers are silly people like myself who don't make smart decisions and who get everything wrong. But, believe it or not, mocks don't get designed if mock designers are useless. So, from that perspective, you could actually argue that maybe I'm not so silly after all. As with all creative stuff, always our own biggest critics. Right, stick those on there. And that is probably the reason why. Yeah, okay. That is why we put the rods through when we did. That being said, the rods should not be messing with the internal wall assembly. It should be done before. So after all that about joking about pushing it later, I think I might actually bring it forward in the instructions. We'll see. The chances are these changes that I'm not writing down, they probably won't happen. because I'm only writing down like the big stuff, the stuff that's in the way of the model actually working. So if it's not like big dramatic like that, then I probably won't change anything. Which does indeed, if you're wondering, make me a hypocrite. Where is it? I'm looking for a 1x2 with rail plate. Which will then finish at the floor. Has anyone ever told you that I have the vocal cadence of Mr. James McCabe is Mr. Thomas? No, I have seen all of the earlier films that they did. Obviously, came out a lot from the time I was growing up. But no one has told me that I have the vocal cues of Mr. Thomas. Anything, just, how does that come to mind, is my question. I mean, I am 100% taking that as a compliment. I know my voice can be a little all over the place. I mean, he has a lot of acting range. It's quite impressive. Did I do this in black or did I do it in grey? I don't remember what I ordered the part for. But no, I have to say that is a new comment. That is 100% original thought. I got one in black here, but I think I changed that to be both grey then, just from to match. If I'm thinking properly, I don't actually know. I don't know. Maybe I just changed them to black. Now I'm getting scared. What's on my tray in front of me? I mean, my voice can also do a bit of a switch up. But that is fascinating. Oh, rubbish. Where are they? I mean, I am also British, so I guess it makes a lot of sense from that perspective. Right. I know there was a mistake at some point in these instructions where one of them was black and then one of them was dark bluish grey, and I cannot remember which one I wanted to change to, and I also cannot see the parts to tell me this. I had assumed I was changing to dark grey just based off the fact that I cannot imagine why I'd want a mixed colour section up here. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. But I'm also not seeing any evidence to suggest. You thought of it at the start. I thought it would have been wild to come in. I would have respected the behaviour start, but you're right. I am much more open to it now that you've been around for a little while. Right, but from that perspective, yes, I probably would have been a little weirded out, admittedly, if you had come in strong with that. Whereas now, considering that you waited like 2 hours, then of course I'm like all for it. Ah, no, it wasn't the fact that it's dark bluish grey. I actually have no idea what colour it's supposed to be, because it was the 1x3 plate that I changed the colour of. Dreadful. Which means there is indeed a curved 3x3 in here somewhere. Great. That was exactly what I wanted to hear. I appreciate the commitment of sticking around to bring it up, though. You know, like, can't bring it up straight away, so let me sit around and listen to the man talk for an hour, and then bring it up. That's funny. I'm gonna have to go back and, it has been a while, I'm gonna have to go back and listen to him now. Like, figure out who I've been for this time. Who am I? Okay, looks like we are in trouble, because I've got one in dark bluish grey for some reason, and one of them in black. Why they are different, we will have no idea. This very clearly needs to be fixed. I mean, considering that it's not the big one, it's not the one that's changing, I am inclined to say 172 needs to change to black, to grey. Step 172, change to DBG. 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 172, change The whole reason he stuck around is a joke. Yeah, that was a joke I wanted to make as well. No, no, I know it's very much a joke. I mean, I would also respect if you just said that, because trust me, I know I'm not the most exciting person to look into. I mean, I believe one of my bios somewhere says professionally boring. There's a reason I'm not like out here going, "What's up, fellow kids? This is your epic gamer like video at high speed, talky, blah 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 kind of jazz." It's just not it. Okay, here are the new stickers. So, okay. So we've got 2 of these panels for either side. Brand new stickers. They're a little shiny, but you gotta remember when they're gonna be like more like down like this, hidden in the basement, they're gonna look absolutely fantastic. They look so great. I even love the vertical lines because my printer's trash, but it's really, really great. I'll do the other one and then I'll bring it up to the camera. But hopefully they are gonna last a whole lot better this time. We're going to do the same thing on the other side as well. We've got a 1x6 and then a 1x4 and also a hinge. Yeah, again, this is a weird one where I just didn't realise I was using this many hinges. I love those. Yeah. See, stickers make all the difference sometimes. Okay. Oh, can I see what's next? I was going to say, I'll lift it up. Actually, I am going to do it now before I add the Technic frames on. But this is effectively the end of the basement section. Let's get there. So I mean, looking at those, I very much need to redo these, don't I? Which is a shame because I've gassed them on. I just didn't realise they were going to look so appallingly bad now compared to the all black side ones. Ouch. But beyond that, I mean, you really can't tell when it goes in. I'm going to fully seal it in. But there's the basement. We're just missing, obviously, a couple of the dark bluish grey tiles I just haven't found in this pile yet. But I will do that shortly. I might do it now, but I might just keep building actually as well. But yeah, we're now going to... Ooh. There's one of them. Yeah, so we've got the sort of the full Sheikah like sort of setup, shiny lights, sort of the piles of rubble, weapon, another hole here for a weapon that for some reason hasn't been placed, and then yeah, you've got this sort of inner skin, which we're now going to start sealing in with sort of a Technic roof, so that we can build the next floor up. And then on the outside we've got the rocks, the main sort of ramp causeway, and then sort of the bridge over sections. It's supposed to be half of the hexagon, right? And then you'd have the other bit around the back. But that is not a problem. It's a nice big build. Nice, chunky, fun, dense build with lots of details that has... It's not like the most super detailed model you could ever find, but it is supposed to be a bit play, so like that makes a lot of sense. Okay. So for some reason I haven't sub-modeled out to the next step, so we're going to have to just try our best for a little bit here while I get things sorted. Yep. Oh, but it's going well. Oh, that is very funny. By any chance, does anyone in the chat work for Temu? I have quite, at this very second, I have just received an email being asked to join the Temu influencer program. Wow. I like to think that's because I'm streaming. I'm assuming you're joking, but like I'm gonna have to ask purely because like I can't be 100% sure that you're not. Your name doesn't match, nothing matches, but I have to know. Yeah, our Nintendo Switch 2 free is, but we will give your device a virus. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, Hyland, I know you don't work for Temu, and also I don't think your name is Ginny. Yeah, you've been playing a really long con game on the LEGO community, so thank you for the clarification there. Terrifying. Why have I received that now? What is going on there? What a beautiful, like, it's really funny actually. Oh dear. My favourite type of emails to respond to though, guys. I love responding to them with just like, and what do you think the brand match is here? Then again, as I've said before, if they would offer me that ridiculously sized, oversized Lego castle that's actually ridiculous, I'm not going to say no. However, it would be to build it and then burn it, probably, and make a very funny video with. Okay, also very interesting there, that's floating. Why is that floating? Very cool. So, someone has designed, and that's someone being me, a Technic frame that is supposed to support the entire weight of the next floor and did not consider that these two should probably stick together. And at some point this didn't show up, so this very much needs to move steps in the instructions because that is not sensible at all. Right, let's move it down a little bit. Who's next? So you go there, and then, yeah, okay, cool. So we can move it after that. Nope, so you need to move here, and then after this. Cool. Okay, so we've got this L shape here. This L shape is going to slot perfectly on this. I'm hoping that's attached. No, it hasn't. There we go. And onto there as well. And then we need a hinge on the top. This is where those hinges come in, it's just like reinforcing things. So we'll put that on there. I'm doing this backwards because I'm a fool, by the way. The instructions have the model turned around the other way. I might be working it inside for quite a while actually, I'll turn it around. Also, it just makes the viewing experience ever so slightly easier for you guys. Not that it really makes a difference, you can't really see what I'm doing anyway. So. Your entire amusement relies in solely on me being entertaining, which is such a risk. Because, again, not interesting. Okay, professionally boring something. So, anyway, that and since you're a millionaire, we would all be building it together in your castle because we're all British. Yeah, because I live in a castle, clearly. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I was going to say, it depends, guys, how much is Timu willing to offer me? If Timu is willing to front me £500,000, then maybe I'll promote some of their stuff. I'm sorry, but everyone has the price. If Timo can get me a house, then I am very much interested. I hope you guys understand. I am sorry for my lax morals. But girl has needs. Oh, West Talbot's coming with us? Yeah, we're going to pay to abduct him so that he can design us a personal decoration, right? I mean, it won't be an abduction because he'll come willingly because we'll be that fabulously wealthy. No, I couldn't abduct this man. I like his Lego sets too much. If he ever leaves Lego though, I could offer him full-time employment. Okay, at this point it's become a bit of an unrealistic fantasy. Yeah, so this is a weirdly strong Technic frame for something that looks surprisingly weak. Has been my discovery with this. Because when I first started putting this together, like as in, like, it'd been a long time since I looked at the model, basically. When I ordered all the parts, and I ordered all the parts, and I got to this point, and I was very much like, oh, that's not going to support itself, nor the weight of a floor above it. And then, what do you know, it actually did. And I was kind of surprised. I was like, oh wow, it's worked. That's kind of crazy. It shouldn't have, being the keyword. It shouldn't have. Right, so because of the angled walls, I have to have a bit of like a smooth floor section over here at the front, which is what we're sort of laying down, at least on this side now. I'm trying to put as much pressure on these things as possible because I want to test how maybe someone that's not like as like cautious around the model would be, and like if stuff would fall, like that's a disaster. Like wait, what happened? Like why is that attached by a singular stud? Well, I know why it's attached by a singular stud because there's no other studs around, but like I need to be sure that it's not going to be too awful for other people. Hides a professional Lego designer in his basement and makes him build his giant reveal castle. No, that's for friends and family. That's not for a strange person. I'm not that weird. I want to share that experience with the group, not just not with the strange random Lego designer weird. Honestly, Highness, like you know me better than this. What are you about? Okay, cool. I think that's the step I was waiting for that reinforces this, maybe, or not. Actually, it just stops short. So it's the brown piece that I think should probably be brought forward. I don't know. I might just leave it as is. I think at some point I have to go a bit hands off, right? Like at some point I just have to trust that the people that might be building this, and I say might because I don't actually think anyone will, but the people that might be building this are enough of a Lego expert that they'll be able to cope with a piece that's slightly floaty for a little bit. Like, and it's not even that bad. Like, have you seen me struggle? Like, I haven't been struggling. I'm sure somewhere in a distant land, a future mock builder is tusking me. As they realise this is the moment that I made bad quality instructions. Oh well. Do I look bothered? Not really. Oh, stop falling on the floor. Where'd it go? It's a 1x2 jumper as well, actually. That's an important one. Although actually this model does have some redundancies in that capacity. We're still yet to find out, and I mean it's kind of not surprising that we're yet to find out, but we have not come across a problem for the 1x1 plate that I stole for later in the model. I'm going to need you. Oh, actually, you are the right piece. Hello, you are quite useful. I just picked that up thinking it would be useful in a couple of minutes. I didn't know it would be useful now. I flipped around again. I don't want to turn this silly thing around right now. I mean, I will if I have to. I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to flip it. But also I need to find the part. There we go, got what I'm looking for. So I am filling in a gap on the front. Thing is, right, I almost know for sure that I'm gonna do this and then it's gonna immediately flip to the other side and then I'm gonna have to, like, turn it around again. I just don't want to do that. So this goes here, which is, well, dreamy angle. I mean, you can't actually see it, but like, look at that. Oh, perfectly lines up. That's perfect. That's perfect. Okay, and then let's see. Does the next step require me to turn the castle back around? No, actually, it does not. Very cool. I'm surprised. Although it is going to require me to search for a painfully long time for the inverted versions of these parts, which is always a fun delight. Wow, I've managed to find like 4 of them in a row. Nope. These are all facing the wrong way. I didn't even realise there were that many in the model that faced that way at any one time. My luck sometimes is an enigma to all. Relating back to the sound incident where my intonation sounds like Mr. Thomas, which is not sitting with me. I'm now curious. I'm like, so is that something you realised purely on joining the stream? And if so, how then did you find said stream if you did not know what I already sounded like? Did I show up in your recommended, or have you been following for a while and then this is just now your chance to tell me in person that I sound like Mr. Thomas? Because suddenly the logistics of this just became very interesting to me, because I realised that there's no way that this is your first interaction with me over channel, Amy. And then I'm thinking, how long has she been sat on this? Anyway, sorry, that thought was very random, but it is just what went through my mind. So I managed to drop a piece on the inside, which in the past was a lot easier to get out, but the problem is I've actually made it quite difficult to do that now. Let's get you back on there. Oh. Oh. How it fell. Okay. Problem solved. Maybe. I mean, it's not ideal. I hope that this stream serves as a reminder to everybody. The building this model may not be fun for you. Who would have thought? You've been watching for a while, but it's only just become apparent to you. Alright, fair play. Fair play. Nothing like a stream to make things obvious like that, right? I think it's fascinating as far as a why is that done completely differently? Oh, I never understand it when I do stuff like this. This is mad. Bring that forward. Okay, sure. Right, so we're done with that side. We're now moving over to the other side. Bear with me, I've just got to reset my computer. Okay. And maybe this might be the last of the light bluish grey Technique bricks. I suppose, I mean, I don't really script things, so I was going to say, I suppose hearing someone speak off the cuff in real life shows you more of their natural intonation, which I suppose is slightly true because you definitely perform when you're filming, right? Absolute drama queen over here. It's like, I'm performing on the stage. But I mean, it's not like I'm not performing now, it's just a different kind. But yeah, I suppose I'm closer to my natural intonation at this point, which might have helped things become a more apparent there. Anyway, I think it's interesting. Stuff like that interests me. Perception and all that jazz. Right, that's too long. That is not the correct piece. I should really just count. I should just count, but I don't, and I never learn. I never ever learn. There you go, that's the right one. Got ya. Okay, so from this point then, hopefully we're gonna hit, well, I've got to fill out this floor, we're gonna hit another like period of like verticality as we like move towards the top half of the model. We've got at this point to step 200 out of 300 on the main, and then of course there's the top section, which is different. So we are making good time. Not good time, sorry, good progress. But we will see what happens when we hit the outer walls, because they're either going to go super fast because there's a lot of like very similar parts, or they're going to take a lot longer because of reasons. I think I'm going to flip it around again. I shouldn't be holding it like this. Oh dear. I should not be holding it like this. Oh dear, 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 dear. We do have to do the stairs, which can always be a little interesting. I'm curious to see how those are going to go together actually, because I am potentially thinking they might not work. Like as in like they work, but they're going to be like a pain to put together for people, so that means they don't work. Right, what is happening here? Are you resting on something? Is there something in your way? Like, hello? Why are you not like sat down properly? Stick you. Okay, this is going to be a problem for people, just mainly because it's not doing its job. Okay, something's up here. Right, that's... Is that on now? Oh, okay. No, it's not. That's on. Okay. What is happening here? Why are you not working on the other side of the slide? Huh? Fine, let's put one on the top and see if that helps. Or I can actually add pressure in a nice way. Okay. I think it was just a little stiff. I thought the hinge was just being funny. So that's definitely like the first step that I actually think is like problematic for attaching. Like that's going to need extra assistance in the instructions, I think. Okay, well it's on now. It's doing something weird to that corner. Why are you lifting up? Oh, it's because there's a 1x1 plate underneath and we have a foundation to stand on. Rubbish. Sorry about that, guys. I had to get it sorted anyway. Anyway, it's fixed now. Fixed now. I hate stuff like that because it has no reflection on the design at all. It's just trouble. It's just trouble. And it's just frustrating because, like, you know it works. You can't see what's causing the problem, and then I investigated what I thought was causing the problem. I was like, oh, there's probably something underneath that's causing it to be uneven, and I couldn't see it. So I immediately tried something new because that's how that works, right? Something doesn't work, you go and you try another option until you find a solution. And you're doing everything right, but it just doesn't. And then it's even worse when you're eventually proven right. It's like, oh, I'm an idiot then, so. And things like that. But yeah, that's another win. That's another section on the castle. Imagine what it would be like streaming to do the big one, like the Giganto castle, because that would be an impressive series of streams. Okay, for some reason, this side is put together in a completely different order to the previous one, which is really weird because that's not usually the kind of usually I can remember like the symmetry. So it's kind of weird to me that the instructions are going in a different order. Maybe unless I got it like mirrored or something, I got confused, but which is very possible. I did do it quite late at night, if I remember correctly, for this stage. But it's not usually the kind of, I make a lot of mistakes when I do instructions, but it's not usually the kind of mistakes I make, so that is a bit odd. Right, where's this going? Like, what is happening here? Like that, I think. Let's try that. Yeah, cool. Oh no, that is. Oh, but it is right. I've just got this in the wrong spot. Okay. We're just being silly. There we go. We hit a little bit of a rough patch, but we're getting there. Oh my goodness, though, like, that's crazy. Like, why are you not going on? Come on, fix it. Fix it. Like, that needs support, clearly. That needs support. This is by far an inferior way of ordering these steps. So we'll take that lesson forward. Because you can see, and I think going back, I'll be able to tell as well, there's a huge difference in how well this piece went together versus how well the other side went together. That is not the right length. This one is though. Okay. It just feels less secure for now as well, but that will change as we go through. Okay, right, so this is an interesting step because it is something that should be a sub-assembly. So I believe it's the really long, like 2x16 here. What are we making? Oh, hi Noah, how are you doing? We are doing the sanctum today, so we are rebuilding my Hyrule Castle sanctum. As you can see roughly here, we are coming up to the throne room now, and I've just been fixing up some Technic frames because I need to rebuild this for myself, obviously, so partially for fun, but also it is its debut instruction test. So if this works correctly, which so far it pretty much is, bar some minor concerns, we are going to be releasing instructions for this model. Which on one hand is like great, but on the other hand it's a huge model. So like who knows if this is actually going to be something that people want, but we're doing it anyway. We are very much doing it anyway. And then yeah, we're just seeing how things are going, and I've promised to do it in one stream as well. The title does not display that anymore because I completely bodged up starting the stream. However, we don't talk about that. I'll fix it up in post. Okay, part of me's wondering if this should be attached before the... Oh, it can't be because of the Technic frame attachments. I was going to say, this doesn't feel like a great attachment to me, but it's not really much I can do about that, unfortunately. It's just kind of the nature of this shape. That's what you thought. I'm sure I've said a lot of things, so oh, you thought it was sanctum, right? Sorry, yeah, I'm catching up. I was like, I don't know what he means. Yeah, you thought I was doing sanctum. Cool. Yeah, I am indeed doing sanctum. I have built it before. I didn't build it on stream, so I wanted to eventually have that experience because I didn't build it on stream the first time, so I just wanted to enjoy it. And now, not that I'm not enjoying it on stream, but the first time's always special. So this time I wanted to just go through it, have a chat while we go, and just see what comes out of it. And hopefully, at the end of that, the instructions will be good and people will like them. They will not be free, unfortunately, which I know is part of the problem. Like, people would definitely use these instructions more if they were free. They will be cheap because this model has not caused me much trouble. But I have to protect the design somehow. But yeah, it's been a good day. I hope your day's going well. What have you been up to? What do we need now? A 1x2 and a 2x4. Here we go. And you. Where are we putting this? So I've got to focus for a second there. But there are a lot of pieces on the table today, which has been a bit of a mess, admittedly. It's fine. We'll get through it. Oh wow, that was actually, sorry, I actually looked at a piece I did and I was like, oh wow, that's a really cool technique. I'm glad I did that. Wow. See, occasionally I forget I'm building an Octane model and I praise myself. Most of the time I'm like, my models are trash. But then the rest of it, sometimes I'm looking at it and I'm going, yeah, no, actually that was a pretty clever technique there. Wait, as I always say, builder can build, wait, what? There's little moments which are quite fun. Where you look at something and go, oh wow, actually that's kind of smell. And I'm looking forward to having none of those when building Lookout Landing, because I just don't like that model. No, I'm partially joking. I'm hoping that having Lookout is going to make me appreciate it a lot more. But I don't expect to turn around and love it at the end of the day. I just hope I like it more enough to justify the cost. It's not a cheap model to do, but hopefully it'll be worth it. So there's only one way to find out, right? Like, that's actually build the thing. So, last parts order, it's coming. Hopefully next weekend. I say that knowing full well that I'm pretty sure it's going to come like the Monday, like after this coming Monday. So like I'm going to have to wait a whole another week after that or something. Probably. Something silly like that, I imagine. Right, did that? I missed another. Oh my goodness, you cannot trust me to follow simple instructions at all. Like, another piece that I missed off a previous step. Again. How do I keep doing that? You don't do it when you build normal instructions. Admittedly, I'm not building from problem instructions yet, am I? But unless I did put it on and it's fallen inside the build, that's also possible because it was quite like a... Oh dear. Ooh. What on earth was that? Okay. I don't hear anything, so I'm going to assume it's not on the inside. Okay, so what fell off here? Oh dear. Oh, it's nothing if not available. But so far, the list of trouble parts has been like really small, which is really good because it means that I don't have a huge amount of work to do or a huge amount of parts to order as I'm moving. That list may only consist of that one by one. And I really should have reprinted those stickers, shouldn't I? But oh well, you live in that. I mean, you can barely tell when it's under there. If anything, it makes the lighting look a bit more interesting, but it didn't look good when I held up to the camera, though, did it? But the new stickers are great. I'm really happy with those. Oh, there it is. It's right over there in the corner. That's a good one to get rid of. Okay. So shove that on there. And then, for some reason now, at step 205, when I think we placed them about 100 steps ago, we're now placing those 1x5 bricks, which I had on my lap. Sorry, those 1x5 plates that I had on my lap. The unfortunate thing being those plates are no longer on my lap, which means either at some point they fell off, or at some point I picked them up and I put them back onto the desk. Ah, there they are. They're over in the corner. I knew I kept them separate. Well, I didn't know. I hoped I kept them separate, like I promised and said I would. However, as we've proven many times, can I trust myself? No. No, I cannot. Okay, great. So this, in theory, should be the last bit of the floor. So I'm thinking he's about to go vertical again. That's in the wrong spot. Which is always exciting. I always call it too early. I'm like, oh, we're about to start working on the throne room, or like the second floor. And I'm like, no, we're not. Yeah, we've still got a couple of little bits to do, just along the front balcony. If you remember, we added all those wedges to that one specific side. I think I've still got them off to the side here. I'm surprised I haven't accidentally like mixed them back into like the massive pile of parts yet, but I haven't, so that's a win. But yeah, just the sort of finalization around the front, and then it's actually for real time to go vertical. It's just a surprising amount of like small things that need doing. And this floor is the last section on this section, so then, wow, that's great. So then once we do that, there's some side towers and stuff that we're dealing with, obviously, but then we actually go on to we'll remove this out of the way, or we'll shove it to the side, and then we'll be on the big chunky bit. But we've still got sort of two major sort of big walls to do before then, and of course a little roof segment as well. But of course, while we're going, as always, feel free to ask questions away. I will answer questions on pretty much any topic. Be myself, the channel, what's coming. That goes out over what I think of official sets, how I've seen things, and so on. So, because my love goes beyond this game, I'm a big Lego fan first, before the Zelda stuff. So, I know a lot about the brand, lots of hot takes as well. So, these streams are the perfect opportunity to ask away on any questions that you guys may have. But otherwise, I'm just going to keep a steady flow of commentary. Of course, answer your guys' comments as you leave them, but mostly, obviously, as much as I'm here to entertain, I'm also here to build. Right, yeah, so I've been holding these bits off to the side because I knew they were going to come up, and while I found them earlier, I was like, I'm not losing these again, because otherwise I knew they would take a good minute or two to search through and find, because they are the last two of their type of parts. And also, specifically with these guys, they're just a pain. They're small. And also, I found them both when I was looking for their like right-facing counterparts for the other side, which was an accident. And I also thought they were going to be needed sooner than they did, which they were not. Very classy. Okay, great. There we go. Nice smooth walkway around the outside. Absolutely perfect. So perfect, in fact, that I'm now adding the bases of the pedestals for the statues, which are actually another part of this model which has had a huge upgrade, because I managed to get my hands on grey torsos. This is an error that actually wouldn't have been noticed, I reckon, in the videos we've done on this castle. Wow, that's like weirdly strong. I knew it was strong because I built this before, but like I'm consistently surprised by how much weight that can take. Yeah, they weren't actually using the correct torsos because I'm silly. Oh, I'm not gonna find those now. I don't think. I mean, I found one of them by accident, but I don't think I'm gonna find the other one of those anytime soon. Yeah, let's just leave that as a pending thing. None of that olive green cheese slope's not shown up yet either, which is kind of suspicious. I hope it is here somewhere and I haven't lost it. Oh well, it's not a big deal if I have, because they're cheap parts. I'll be able to find a spare. I've probably got a spare on me or something. Would just be a shame. But it's not like it's a super important piece, because I do keep those quite safe. Am I cornering? Yeah, I am, okay. I wasn't sure how we did this setup, but yeah, for some reason I made it weirdly unsymmetrical. Surprising amount of those used in this model as well, actually, the 2x2 corner tiles. And that's one of them done. Yeah, so the decorative columns and stuff are going to go over there, and I've still got to find another one of those 1x2s with the gorilla neck, because there's so many like 1x2s in the set. I assume we'll just come across it naturally as we're building up the walls on the next layer. So I think I'm just gonna, like I said, I think I'm just gonna wait and find it then. Just it'll happen naturally. It just makes more sense than me faffing around for 20 minutes or so, turning every single piece over, just going like, is it this one? That being said, I bet it's probably staring me right in the face. Okay, right, looks like we're starting the walls, so we're going to flip this around. Back to the outside. Now that we're going to be here for a while, actually, I'm going to reattach this piece that broke up. But yeah, like, look, I can just sort of swing it around, I can hold it. I can also hold it by here. I'm not going to because there is some peel there, but there'll be a wall here supporting it. But yeah, I can just completely chuck it around. All of the new parts went in well. The new support systems made me much happier with it. Yeah, I'm very happy with the upgrades. I am very happy with how this is going. And that is an absolute chunk of Lego. That's going to then sit back over here while we build some walls. Great. So, this is hopefully going to be a quite fast part of the build. And I don't say that because I want this to be over, but just because I do think speed is good. So we should just be effectively brick stacking for a bit. I'm just a little concerned. Yeah, okay. Sorry, there was a step I was expecting a lot earlier, and I've just like reclocked the fact that I hadn't done it. So this is this size one, and we just need to find a 3. And actually, it's good. I've immediately derailed my. We're going to make so much progress, and we're going to have so much speed. We will in a second, but I've just got to, unfortunately, rip all of this up. There we go. So I missed a little overlap. It's purely decorative, but the point of this is to just fill in that gap there that was off to the side. I'll bring it. No. No, 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 no. I don't know what point of the build I'm supposed to add those, where it's nice and easy. Cool, okay. So, the weird thing about this one is it's just a weird spot. It doesn't have any support underneath it, which is probably problematic. I probably should consider adding something like that. Because there's nothing underneath. In fact, I might just do that now. Let's just reach down to my spares parts drawer. What do I have that could be used for this? Not a great deal at the moment, actually. A lot of this, I don't have a good parts collection here because nothing's gone wrong with any of the builds. But I've only got 1x2 brick, but it's not going to work for both sides. Yeah, why not? Let's stick a like, random 1x2 brick on it. Oh, actually, no, those might be each important. I forget. I don't know. I think let's just stick it on and just hope for the best. Again, they worked on the previous version of this model, so I think it's just a me thing. Oh, okay, no, that was where the problem is happening. I've dropped a piece on the floor again. Oh no, it's all falling apart. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I shouldn't say, oh wow, we're about to go vertical and all this good stuff's going to happen. Okay, so the problem we've got is that when I apply pressure, the piece falls off. So let's just get this on. Can I like rip this off to give myself better access? That would be ideal, actually. Okay, so it looks like of all parts, this one needs to be added earlier, I think is the takeaway. Because no, don't fall on the inside again. There we go, okay. Because I need to be able to attach them from underneath. That is, okay, this is very much a change that needs to be made. Like, this is an active, like, problem. Wow, it may even need to be done before we attach those walls as well, because this is horrific. Okay, never mind. So that's gone on now. Ooh, that was a bad one. Okay. That's something to fix, especially for something that's so effectively unnecessary. And I mean unnecessary in like it doesn't affect the structural stability at all in any way. It is purely for visuals. Which is an important thing, don't get me wrong. But it is effectively just looks. I mean, it's so superfluous that I forgot about it. The only reason I remembered was I did not see them in instructions. I did not see them in. The only reason I remembered was because I remembered that I did something weird with them when I made the instructions to like add them. Crowd goes silent while he attempts to get some good clutch power, which I don't think I got, and my finger is not long enough. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. Oh, what are you? Where did you come from? Are you important? Or are you just random? I think you're just random. Okay. Okay, crisis averted. We can go back to walls now. Trouble over. There was no real trouble to begin with, it's just something I should have done earlier and forgot about. Okay, right. Wall. Okay, great. So we are now for real this time. For real. 1/6? Yeah, 1/6. Cool. We're going to add some clips for some candles later on as well. So this is where like the real like scaling battle begins, and where I have to start like actually thinking about what's too much texture and what's not enough texture and so on. So that is nice and simple, straightforward walls. But of course, a lot of masonry bricks. There were exactly 100 in this model. Exactly. That was not planned, but it did work out. Luckily, I've been collecting masonry bricks on the pad wall for an eon. Because I love them, and one day I would really love to build that big hyrule castle, which uses so many of them. It's about 6,000 potentially, and obviously that model is not finished yet, so it will be more. So every time I see them on the wall, I grab them, because one day I fear they will stop producing them, which would be a disaster if they ever did. But so I just gotta hope, really, that they never do that. However, I want to grab as many as I can, and they've proved really useful. So unfortunately, my stash is actually a little bit depleted, because there are some of them in this. There's about 30 in Secret Cave Discovery as well, which obviously I've gathered parts for, and I'm not going to buy 30 masonry bricks when I've got maybe 400 of them sat in my cupboard. I think it is probably about a selection, about 400 of them. But yeah, why would I use them? So like it's good that I'm using them. I prefer being able to use bricks that I have while I can, because ordering is expensive, which is not a worries me. I don't mind doing it, but it's a truth, right? So why would I not use parts on the wall when I can? There were a couple of really exciting ones actually, like leftover parts from the castle, when I had a bit of an oops, and I accidentally ordered double the amount of the big column brick that I needed for the castle, which at the time I was a little frustrated with, just because obviously they're not the cheapest of parts, and I was like, how does this happen? How do I order exactly double of something? Like, it's not like I did the maths wrong. It does all the maths for me, so I still don't really know how that happened. But either way, I knew it wasn't going to be too big of a deal, because it's such a useful part, given how common they are. I always go through my spare box as well to see what I can shave off the budget. I think by going through my parts collection, I was able to shave nearly £40 worth of parts off of Secret Cave Discovery. So it's a real example of being able to save money by using my own collection. So I don't regret using the parts that I'm effectively saving for the future castle at all, because they'll all get used, and you never know, maybe one day I'll get sick with this one, and then I can just use the parts from it as well, and then those 100 go back into the system. Also, I'm going to be completely honest with you, 100 in the grand scheme of things for a model that size is not going to make a difference at all, so I'm not worried. Plus, we're still years off. I'd rather just enjoy this castle for now. Me expecting and failing, why I did not think twice about using my own parts collection to take cost off the model today, instead of worrying about a model 10 years from now. Hopefully it's not 10 years. Imagine if it's another 10 years before I get started on that big one. Breath of the Wild could nearly be 20 years old, potentially. I would love to finish that castle. I mean, I'd love to finish that castle next year, but it's just not going to happen. Like when Breath of the Wild turns 10, but I think unless I focused in on it and then also quit my job, which I'm not doing, it's not on the table, I don't think that big Hyrule Castle would be finished. And even then, I think it would be close to this if we said finish it by March of 2027. So I think we're somewhere like in the nebulous range where we round to a 50% completion. But that does not mean that we are close, because there's still the interior and all of like the fine stuff, and then a lot more rock work, and obviously the sanctum as itself is huge. I'm really only measuring in distance to the sanctum, not the actual doing of the sanctum, which I know is stupid, but that's just the way I measure it, because the sanctum is by far the most important and exciting part that I'm looking forward to doing. Obviously can't do that if the rest of it's not finished. Cool. Okay. So notice how that wall went up really quick, like really quick. Now technically, like the rock work beneath it, all of these are done in like sections, like 4 section chunks, because you get either side of the waterfall and then either side of the main door. So that's just sort of how I view it. So that's effectively a quarter done, I reckon. Although some of them are more simple than others. So it just depends on the texturing and obviously how quickly I find certain parts and so on. But this side seems to be going pretty quickly. Can we see it well on the camera? No, it doesn't. We can't really see the walls that I'm working on, isn't it? Which is a little bit of trouble. I could try and bring it forward, but I don't really want parts going around the back, because then I'm not going to be able to see them, which is going to kind of problematic when you're like when you build a castle. Is if you can't see physically what you're doing and what you're working with. It's not in Darbush Grey. Why? I think it'd be so easy to find. There we go. It's right in front of me. Typical. Okay, cool. And then just some plate layers, because we got little steppy uppies, which take us to the 2 corner turrets, which I will get out of their box at some point. They are, I said, they are already fully built, because quite frankly, I just wasn't going to be faffed with them. They're not like an exciting part of the build that I felt really keenly about doing to experience the whole of the model. Like this part of it, I really did want to experience again, because I really enjoyed building it the first time. It was a lot of fun. Right, those. So like, I hope that building Lookout was a similar experience from that perspective. I'd like it to take a little bit of time. I mean, obviously it will, just by the nature of having 3,000 parts on the table with no bags. That always takes time, and with a small desk like this as well, it will take slightly longer. However, there is a tiny bit of like time pressure on it to just get through it, so that I can order the Secret Cave Discovery, which might be why I do that smaller order in advance for like any parts I can get my hands on, sure, but prioritizing Lookout or something, and then just doing a separate order. Because I mean, yeah, it'll be worse for like shipping, but like, it won't be that much worse, especially if I can make sure I actually get all the parts that they have for Secret, but just know that I'm not actively finishing Secret, or I just order Secret as it is, and then just know there will be problematics and changes, and just make the 3rd order then. I think either way, there's 3 orders in my future. What I really want to do is I want to minimize bricks and pieces going forward. Like, I love bricks and pieces. I don't want to order from bricks and pieces until the new green air tanks are from there, because I think my next bricks and pieces order will be my last one for a while, at least for a little bit, maybe up until the summer. So I want to get the legs for the Kraken Knights, because I don't have those yet, and I need those. So I've got the torsos and shields and stuff on the way, but for some reason the legs were out of stock. They came into stock like a day later. So I need to make sure that I get those. But if I'm not making another one for a while, I want to have the last of the Spaceman parts, which came out in October, so they should be added to bricks and pieces. I want to say next month. I think they're going to be added in February. But we'll see. I mean, I don't know. So it might be that I do just make the order. Once those become available, I order those, and the rest of the parts, because obviously sometimes parts are much cheaper on bricks and pieces, especially rare parts, but it depends what I'm prioritizing. What I don't want to happen is another situation like we've had with Lookout Landing, where I have almost all of the parts here, and I've spent that money on it, and then I can't actually do the build because I'm waiting on a bricks and pieces order, which gets delayed at this time of year. So what I would like to happen is that bricks and pieces only contain parts that are hard to get or are not essential, so like decorative elements, so that I could at least test the main build myself without waiting on that parts order. Because effectively those parts are like dead weight right now, right? Like they're all set aside for a project. They're here, they're going to get used, they're going to be worth their money eventually. But they've been just sat here for like 3.5 weeks while I'm waiting for parts. And I'm like, I don't really want that to happen again. I would like to be able for parts to come in and then maybe wait a couple of days and then just be able to use them. Or at least use them to an extent. So I think I want to be more careful or more targeted, because especially again, if you think about it, if I wait until after Lookout's done, then I will have finished Lookout as a build. So it's not like I'll be building stuff in the meantime, I'll just be waiting again. And if it's another 3 weeks, then we're talking into March by the point we're starting this. And then suddenly you're a month away from shows. And that's when stuff starts getting problematic. So that's why I don't like it when the bricks and pieces stuff is really delayed. So something, food for thought, I think. I need to reconsider how I'm using them as a software, because it does save money, and at the end of the day, should I care at all if it's saving me on the cost of the orders? But a month waiting is kind of insane. I know it's nothing compared to pre-orders, right? But like, it's not the same thing. Because it's not like I can like delay the bricks link orders, because sometimes the bricklink stuff will go out of stock, so they have to be done at the same time, but their difference in shipping times is horrific. It's not too bad when it's 10 working days. Except for it has not been 10 working days in the better part of half a year. And I don't mind when it's a small parts order. So hopefully no more essential parts in the next one, I think is the dream. I would like to get some of the newer, rarer parts that I'm going to be using on Builds Like Grimlow, because like they will be expensive otherwise. So there are certain scenarios where I think I will. We'll see. We'll see. At the end of the day, it's all first world problems. Okay, big 5x6 panel on the wall. One more layer of pieces, and then I will show it to you guys. One to there, one to there, and then a 1x4. So we've still got to add all like the decorative bits to it as well, unfortunately, right? Like at the moment it's just a plain wall, but that is neither here nor there. One of those, and also a slope like that. Cool. Okay, so we have all that side there. So 2 main windows, big door. And then on the inside, we have one little brick portion, which I need to check is correct. Yeah, cool. Okay, I didn't bodge it up. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Neat. So a couple more elements to add, and then I think either we're doing the other side or we're doing the inside. I don't really know. I think probably the other wall, and then do all the inside stuff at once, but you never know. I've been wrong about this. Been wrong about this kind of thing before. Either way, that came together very quickly, which I'm very pleased about, because it's nice to have a good, solid bit of progress, nice and quick. That looks really nice. Nice bit of texturing. Yes, I agree. Thank you, Amy. And it will get better because on top of that, it will have like the banners and the candles. So that will just help to sort of diffuse some things a bit and just make things feel a little better. Because I agree with you, it's a nice level, but it does look a little bit empty at the moment. Just a little bit. So for example, I think it's candles now. Oh, I've just seen that this like plume feather piece that I'm using for like a writing quill later on is getting very close to the edge of my tip. But yeah, let's add 2 candles to here. And then it goes straight to the other side, so I'm not actually going to be able to show you the increased level of detail that I'm pretentiously going on about, but that's fine. Okay, so for some reason I want that to go down there. Okay, sure. Okay, and then it jumps over to the other side, which I believe, and I wouldn't quote me on this because it's a little scandalous, but I believe this is a direct mirror. Which is cool, only from the perspective of you would never know, because usually I don't like mirroring things in my builds. the big castle, the one that I really should be using mirroring on, has no mirroring or repeated textures of rockwork anywhere. I do it all by hand from scratch, which is insane. And no one ever believes me when I tell them that. However, I do. It's true. And yet here, on the teeny tiny castle that broke my will to exist, I had decided to mirror. Which is a little debatable, like why? Surely you'll notice. But no, once the detail and stuff covers it up. The original version of this was far too textured, and actually there was a conscious effort to make the castle slightly less textured the higher up you go, so the floors after this are a lot more plain, partially because of the bricks I chose to use to keep the cost down, and that was the decision that was made, not for this version of the model, but for the playset style version when I was trying to mimic like Lego as much as possible. So, whereas this version has slightly enhanced features to make it a better display and convention piece. Do we know what the crown means? Like the new winning system on these streams? This is part of their like hype or like top commenter stuff, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know how this works. Very very confusing. Go one there. And a round piece. There we go. We of course have the sub arches as well. I think it's the most active chatter. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. Seems a bit redundant. Like, not just because obviously the nature of this chat, but like just in general, it just seems a little redundant. I suppose they're competing with Twitch, but it's just a bit random. Oh well. It makes you feel good, right? Like it's an extra value added thing for you guys, so I will not complain. I will not complain at all. Right. So there was this little section here which was really awkward to do because of the stairs. They need complete support on the inside, so in order to make them strong, I had to angle some bits. That actually adds some free texture to the wall at the same time. However, it does make a really interesting sort of level of like compromise for like, was this actually possible? This was one of those sections in studio where I was again like, oh, I don't know if this is going to work in real life, but for completely different reasons than the last time. And this was because of sort of like tension and thinking if I was stressing parts or not. Turns out the part's more forgiving than we thought, either that or I just got really lucky with the angle because it was actually so unproblematic, which was not expected at all. There probably is some like pulling, but it's not to like a level where you can notice, or a level which causes trouble for the part. So therefore it is not a problem as far as I'm concerned. Like it's well within tolerance. The parts slot on, it's about as beautiful as I could ask for, really. About as beautiful as I could ask for. And one of those in there. One of these on here. And then a 1x1 rounded plate. Somewhere in here, there is one, I am sure of it. And it also, I mean, that was deliberate, right? Like it needed to be positioned in this spot, but luckily there was a window here, so I was able to work it into the window frame because it would have been a little bit awkward if it was if it wouldn't. We actually had trouble fitting the throne in there. That was a problem. Where is this like severely common part? I imagine it must be the last one of its kind. Right, there's that there. For some reason there's a bit of a dip down in the window there, no idea why that is. And then we go straight back to wall time, and that is speed. Because the walls are easy. Luckily there's actually still quite a few of the like 1x1 cheeses and stuff. I still haven't found that olive green part. I genuinely think that might have fallen off somewhere, maybe even in like show transport or something. Unless I made a mistake earlier in the build, obviously. Like, again, as I said, it really doesn't matter because it's like not hugely important, but it's just bizarre that it never showed up. Really weird. Right, and a 1x3. I mean, as I've said that now, I'm pretty sure it's going to show up in the next couple of minutes, but... and if it does, fine by me. Fine by me. looks a bit odd. Why is that like that? What is happening though now is I'm noticing more of the 1x1 with studs on 2 corner side piece coming up. So I'm suggesting, I think that's becoming, that means that the part I'm looking for, which is the stud with one side, is becoming less common as I use more of them. I think the corner ones are used at the top of the tower potentially, if I remember correctly. I do know this stuff about my own model, I promise, but it just isn't important right now. Yeah. Is that on the... Yeah, that's facing in. It's okay. Where's the, like, normal version of it? Oh my. We reached that point in the middle where, like, stuff just starts going wrong. Like, find the piece, please, I beg of thee. Where are you? I suppose the reason we have ratio problems so far is because most of them are in the side towers, which is the side that took out the build. So I remember having significantly more trouble with that as an aspect earlier. I don't know, where have they gone? What is going on? Help. I think that is reeking of a mistake, personally. Because I've got 2 of them and they both have studs on the side, which is not correct at all. Yeah, I think I've got trouble. Didn't want to sound the alarm bells, but I think I'm going to have to. Right, let's check the floor first. You're just like tinsel. Okay. Really great job. Should have hoovered that up a while ago. Okay, so the problem seems to be that I know I need one of these for later, but there's one of these that I should have used earlier on, I think. So what I need to do is go back and check through the previous wall section and see if I've misused one. Nope, that was a 1x1 plane. Ooh, bingo. Where is that? That is on this wall segment over here. You should be one, and no, hang on a minute. What's going on there? So it's saying that, oh yeah, you should be and you should be. So those 2 are. So no, so I do need 2 more of these. So there is on the table somewhere. Okay, well at least that's good to know. Let's go back forwards. Right. And somewhere on this table is supposedly a 1x1 brick. Great odds. I've got absolutely perfect, great odds at finding this. It's important. It's like, it's life or death, right, guys, clearly. Whether I can find it or not. Oh, that explains what that is for later. We're going to need that, so I'm going to bring that over here. There's a little dark over this side. Let's check over there. I mean, this was bound to happen eventually. There's always one. There's always one that causes trouble. Just hoping it's going to be the only one today. Unfortunately, because it's like a wall brick as well, it's not really one we can just skip and move on. And I don't have the parts on me to sub it, because it's not like an unsubbable part either, it's just... I want to check the floor again, because I have seen one of them on the floor at one point. I should also try behind the actual castle itself, because honestly it's not completely immune to, yeah, like there was like a flame under there. It's crazy. So lift this up a bit. Get my wall protector back down. See, this is where we really lose the time when you do stuff like this. Like, it's never actually, can I build the thing in the allotted amount of time, because I already know the answer, because I've done it before and I know what I'm capable of. It's just when stuff goes wrong, or when you start chatting away, neither of which are obviously unexpected or impossible to happen, or even that damaging when they do, because it's effectively a guarantee, right? You build that into your estimations, is that stuff will go wrong, but it's like it has no solution. It starts to cause trouble. Well, I know we're going to need that at some point, so that's fine. And it's usually something silly as well, so that's great. And then my foot steps in something that I feel is like a brick, but it's not. I'm trying to think, what can I do about this? Oh, what we have found though is one of these, and this is the part that I was looking for earlier, so that's good. That was decorative, so that one wasn't a problem. It's weird that I can't see either of those dark 10 tiles or the olive green, and then now this one by one as well. I don't know. Hi Pitch, how you doing? I did recognise you based off the profile. You did not need to worry about your name change. What we have going on here is the currently stalled build of the Sanctum from Breath of the Wild's castle. We're doing it all in one sitting, which the thumbnail and name would have told us if I hadn't have bodged everything up. So I am currently looking for a part that is presumed missing. Yay! Woo! He's so good at his job. Yay! And I have no idea where it's gone, which means I probably misused it somewhere, which is also a great outcome because I have no idea where in this mode, which is great. I love it when this happens. This is so much fun. This is the best part of mock building, when everything just decides to say no for a reason. Decent progress you're seeing, yeah, highly woven. We've just hit the first sort of roadblock, that being supposedly missing one by one brick, which is not usually the type of part to go missing, so I'm a little offended. However, we're going to find it. But yeah, we're effectively up to, I think over halfway at this point, right? Like, we've got both walls here, candles, and we're just finishing up this one. It should have been done by now if the piece hadn't gone missing. And then it's interior, and then the top of the castle. So, what's this brick? You're not like entirely wrong. There's still some left to go. I do think we're over halfway there. I know what the time is, 4 PM here. So, don't know about that 7 PM finish goal. I mean, it seems alright. It seems possible. Stream is crazy fun, and you're gonna have to up your volume there because I have to be a metric mile away from the microphone today. Because in order to fit this thing in shot, I have to be all the way over here. So, volume up is my only answer. I said, I do not have another suggestion, and I refuse to come up with one. I'm wondering if the part might be just somewhere that it's not supposed to be. Your laptop was just having a stroke. Okay. It's something to see the staircase inside. Me too. I would love to get to the staircases right about now. That would be ideal. Right, should we just skip it? Should we just leave a hole in the wall that I'm totally not going to regret later? Either that, or as I could go and try and steal it from another model. It's just I don't know which one would have a 1x1 dark blue square brick. Because I've got these two, right? And I just don't know what to do. Because it's clearly not here. Well, it probably is. This is the problem. It's probably on the floor, right? We're going to go steal it from somewhere. Who should we steal from? Can't steal it from you. You don't have any. Ooh. Okay, right. Theft time. Theft time. Because I'm convinced it's going to show up later, we could steal it from either one of these two. Like, these are the two bags for Lookout Landing. They're absolutely massive. Is this the big one? No, it is not. It's the play scale one that I launched last year. Like, there's no way there's not one in here. It's just, I don't really want to pour this out. So can I like see one at the top? But yeah, these are the 2 bags for Lookout Landing. I've still got another 700 parts to come, which is crazy. I know the Decatry torch is not plate tiling a brick, which the Decatry torch is not made of. I also don't have my Decatry with me. So, okay, so we're going to steal one from GSI. This is Great Skyland. I know this model has some. But no, Pix, this is the play scale one, which you say, is it the large one? And I go, well, yes, it is physically large. It's just not the large one you're referring to, which is the like true behemoth. Okay, there we go. Problem solved. So when we find one later on, we got to remember it came from GSI. I don't know what's caused the trouble, Pix, with the flipping. So you're going to have to elaborate if you want me to explain myself. But no, this is the playset Scampton that debuted in Wave 2 of the Custom Set Showcase, but also is just a really large, cool castle model. And the reason we're doing this is instructions. So the goal for this is to check that everything works, everything's in good order, and that it's stable enough, and then I can finally format it. And also to make sure that this is in like a good order for instructions as well, because that is something that is often overlooked. Although, as I pointed out earlier, I'm a bit of a hypocrite when it comes to that, because I've made several motions of things that I think should change, and I haven't actually changed any of them. So, we'll see. You're still taking apart your tree. The waterfalls are cool, thank you. I do really like the waterfalls on this. And technically speaking, right, I've got a treasure chest here. I can, like, get them behind the waterfalls. It's just a bit painful to do. But I can hide it like you're magnetising it behind the waterfalls. Like so. Which I think is really neat. So, you can see a treasure chest in there, which is cool. I'm glad you're still constructing your tree. Remind me again, which one are you rebuilding it to? Do you currently have it as Ocarina, right? If I'm remembering. And are you changing it to Breath of the Wild? Are you going to just rebuild Ocarina? Are you dusting? Like, what's happening with this tree? I love that in the process of showing that I did break both waterfalls, because I need this chest out for later on. But I really like that I can fit something underneath it. That was one of the sort of like design ethoses behind it. I mean, arguably the whole design ethos around this castle was to have it raised up. I wanted to include the battle room, and then that meant, of course, raising it up, and that, of course, gave it some visual distinction from a lot of the other LEGO horror castles out there. Because let's be honest, right? People have done better Breath of the Wild horror castles than this one. However, so I really wanted this one to be unique in some way, and this was how I decided to do that. And I really do think it worked, because yeah, it doesn't look as much like any of the horror castles, and I've definitely had moments where I've looked at it and gone, you are very ugly as a model. I have come around on it, and I really like the making. Thinking of keeping it over to you, just cleaning everything, making sure you have over the parts. Also, didn't you already do this? Yes, I did, and then I took it apart. As I have to, I have no choice. I don't have enough space to hold all of these models at any one time. However, it is impossible to do instructions without checking things and taking stuff apart. Right? Like, I have studio files, but if I am releasing something to Le Public, I need it to be in the best shape possible that I am capable of, which involves rebuilding stuff. So not only is this fun, but it is also a necessary part of my rules for myself when it comes to instructions. And I'm strict with these rules, so don't do exceptions. We went through all that chaos, and I'm pretty sure that one by one brick is going to show up within like the next 5 minutes just to spite me. As is always the way with these things. But yes, I did build it. I did not build it live though, which is why we're here. Because I wanted that experience of building my own mock to be special. Which it was. I actually had a great time putting it together the first time. And it was my moment. So, for myself. The same will be true with those massive bags for Lookout Landing. And then that will, and another reason is it's just chaotic. Doing this the first time, I mean, even doing it the second time like now, it's still also chaotic. Please don't mean another one. I really don't want to do that again. I really don't want to have to go looking again. Please don't do another one. Please, 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 please. Please, I beg, do not send me on another quest for something ridiculous. Luckily this one doesn't matter, it's a decorative part, but still not ideal. I mean, you know what, I'm fed up with that. I'm moving on. Let's just keep moving. I will find that 1x3 later. It's not important right now. So this is the last of the 4 wall segments now. And then it's stair time, because I know that's what Hylian was hoping for, but also because it is actually going to be stair time. And I do think the stairs are one of the cooler parts of the build. And I'll make sure we go through it properly because it's cooler. And because instructions for this is going to be available soon anyway, so I don't have to hide every aspect about it. And I'm pretty sure I've done a pretty good job of hiding the model in the background so that no one would be able to rebuild it for the video, even though you're more than welcome to try. Quite frankly, if you're able to recreate this castle from watching this stream, then I think all power to you. You've gone through enough suffering. And you have it. There's the Octane endorsed way to use my instructions without the buying the instructions or using the free instructions, because I respect the hustle. I think it takes skill. As someone that has done that in the past, and as someone that sells instructions, I understand both sides of the story, and I am cool with that, because the skill level is quite high. Aha, there it is. I was looking for a clip. No, I'm not saying that theft is a skill issue. I'm saying that individual people recreating designs is, okay. Now, do I believe that the thieves have the ability to actually do that from my model? No. And also, when they do, it's still not like they can pass it off as their own because my instructions are out there. Or will be, right? Like, I have video proof. But I know what you mean though. I don't believe that's how they steal the designs. I think they just take instructions off of Ripple. I don't believe they're that clever. In fact, I know they're not that clever because when I bought my own stolen design because I was curious, they just had used my instructions. And then I complimented myself because I was like, wow, these instructions are decent. And I'm like, oh wait, that's because they're mine. I made them. But also I believe it's good practice as well. So I think for people trying to get into the hobby, I think learning and trying to backwards engineer stuff, it will almost certainly be different, right? Like I haven't shown you enough of this, that the interior of this is going to be the same. Now obviously, is that what matters, right? Like, oh wow, you didn't use my patented technique for the base, then clearly it's still theft. But I am not going to go after any one individual that tries to recreate this castle without paying for the instructions, that also will be available you for cheaper than it's worth your time. I don't price mine so exorbitantly. I do genuinely believe that if you don't have time, it's not worth the time, right? Like, I'm not selling them for that much. I'm not profiteering. It's just enough to deter people. Not that that works. I know, maybe I just have respect for it because I've done it. But yes, clearly theft is a skill issue. It's a great way of phrasing it. Oh no. Okay, there's definitely been an issue happen somewhere because I've just found a second 1x1 brick. So that actually clears things up a lot because it does mean that somewhere I have placed two dark bluish grey bricks that should have been light bluish grey. So, and I've done it twice, which means it's symmetrical. Which means I have suspicions about where it could be. This was not what I was hoping for. This is really not what I was hoping for. I'll be completely honest. I'll be completely real about it. This is less than ideal. This is very, 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 very suboptimal. To the point that what I'm going to do is I'm going to go select by type. Oh, no, by type and color. And I'm going to find all of the light bluish grey ones. I'm going to see where are they in the model. Well, it's not those 6 along the front. All the ones along here are all fine. It's selected 10, so where are the others? The others are up, so that's not it. Oh wait, but I'm supposed to be selecting dark bluish grey ones that should have been done in. No, I'm not, because there's 8 of them, and all of them are in the walls, but 2 of them are supposedly missing. Okay. What about those? Well, there's only 6 of those. 2 of them are up there, and then 2 of them are there. They are. No, okay, those are fine. Well, this is a bit of a puzzle. So what are those? Those are just 1 by 1s, and there's 8 of those. And there's 2 of them there, that's fine. We're trying to figure out what's going on with the last 2 over here. And there's supposed to be 2 at the bases down here. Okay. So again, not problematic. How many of those are there? Well, there's 12 of those. But that's not right. Huh. You're 1 by 1? You are 1 by 1. There's 10 of you. And there's 6 of you. There's 1 down here, 1 down here, 1 down here. Then 1 down here, 1 down here, and then 1 down there. Okay. And where are the other 4? They're at the top, which I haven't built yet. So where on earth? Oh, I bet. Okay. Is it going to be like 1 by 2s or something? Like if I hide this, like you're a 1 by 2. I've got to select by type and colour. How many of you are there? There's 4 of you. There's 4 of you in the base. So that is a potential concern. But I also have like no way of checking this, I think. Short of some fairly like dramatic surgery. But I also have no real choice unless I can. I do have a choice, because if I can find one, then I know it's not that. But oh, there is one. Okay, right. So it's one of those. So I've done something really stupid, basically. Great. That's exactly what we love to hear. Again, this is, as unfortunately, is fairly common. Like stuff like this just happens. But okay, not that one. Noted. Not that one. Great. Now I have to like somehow actually attach this back together. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. The problem with like investigative journalism, and by that I mean ripping into my model to figure out what mistakes I made. Okay, fine, just whatever. Whatever. Prefer you to like go back there, thank you. Okay, that's one side checked. No luck there. I hope you're enjoying your coffee, autistic break. Oh, rubbish. No, that one's also fine, which, please tell me, means that the last one is the troublemaker. Please don't tell me I did this for nothing. I did this for nothing, great, okay. Did anyone else see that? Oh no. Oh dear. Okay, right, so we're no closer to knowing where the issue is. What? Where's this coming from? What happened here? Okay, right, so we caused some trouble. So effectively, this does not help us out of this situation because currently there is a trouble problem somewhere in this model and we do not know where yet. I've also just managed to break both my wattles and also send a part flying somewhere. Do we know where? We question the rocket powered play features. Yeah, no, those shouldn't really exist. Right, let's fix this up, guys. Just ever so quick. Okay, so we've still got a mystery. We know that somewhere I have misused a 1x1 brick. So what I need to do is I need to go through all the uses of 1x1 bricks in the model and account to make sure I didn't use them incorrectly. Now, previously thought I only would be dumb enough to do this for the other grey colour, right? Because that's usually how issues like this happen, is it's like, oh whoops, it's supposed to be light bush grey, I used dark bush grey, or whatever. However, it's not the case, is it? That's clearly not what's happened. So now what I need to do is I need to go and instead of searching by type and colour, I just need to search by type. And search for others. Luckily for me, hopefully, this isn't going to take too long. Right, so we're searching by type. I want to show 11 items and I want to search that. Okay, it's telling me there are 18 of them. Almost all of them are around here and then some of them up the top. Oh, okay, there are some there. 1, 2, those are both in dark bush grey already, so that's not trouble. I don't know why you're facing outwards. You should not be facing outwards. There we go. That should make you stronger. Yeah, the rocket powered play features was just a little bit insane. That should not have happened. Alright, why are you not going now? Come on. Oh, trash. It's all falling apart. Well, you know, it wouldn't be an octane string. It just wouldn't be an octane string. Huh. What is going on there? That's not supposed to happen. I mean, admittedly, yeah, right, and I know they're not... Is that a problem? What are you? You're a brick with modified stud, you're a brick with modified stud inside. You're not supposed to be able to attach. Ah, there we go. Don't know what was the trouble there, but it's fixed now. Okay, so it's not a 1x1. There's 2 of them missing. There is a 2x2 in here, but there must be more of them that have been used somewhere else because apparently there's only 4 of them in the entire thing, which also does not strike me as correct. So it's the fact there's 2 of them which has got me like to support this theory, because 2 of the same piece doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. Not like this. Which means something must be up, which means there's a mystery to solve, and I love solving a mystery. Most of the time. That being said, I'll get sick of this very, very quickly. Okay, dark bluish grey parts. I want to search for 1x2s. I mean, just like, come on guys, I just want like a run at this. Like, can we just not have one of these streams? Doesn't go medium. There is 5. Okay, why is there 5? Where are they? Can you show me them, please? I beg. Oh, is that? Okay, rubbish. Okay. Okay, so it's not a 1x2. Which means it must be a stud that should have been a snot brick then. Let's go with that as a theory. Let's try that. So there are 18 snots that should be snots around, including some dark bluish grey ones, but realistically I'm actually interested in ones that I've placed that shouldn't have been placed, which doesn't happen very often, I will admit. It actually can't have happened. So we're still just left with a mystery. It says that there's, what, 2 around both sides of the fountain. I wonder if something could have gone on around there, like, but that's the big rock pieces though. So that ain't right. Then there's the 2 either side of there, they're also huge, so that can't be right. And then there's the 4 that I've placed. Also not right. Unless there was some submodels or something down here that I just didn't see. But I don't think so. I don't think we've done any of that yet. Oh dear guys, what a mess. Okay, let's try like an inset one or something, because I'm supposed to have 2 on that wall. 3 on both walls. Okay, so do I have 1 there? Yeah. 1 there, fine. 1 there, and I haven't got up high enough to do the other 2 on that side yet. Oh wait, there's 8 of them. Where are the other 2? Oh no, they're in the front. Okay, I haven't done those then. Okay, well, it is becoming unclear what has gone wrong. I don't see any like slopes that shouldn't be here. I mean, realistically, the only way to do this now is just to steal another part, just keep going, and then whatever's left at the end will reveal the answer. So I think that might be the best course of action, I think. Let's just go back to the instructions. So let's grab Great Sky Island again. Which, admittedly, at this point, I am just assuming I have a second copy of that part. It's cool when you get to the point where you have enough mocks that you can steal from those parts instead of official sets. I never like stealing from official sets for parts. Obviously, I'm going to be placing orders soon anyway, so it's not a big deal. It's just weird that 2 of the same part doesn't happen. Something fishy's going on. Okay, great. So GSI does not have what I'm looking for, so I'm going to have to make it out of 3 1 by 1. GSI has a modified one, but I don't really want to use a modified one in there if I have to, so here's our alternate plan. I mean, also what could have happened is the 2 of them could be stuck together somehow, like, and then they just don't look like what we're looking for. So the 2 on that side then are fake, so we're going to go with that. And we're going to go about to stack like what, 200 and something. That looks about right. Click, 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 click. Zoom in for me. Right, and then we're going to get rocket powered again. Let's get going, but not like rocket powered play features like last time. That's bizarre though. Can't believe that happened twice. Well, I know why it happened twice. It's because I've done something somewhere. Probably something symmetrical. But we're going to move on. We're going to focus on grinding this out and answering any questions, of course, as always. You'll modify, yes you are. Okay. But that's it now. I'm sure I know what's going to happen. We're going to cruise through. We're not going to hit any more roadblocks at all, in any way, shape, or form. And it's all going to be perfect. No questions asked. Well, please do ask questions, but that's besides the point. And then we'll get to the staircases. I swear, it's every time I say we're about to get something, that's when stuff goes wrong. Be like, oh wow, Hylian, I can show you my staircases, and then I can't because something goes wrong. It's really not that even exciting of a technique, unfortunately. Oh well. Don't think this is going to make as good of a speed build as the Champions are, because I had the camera basically directly above the art piece when we did that one. I used like a laundry thing to like hold it up, which really impeded my space actually, but that's neither here nor there. There you again. stop falling. It's also statistically improbable that two of the exact same part fell on the floor as well, so it's not like even, I think they're down there. I said I was going to stop, sorry. I said I was going to stop. Just one of those things that's going to like eat away at me now until I find a solution. But parts don't go missing like that, so they're here somewhere. And I don't think I stole them for another project either. Oh, I bet they're round ones. What are we on, 277? Okay, I've got one more idea. Okay, sorry, I've got to check. I checked all the different 1x1 brick types except for 1x1 round studs. Yeah. Okay, not there. There's rounded. You're not the right rounded, are you? Well, firstly, that is a mistake. So let's quickly fix that. Or else that will bite me later. Is this going to be it? Dun, 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 dun. Nothing there. Nothing there. Yeah, you're rounded, that's fine. You're rounded, and we're about to add you. Oh, never mind then. I thought that was going to be it for a second. Oh well. I was so excited. I was like, I've solved it. I know where they are. Waiting for my next like revelation in like 25 minutes maybe. Okay, big panel's already on, and then we're going from here. Cool. So every time I check one of those things, I have to leave the instruction maker, which takes 20 seconds or so each time. So I have to pause building when I do that, and then I have to go back to my page, which is never simple because it doesn't just hold your page number, it makes you go right up to the beginning of the instructions and then go again. So that's why I wrote down the number 277. Anyway, least interesting thing I've said today. Least interesting thing I've said today. Okay. Right, both walls now symmetrically completed, bar some tiles. So, and then I imagine we're flipping it around. Because I still haven't learned to not say that, because if I do, it will curse us forever and ever. By one. Oh, it stood right by me. Okay. So, for some reason, it didn't want to go on very well last time. Because this is an illegal connection. I think. It's kind of hard to know for sure, but I'm pretty sure the fact that it doesn't like attaching tells me everything I need to know on that front. Oh well, it goes on eventually. I don't understand how it goes on, but it does, which is cool. There we go. Something wall, something stretching, 206 tiles or something. Oh, I don't know, something I don't care. Something I should probably fix. I mean, probably pulling the wall apart. Oh yeah, actively pulling the wall apart. But something not my problem. I might look at it. We'll see. It wouldn't be a hard fix. Like I could just change out for like a 1x3 or something. So. Yeah. We'll take a look. Maybe I'll change it. Okay, it is indeed staircase time. Unless this is going to be one of those things where I start half of it and then the model's like, yeah, turn back around, do something else entirely. Like, that's not important. Oh no, I thought it was the cheese slope. I got really excited. I thought it was the olive green cheese slope. The infamous one that has been missing this whole time. Now that is a part I genuinely think is got, like, that I would not be surprised if I got lost at a show that we took this to. Because it's a slope right on the edge. I assume they came right from the edge. I don't actually know. We got solid ones of these, or are they all hollow? Nope, some of them are solid, okay. Cool. So, the reason we're doing this, or well, not the reason, but what we're doing, is we are Doing the staircase up to the throne, I think pretty iconic detail. Or I'd say pretty iconic detail anyway. And this follows the same technique as the bookshop. Modular. And the hardest part about it right now is finding the yellow studs that are not hollow, because I had a load of hollow ones for the candelabras and various other different things, and apparently I decided that these ones had to be solid, which is not true, but it is the case that they are requested, and I know for a fact that the hollow ones are probably useful somewhere. So I'm not going to question it. I'm just going to say, okay. And trust past Octane. Now, if I wanted to be nice, I would probably go back through the instructions and make them all the same type, because it would make things significantly easier for anyone building the model. But at what point during the stream have I given the indication that making things easier for people is anywhere on my list of considerations? It's funny because I'm pretty sure I literally started off the stream by saying we are doing this to make the instructions usable for people and to give people a better experience. Give me 4 hours later and I will completely flip the script. Hi, vessel-like soup. Vessel-like soup. Nice to see you here. Welcome, welcome. I see a broken vessel profile picture. I think. Yeah, that's a broken vessel profile picture. I don't know if I've seen you around before, but if not, welcome. We are building the Sanctum from Breath of the Wild's Hyrule Castle. This is a model I've done before, but today I am doing its instruction pass, which is to check if it's in good condition and can be a viable instruction set that can be sold / put up on my site. And also because like I like this model and I would like to see it. None of the people notice it. Well, it just so happens you are talking to the world's newest Hollow Knight fan. But I've got a little guy that I'm working on, so I've been knitting this myself. He's plush and he's cool, so I want to do a body for him. And also I have a Lego Knight, and I don't know if you saw the community post the other day, but I am working on Grimm as well, like a Lego brick built Grimm. So very excited. Love a Death Hollow Knight. My new current gaming obsession, I think. Big speculation for Ocarina will get a remake for Switch 2 on the 40th anniversary. What are your thoughts? Probably not going to happen. Yeah, no, that is literally exactly my thoughts. It's probably not going to happen. I know, I can count. It would take me more hands than I have to count how many times someone has told me that Ocarina was coming to Switch or Switch 2. I just don't believe it. I will believe it when it happens. The game is great, right? Like, it's fantastic, but like, I don't particularly care one way or another. I do think it needs a remake, but I would be much more excited about an Oracle's remake or Link Between Worlds coming over, all the other 3Ds, TP, Wind Waker. They should both be over on the Switch. More than Ocarina needs another remake. Yeah, it's just not my priority. So should make custom wall lists. Yes, I should. I just don't have well, time mostly, but also the impetus right now. Like, I don't really know what I would consider as a valid set. That's why I focused mostly on like character sculpts so far, and also because I was really in the mood to do character sculpts. Like, it was something that I wanted to do. So, and I thought it would be a nice challenge because I've seen lots of people attempt such curvy designs, but they just it's hard, right? Because Lego's like square and stuff. So I was more interested to start with, at least, at doing character sculpts. However, I do want to do more with the IP. I just haven't figured out how I want to do that yet. Hence why I've just done Grimm and the Knight. I'll turn those into real life models. I have a plan for what I want to do with them as well. I haven't just chosen them randomly. I want to do a scene and then display that at some shows. However, I think I also want to do a couple more character builds like Hive and so on as well. So I'm not quite at points with custom sets because mostly I don't know what I would do with them. But that's neither here nor there. You got to light up. You're 100% of the game. Congratulations. I am close. I just need to finish the last couple of bits. But then doing projects like this slow me down. But then again, I would like to have a mix of stuff going on, so I don't mind doing stuff like this. This is cool to me. So, ooh, let's slide that on there. Okay, so we're sort of halfway through the stairs. Let me lift this up to the camera. Halfway through the stairs. What we've done is effectively attach these to the 1x5 Technic plates and sort of angled them in. And then this is the bit that sort of came out of the wall earlier. Like I built this out on an angle and it perfectly sits between those studs there. Just added a candle in front, which actually is sort of hiding what's going on. But you can see it just stacks up, curves around. It's the same on both sides. And then now we're going to transition over onto the top. Oh. Okay. The light up lamp of the night and hornet and green pop. Oh, that's cute. It's a fun one to have. Yeah. Cool. That's kind of like the kind of thing I think I'd be interested in recreating. I don't know. It just strikes me as a game that's much more suited towards artsy stuff than it does to play sets. Although I do think custom sets would be fun. I just think that display stuff is there. But I'll be doing videos on them. The stuff I've got coming. Oh, it's all time. You know, it's all time. It comes down to it at the end of the day. Whoa, this reminds you of Zelda in a way. Wow, shocking pics. It's almost as if we are doing a Breath of the Wild parcel set. But yes, I'm glad it has reminded you of that because that's the aim. I'm glad it has stimulated the brain to reveal the correct thing to you. Okay, 1x3, off to the sides. So I've now got to build up a little bit of structure. That's okay. Right, we've got to talk about that because that is what's terrifying me about Lookout Landing. Because what colour is Lookout Landing? Lookout Landing is brown. And anybody that knows mostly, like a little bit more than casual knowledge about LEGO knows that the brown is the weakest of the colours. I have a massive bag. I have 2 massive bags of brown bricks. And I am so scared that I am going to snap like 50 odd of them while building this model. Like 1 or 2 I'll be fine with, and most brittle brown bricks you can actually use after they've been snapped, right? Like that's what people don't tell you, but shockingly, most of the broken bricks still have enough clutch to function. But it's not going to be ideal, and obviously I can't like buy new parts for all of it, so I have bought quite a lot of used. Like I've tried to be careful, but some of those parts are definitely the right parts and the right era to break. So I don't know. I'm a little bit worried from that perspective. Do you like the new Zelda Final Battle Ganon set? How much else watch video? Yes, I do like it. I have used that video as an opportunity, and I think coming back and looking at it, I think I wish I'd done things slightly differently because I came off quite harsh on the set in that initial reveal. And that is because I wanted to make things clear that while I love the set, and I think it's really great, even though Ocarina is not necessarily my favourite of all time, I want more from this theme. And I feel like if I don't at least say that, hey, this is cool, I love it, I'm going to buy it, I'm going to cherish it. But I feel like if I don't at least say in those videos, hey, this is great, but I know this theme would be better as playsets, then I feel like I'm not doing my job. But I don't want to come across like I'm unhappy with it either, because I'll be honest, it's still the biggest joy to even have sets based off this IP. Like I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. It is dream come true, right, in every sense of the word. However, it is not what I envisioned for this thing. So I know, I tried to strike a balance where I expressed how excited I am for this thing and how much I love it. Even though I was slightly underwhelmed when we started hearing the rumours, right, like I wasn't fully on board. However, I feel like it's also partially a duty to express that we can do more with this. That being said, I am there, day one, my pre-order is made. I am very excited. What about you though? Vessel Lake Soup. Tell me, do you enjoy the new Ganon Final Battle set? Is it for you? Is it a win? Is it not a win? The beautiful thing about opinions is everyone gets to have one. And while I can express mine, I also encourage you guys to express yours. because I know that not everyone is as happy with this as I am. And I know that I did not appear as happy with this as with the Deku Tree. The Deku Tree is a beautiful, beautiful model. I think it's pretty good. You just wish you got more of the castle. I mean, fun fact, and I mean, I'm sure I'm repeating myself for anyone that's been before. The reason I have this castle right now, and I didn't postpone it longer, I did always want it, I did always want to have this model, is because I was not convinced, but pretty confident that we'd be seeing castle stuff. So I wanted to make sure I had mine so that if a castle did release, I would be able to compare it to the official one. Obviously, I'm still very pleased to have this, but the original impetus for doing this late last year, which is when I started this project, was just to be ready. And I'm sure one day we'll get it eventually, but I think what scares me at the moment about that price, and obviously at the time I didn't expect Lord of the Rings to be around, so I guess that changes things as well, is that it will be like ridiculously expensive. There's just no way they do a cheap castle anymore, guys. I'm sorry, unless we get a playset theme for the movie next year, which again, I don't know, people are acting like that's a guarantee, but they're not doing anything for Mario. I mean, I think it's more likely than the Mario 2 sets, but I don't know. I don't know, we'll see. I don't know how much they're going to push that film. I think Sony will want to push it, but basically there's a lot I don't know right now. There are no more current sets rumoured, which is also a bit worrying, but the castle, but yeah, it's just like a tower and some rubble. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell Ganon's Castle, because like I don't believe Ganon Castle would sell as a set on its own, but that's my opinion. I think the problem is that maybe Zelda is not as popular as we thought it was. Like obviously it's a big deal, but like I'm just wondering if it doesn't have as much zeitgeist. I know I throw a lot of ideas around, but I don't actually know how much I believe that one. I think that it has as much IP staying power as the other big franchises they've worked with. I think it's definitely as much as Animal Crossing. Anyway, at least as terms of like what people are aware of, it's just unfortunately Animal Crossing skews younger, which means it's a much easier and more logical target for Lego and budget and sets and stuff. I know, I think a lot about this stuff. Okay, so staircase is done. We are now actually, I have the joy of being able to add some more of the stickers. So let me show you some of these guys. So we've got the new the new Hyrule banner stickers, which I've got some more of to do for Lookout, but here are the brand new ones for the castle. I also have these two here, which are going to connect to make a longer one, so like that. Those will go on the outside. And after they got absolutely mauled, I also have the new blue ones, which are going to go on the inside wall as well. So that's really cool. And there are some versions of those with clips on and versions without clips on as well. I think again, I'm throwing in the start of the battle would have been better. We could have got the organ interior of the room. It doesn't fit Lego's display model. It does not. However, boy, do I have something to show you guys. Let me see if I can get it up, because I've been working on something. Here it is, and this one too. So let's full screen you. Detach my computer from power, and then we're gonna shove this under the screen. I have a little model here for us. So I'm going to be building this as a little 8x8 display for the man. And then, where's my other one? I am prototyping 3 different scales of organ, depending on your budget. This is going to be the one I want to do, but we're going to have all 3, and we're going to have them as upgrades available day 1 on the instruction site, so that you'll be able to order parts for yourself. That's my current plans. I have other little upgrades and so on as well. I was showing off the horse that I want to use for him as well, so on and so forth. Little things like that. Because it's supposed to be upgrades, it's not supposed to be like a complete rebuild. I do want to do some alt builds and stuff as well, like I did for the tree, but that's really not relevant right now, so we'll see. A lot of it's going to depend on how I feel when we get it. Looks amazing. Thank you, guys. I mean, I don't know if it's that far. You know, like it's not like. Is it that good? I don't know. They didn't look that good to me. I was a little unhappy with the shaping on the organ, but then again, there's not a huge amount I can actually do at that scale, and I didn't want to sink hours into it. I also didn't want them to be massive. One of the biggest things I try and prioritize with the upgrade videos, like we did for the tree, is I want them to be cheap-ish expansions. I don't really want them to be like just absolutely massive things. Those are so good. Yeah. Yeah, so they'd be available on instructions because I want people that are buying this set to not have to fork out too much extra. There are those flags on the wall. I'm really liking how that shapes up. Let's get the throne in. Yeah, I want them to be available without too much of an extra cost. Now, obviously, it's parts, right? Like all the instructions will be free, like the parts will cost money, but I want them to be cheaper. So my goal is that it will be under 20, I think, and I think I've achieved that so far. Probably less in dollars. You guys have got more bricking stores than we do here, so things are slightly harder. Or it's harder to find what you need. Okay, candles time. So this is where all of those hollow yellow golden studs were. I was unsure as to, I couldn't quite remember where I intended to use them. I remember, I hate this build. I got it. I forgot that this is like really weirdly loose and should not have been allowed. Yep. Okay, I need to change this, I think, for the final release because this candle setup looks great, but just is not quite perfect. Desk mat is the whole nine map. That is a cool desk mat. As you can see, we don't really have space for a desk mat here. We're too busy. Oh, rubbish. I dropped a little parts again. Oh, conveniently onto something else I probably should have showed off though. We've got the next batch of stickers here ready to go. So these are for Lookout Landing and Secret Cave Discovery. Got some nice long banners. The big shield here to go on the floor. I redid the Miniru one, which looks fantastic, and then I've got all of these wonderful like maps of the different locations and so on. Some stuff for Secret Cave with a drawing of a Frox and the bit for underneath for going Ferraru, the missing posters and wanted posters. Some cool stuff on there. I'm looking forward to implementing those. I have to print them off in advance, obviously, but the parts are on their way. So those are all going into the Lookout Landing build. Which I'm really hoping the parts will be here for next weekend. I really don't want to wait another couple of weeks. They can't take that long to ship to me. Especially now that they're dispatched anyway. Right, where is this jumper plate? Oh, come on, there it is. Okay. So with these details going on, hopefully that means we're going to be moving on to the columns, and then from the columns we can effectively finish this section, and then we'll be on to the big tower. The big tower's the exciting part, really, isn't it? I mean, that's what gives the castle its like full silhouette. That being said, it's still going to take a little time. Like, what we at now? We are nearly 5. Okay, so in theory, I said I could finish this by 7. Now again, I'm not rushing for that. It will be what it will be. But I think it would be really cool if, for once, I had accurately guessed how long one of these things would take. Because I did promise to do this in one day. I mean, we're not that far off. I mean, you can see how many parts are on the table. It's not actually that many. I mean, it looks like a lot, but... Ooh, okay. Let's flip it around. I'll show you guys the front. Okay. Here's the front of the castle so far. We're now going to do the central section, as well as add the rest of the banners, which we're actually going to turn this thing from a kind of lowly textured but good amount of texture into just sort of the perfect amount. So, let's get started. Of course, always happy to answer questions, as always, so please do ask away. Lego Zelda related, not Zelda related, just about me, about the channel, what's coming next. Or any suggestions, of course, as always. I'm sorry for those of you that have heard me say that about 12 times. I sound desperate, but it needs to be said, because people don't know. People don't always know. Okay. front door time. This is another section that is actually really important for us to check today, because in its current form, it does not. I don't know how it's going to perform. As in, I don't know if it's going to be suitable for instructions and stuff. So I want to check that. That's part of why we're doing this. Obviously, mostly for fun, but I want to ensure that there's no trouble. No trouble. Speaking of trouble, there we go. Let's get these on here. This is interesting, like doorway setup, because it's effectively like a triple or like double door, which is interesting, but it is also open at the same time. But I suppose that's just the whole theme of the castle is it's effectively an outer skin layer and then like an inner skin layer. There it is. Aha. Take that, I found it. But yeah, we're what, a month out from Ganondorf's set, so I need to get my act together, because I said one of the many reasons we're doing this today. Well, partially because I don't have my lookout landing, so I can't finish building that. But part of the reason is to get these instructions ready, because I want to have plenty of instructions available to newly launch alongside the Ganondorf set. I've already shown you guys just the upgrades we're working on, because I want to have the upgrade kits available, upgrade instruction kits available. And I also want to make sure that we have this kind of stuff as well. So the castle, I want to go up. I want to put the rest of the Tears of the Kingdom bosses up if I can, or that one is a stretch goal, because that is... I mean, minimum it would be Queen Gibdo and the Demon Dragon. I'm reluctant to do Demon Dragon straight away. I think Demon Dragon should be its own instruction release, maybe like a month afterwards, and also that would give me time to work on the stand as well. I'd like to put this together, and then of course the constructs, but again I might consider doing the constructs separately from like Queen Gibdo and stuff. It is starting to take shape now, welcome back. It's more than starting to take shape. We're significantly over halfway at this point, I think. I mean, I know every time I've said this, it's gone wrong, but before much longer, I will be removing this. Like, we'll be shoving it off to the side, because we'll be starting on like the actual like tower spire, and that is effectively, basically the end. Because things get smaller, they go up faster. You just got to get through this last little bit of like front wall. Things have sped up a lot more since we solved the incident. And by incident, of course, I mean the trouble we had with that 1x1 brick, which was never solved. Never ever solved. But it's fine, I'm gonna pretend like I don't care and it doesn't bother me. Right. I've completely lost my chain of thought there. Okay. Let's put those up. So this is what happens though, as we start to hit like, what, 5 hours or so, I do start to struggle just ever so slightly, like, energy-wise. Cool. So we've got like that half moon shape there, and then we're heading right around the back to the throne now. Okay. Flip it back around to currently, I think, the more interesting side to look at. Does that go right on the back? It does. Okay. And we got to get the throne in here, which, to be fair, it ends up looking really cramped. Like, really, really cramped when it's finished. But not my problem. Not my problem. Okay, so we're going to put this on here, and I need this little seat for the chair. I don't think I've ever actually even sat a figure in this chair, which is kind of a crime, it feels like. The arms are like so close to the ground as well, just because of the limited space up here, because if it goes too much higher, it hits the ceiling, which is amusing to me. So then one of those. And then we do have the luxury of like fancy armrests, because we have like a little pentagonal tile on there, as well as, of course, a little gargoyle decoration, which was a really cool piece to be able to add to this model. Obviously not in the original version, and we're using it because its wingspan isn't too far off that of a... Oh, how odd. Just... Okay. The gargoyle is not in the studio file. Noted. Why? Why is it? Oh, probably is. They're not too far off like Loftwing wings, from my perspective. So we put him backwards facing out, and it kind of is like bird-like. And then we also have a 1, 2, 3, 4, our first of the columns. So these two are the 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the short columns. These ones sit here at the back and are basically decorative. They don't really serve a function, but they are really cool looking because they have the grill effect to them. And then that means that that section is complete. No, not quite. Candelabras, forgot about them. 2 of the hollow studs. Yep, hollow studs, okay. Although something tells me that they might not be. Okay. Yep, sure. I think I ran out of hollow studs. I think I did something silly when I was working on this in the past. Candelabra, there we go. And then 3 little candlesticks per one. I love this part. I found them on the paper brick wall actually, I think, as well, which is why I have them in hand to be able to do this. Because it was a last minute addition when I was doing the real life version. I was like, oh, let me just add funny candelabras. And I didn't think of anything like that to do for lookout. I mean, I have some blue flags. I suppose I could have added some flags, but oh, it'll come with time. Maybe lookout just doesn't need it. Who knows? I think it probably does. I don't know. I have a feeling I'm not going to love that model. Not the way I love this one anyway. To be fair, this one surprised me too though, so let's not act like I'm above changing my mind or that I'm a hypocrite for what effectively are my children in these models. Okay. Cool. Now that's done. So now I have to deal with this mess. So we've got this weird front sub-assembly that I have to attach, but I have to build it first, and for some reason I did not split this up, so we have to do it the long and obnoxious way. Very cool. 3 threes. Huh. Okay, whatever, sure. So 1 by 3 here, and 1 by 6 on there. Where's the... looks like the parts. Yeah, like... are they on the tray? No, there are no more light bush grey here. Oh, it's just buried. Just buried. Okay. So this is one of those... this is again another section that had some modification done to it. So I'm really curious to see if now that it's being built from scratch, like with this addition made to it, whether that will change anything, whether it will work first try, whether it will run into problems and there'll be a bit of like wiggle adjusting. We'll see. But that's why, again, another part of why we do this. 1s and 2s. so then it is just what comes next under here, which is like horrific. I hate that. Why is that like that? Okay. Like in weird amount of submodels at this point, which is bizarre. Still got 1x5s hanging around. Don't know where they're going, which is the weird part. 1 through 3 4s, that's fine. 1x2s, 1 angles. Okay, I need to know where this is going. Okay. Cool, so we've got this section, and then I need 2 plates as well. I think this is the kind of point where most people would probably stop and just say, okay, I've done a lot today. However, that is not what we're doing. I just feel like the sort of tunnel vision of it a little bit more. Yeah, I think by the time I reached like this point physically, I think I would have liked to have been on the next section, personally. To just feel that sort of that wear a bit more. I don't know, maybe it's just anything. Cool. Okay, both of those are floating for some apparent reason. I am told that these instructions are logically made. Wow. Okay, just no, I guess. Sure. Whatever. Not my prerogative. Okay, right, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. There's the other one. Good. So I need a wedgie slope thing. Yeah. There's probably only one of them left on the table, which is a little infuriating, but oops, we dropped another part. All gone forever. And there it is. Aha! Take that. One slopes. Good. Ah, yes, and then those gaps have to be left there for a reason, which will become all too apparent very soon. So, looks like we're working on the outside again. I don't know why I turned it around actually. Oh yeah, because we did all the interior details, didn't we? Okay. So this should... Oh, I've got it the wrong way around. That explains a lot. I was going to say, what is that? That's weird. Okay. Cool. Then I guess it just sits there. Yeah. Well, I knew it did. That's how it's worked before. It's just not sitting right, I think. Sure. That doesn't feel good at all. Is it saying behind or in front of? Level with. Hi Calvi, how are you? Good to see you as always. We are attempting to do the sanctum today. Just get things finished. Let me hold it up for you actually. We've got walls on. We're just doing final details on this floor now, such as missing some banners and some railings and stuff. And then Oh, and of course, we have the full inside as well with all the candles, and then we got the next floor up. Oh, what was that? Which is very exciting actually, because I think once we hit the next floor, things are going to move a lot faster, and this thing will basically be done. Not that I'm trying to rush it, but I think at this point I'm ready for it to be over. Not because I'm hating it, but because it's been a long day. I don't think that's wrong for me to say, no? Does that make me a bad builder? Love the interior, thank you. The interior is one of those things that really grew on me. Just because it is so important. I mean, oh wow, shockingly, all parts of castle are important, you know? Like, castle doesn't look like castle unless all of the things work together to come and be one. But that's neither here nor there really, is it? Okay, stick that one there. What's going on with that then? Why is that so far away? That seems just a little suspicious. There's like a huge gap there. Why? I have a feeling. Yeah, knew it. Okay. Well, I didn't know it because if I knew it, it wouldn't have happened, would it? But I used the wrong side of plate on the doorway, which I should just count. I've learnt this lesson so many times now, is that I should just do the job right the first time and actually just spend the 5 seconds it would take to count, oh, I need a 10 by or a 12 by plate, not just assume. But will I ever learn that lesson? No, of course not. Because that would be sensible. And slow. Something, something, angle? Yeah, that works. Cool, next piece. Okay, same thing on the other side. Yeah, so this brings everything up to level, and then from there we can start doing the Technic frame that's going to support the entire weight of the top, which is a part of this build I actually did not have any faith in working. I did not think it would be possible to get it to hold, and yet here we are. So clearly I was wrong. Okay, and I guess we're flipping it around to, ooh, maybe it's statue time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, it's gonna be 7 per side then. Still haven't found that olive green piece from earlier either. That's just gone missing into the void. These are axled though, if I remember correctly. Yep, there we go. Interior starts to look a whole lot better after this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and then a plate just goes on the top, and that's one of them. Put a column in over here. Same thing again. 3, 4, 5, 6. There you go, the last one. So I have to count through those because otherwise I end up putting the wrong amount of the columns on the pole, and then in 10 minutes time I go, where's the spare brick for the thing? And then it's missing, and then I cry, and it's all sad, and no progress gets made when I make mistakes, as we learned earlier. Although, I am still hopeful. I still hold hope that it will show up eventually. Or I will find, or there will be, well, okay, fine. I have more hope that there will be parts left at the end that explain the mistake. And then we can solve it from that. Because I do not believe that they're missing. I believe that I've made a mistake. And that is what went wrong. Something like that anyway. We'll find those parts later as we go. But yeah, Technic frame time, I think. once I finish the other 2 columns that are going to go here and here. That's why it's nice to show the interior and stuff up in advance, because once I sort of bury it in, then well that's that. It gets lost for, well, not lost forever, you can still see it, but it becomes much harder to experience it in like the way it was supposed to be seen, which is without bricks around it. No? Then again, you start saying stuff like that, and it's like, well, your interior is supposed to have walls. So I guess that's a bit of a moot point. Nothing hiding around the back. Yeah, the only thing I would change about this as a setup is I probably wouldn't have put, I don't know, I would have found somewhere else to put the pieces, or I would have done it in a different way, because it has become ridiculously difficult to experience the actual castle just because it's at the back, and I can't bring it forward because then I can't see the parts. So I feel like there would need to be a change on that front. There it is. It's hiding as a brick. Okay, more slopes. Oh, and then it's the soldier armors. It's time to actually put the decorative figures on. Oh, there's a wobbly. That's a good job. There's a technical reinforcement coming for those. Okay, so I need torsos, I need armors, I need legs, I need spears. I need a second spear. What have I got? Armor, legs. Okay, another pair of legs. Right, so legs and a torso. Notice that this is just a random torso. I have armor to go over the top, and I have a head. They're all grey now. They're finally ready for sort of statuing. And then the only part that's not in metallic or grey is that the helmet here is super shiny. And then I have an armor here, that sort of spear. Cool. So he's one of the sort of defense soldier statues. And I got the armor and the torso on this one, and I'm just missing the head and the helmet somewhere in this pile. Right, oh, there they are. And there's the head in the helmet, or will be when it decides to. Thank you. Go on. And then we'll go this side this time, so we'll put the spear in the other hand. And then we finally have 2 soldiers that are actually fully stone statues. This is going to be, unfortunately, I may have solved the problem with this one, but it's actually going to reoccur for us as a problem when we do look at landing. Well, more specifically, Secret of Discovery, because not only will we be missing figures, but we're going to be having the goddess statues, and the parts I want for those are going to be a little tricky to acquire. So to start with, they're going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're going to be bold, but we will get the house eventually. It is just going to be eventually. 3, 4. Oops. It's going to sound strange, but the non-negotiable figure for Lookout in Secret is actually going to be the glide suit. And that is because there's a function that's attached to Lookout Landing. Some of you guys may or may not remember what function I'm thinking about, which effectively requires me to have 2 copies of the same minifigure. There's just no other way around it. It's just not possible. At least not if I want to have the right effect that I want to have for shows. So it all comes down to those guys. So I have to have 2 copies of him. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where's the last one? 8 over here, hidden away. And there are 4 columns. Now a fully complete interior. Effectively, we've just got to do the like the wall sections over on the side. Which kind of feels unnecessary, but yeah, they're kind of important, just a little bit. And actually, they have these bricks going outwards on it. That's fine by me. And then I think it actually may be Technic full time. 3-sided angle, that's not right. Nope, you're going out a long way, that's the wrong one. Why are the long ones here all of a sudden? What is this about? I know every time I'm looking for a part and then I can't find it for some reason, it's just throwing my brain now. I see. There's a part of me that's like, oh yeah, I could do a 24-hour stream. No, I couldn't. Like, actually, no, I couldn't. I think I'd physically collapse because apparently I can't even do 5 hours before my brain starts to absolutely go to mush. Even when it's a building, it's not actually like any design. Like, there's nothing technically challenging about this. I have enough models, right? We have enough content to fill 24 hours. However, apparently we don't have a host that's capable, so. Because that was one of the original considerations, was once Secret and Lookout are ready, is to do this, Secret Cave, Lookout Landing, and the Champions Art. And just do them all back to back when I need to build them for convention season, maybe next year. However, yeah, that's just not, it's not going to happen, no, like, well, am I crazy? So let's just stick to the small ones now. Where is this thing? Like, what? Where is it? Huh? Huh? Yeah. That's right. I'm asking. Where's it gone? I've got all these silly corner ones. Oh, there it is. Finally. Okay, technic frame time. Right. This is what I've been ranting and raving about for the last 20 minutes to get to this point. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool. Okay, so this is sort of the last major support beam. It goes across all the way. Again, another part of this I did not expect to actually work. And it is what supports the entirety of the castle, really. It just holds the entire roof up. Yeah, kind of a big deal, kind of important. We got this one again. It's got, what on earth is going on there? Why is there, hello, why is that there? That's so bizarre. Okay. There's just like a technic pin pointing into the middle of nowhere. I don't understand. Why is it like this? Hello to Zizu Sultan Fuzz. Has anyone heard of a game called The Legend of Zelda? No, never heard of it in my life. What do you mean I'm building a giant Hyrule Castle? I don't know what Hyrule Castle is. Anyway, yeah, you're joking, it's super mega fans. Yeah, no. Pretty much, we've had some great people stop by. Obviously, not too many here right now, so apologies if you're looking for someone to answer you. But but yeah, no one's ever heard of it. No, yeah, we're pretty in deep here as we construct my 3,000 piece version of this ridiculous castle. It's very cool, right? How are you doing? Let me bring up the castle to the camera actually in a second as well. Show you guys what we've been up to. I think it's a little more than 4 hours. I think it's closer to 5 at this point. We started at 12:30, so 1:30, 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, and at 5:30. Yeah, so we're coming up on 5 actually. Not to be pedantic, but I've been here for far too long. No, I estimated that I'd be done by 7 o'clock UK time, which is not quite here yet. Oh no, I get to let's say hello to someone at least. There we go, good. So we're an hour and a half away from where I had hoped to be. However, I said, and I still stand by, I'm doing it in one session. So regardless of what happens, I'm going to finish this thing. I think it's still doable because I think from here, like as in once I reach the end of this point, I think it gets significantly easier. I mean, as you can see, we got a full 2 stories of this thing done. We've got the full Ganon room, we've got the full throne room, now completely decked out. I actually really like how that looks, that's crazy. And then the full exterior is done. We're just about to do the ramparts on the top, and then it is just the top section of the tower. And that is not as hard as it looks because it's built with significantly more simple techniques. Like, significantly. I think that this technique beam is probably the hardest thing we've got left to do. Oh, that looks like a big one. This is the Breath of the Wild version. Yes, it is. Mostly just because that is the one I designed. It is designed as a playset, most largely. Explaining all of the like wacky functions, which I will explain as we do them. It's just we haven't actually. Well, we've done some of them. It just I haven't gotten to the I haven't done the actuators or something. So like the function of the feature is built in, but I haven't done the thing that allows it to work. If you know what I mean by that. Which that sounds crazed. I sound absolutely crazed. What is going on here? We've got the 5x, yep. And then a last big one. Cool. Oh, I bet there's another technique piece supporting that. What? 3 holes down? Yeah. Knew it. I knew it. I think the stables from Breath of the Wild would work well as an affordable set, but that is a big but, right? That is a huge but. But you're right, I do think the stables have a lot of potential. I mean, that's the reason that they got to 10k on Lego Ideas, and is now often sold as a model by unscrupulous people. But I don't want to talk about it. But yes, the stables are iconic. They don't have a huge lot going on. 6, 8, 14, 16. So it is about 16. Cool. I don't know a huge amount going on action-wise, but it's just an environment to play in. Hello, guys. Hello, MiniTQ. Nice to see you. You are joining me at 5 hours or so into my madness, so my apologies for my chaos. As you can see, I'm fixing up one of the babies. Unlike somebody, I don't have to have it ready for Bricktastic, but I'm just getting an early start on rain. So we made a couple of modifications this time, but the stickers are looking much nicer and they are no longer scratched and scraped. So my goal was to finish this in one string. I said 12:30, I can be done by 7. Looking at the parts in front of me, I do not know. But I need affordable sets with both Kovens for no, but this is something I was talking about very, very recently. Because I do think it's really, really important. I was trying to rank some of the figures we need most, and I really do think that enemies are right at the top of the list, and I do think that obviously a battle pack would be the best way to get them so that people could army build and so on. So I do think that they are a need, or not. Well, nothing's a need with this hobby, is it? But as far as stuff we need to see next, then I do think that they are up there. Especially because I think the designs would be super fun as well. That being said, there is a great purist option on the market right now with the crocodile body. You can do a great brick builtless Alpha's head with that. So I'm hoping to get some parts there. Chaos here too, is that specifically for Bricktastic Prep minifigure, or what are we? Is it just general, it's the weekend I'm building? There are levels to it, right? Levels to the chaos. Levels from the mess. We had a very embarrassing stream start where I went vertical. Yeah, for Bricktastic, are you going to have it done? Because I've noticed a suspicious lack of streams while you've been working on it recently. I assume because it's easier and more productive to work without being live. However, at the same time, I am left wondering. I saw some posts, but I'm left wondering if it is going to be finished. Beetle, yeah, Beetle 2 would be great. I would love any of the side people, right? That's what we're missing. Is we're missing having any fleshed out world. We've just got the main trio in one game, and then half the main trio in the other game, and that's not what Zelda is. Zelda's a whole world. Zelda is life and living and whimsical and fun and colourful. Beetle could be a polybag with his gear. Yeah, I feel the same way about Deku Scrub merchants and stuff. That would be my go-to. Okay, big moment. Big tool beam. I have to attach it across. Oh dear. Oh wait, no, it's not a problem. It's okay. I just put the poem in the wrong place. I was about to say, how have I managed to bodge up a Technic frame? Well, I know exactly how. If I had have done it, it would be because I wasn't counting the beams as I was putting them in. I was judging it based off the gaps between the holes, which totally has never gone wrong for anybody ever. Great. Still a miracle that that actually goes well. And actually attaches. Kilton's Monster Shop. Oh, yeah. Give me... I tell you anything, right? The games are so rich, they can come from absolutely anywhere. I can list off, well, 100 ideas of what I think they should do, because I have 100 ideas that they should do, that I've drawn out and then and selected and so on, right? But just anyone can suggest anything. The baffling that we have not got a full playset line. I would love to speak to someone at the company. Hello, company that are definitely listening. Can you set me up a meeting so that I can pitch this to you? Not because I think I could do it better. I know I can't do it better, but so that at least you're aware that this is something that people want. Me being one of those people. Studio's been getting slower, and StreamYard, yeah, I've had similar troubles. So I was using OBS for the longest time and it was working absolutely fine, but then about a year ago it just started like lagging all the streams out really dreadfully. So this is now my second time that I've been doing this with just the phone. So I've lost all of my fun abilities. I can't bring messages up anymore. I can't do half the like jazzy stuff at all. And now I'm stuck here streaming from a phone with a tablet propping up like the messages. This setup is truly horrific. I've got the building instructions and things, so I can't design on stream anymore, which was really fun actually. I really enjoyed designing on stream because people would suggest things and we'd get distracted and I'd have bits and pieces popping in. So obviously you know, right, like as you've done. And I lost that, and then I can't even do real life build stream from the computer anymore because for some reason that started lagging as well. And honestly, I can't understand anything. So I just end up complaining, and then I just switch over to the phone, which has worked for the last stream, and will hopefully continue to work because I need to do more of these, and I would quite like to stream when the new set comes out as well. Or at least the night before. I'm kind of hoping that my pre-order gets delivered a day early again because that was a really, really nice theme and I would rather not have to go to the store on March 1st. That would be optimal. Where is this hinge? What am I doing? What? I pay for not sorting my parts every time. I bet it's on the floor. Oh, nice. Right. Where's it gone? And then I will get back to the chat messages. Rubbish. Oh, wow, there we go, typical, looking like a 2x2 plate stuck at the back, as always. But I'm glad you've been able to make progress with that, and have finished the build. Or hopefully will have finished the build. And hopefully you were not waiting for a bricks and pieces order, like I was, because you actually have a deadline, and they have been so slow. What have I missed? Lord of the Rings gave us Rivendell very expensive and slowly gave us more affordable sets than doing the same with Zelda. So the thesis is no. I mean, yes and no, right? Like, yes, this is potentially happening. However, there are no current more rumors for anything, and I don't know if the tree's actually been popular enough to justify a full theme. So we'll see. I'll point out that the case study made with Lord of the Rings is that they're going cheaper and cheaper, except for that's not strictly what happened because the first two were super expensive and then the Shire was cheaper and the Balrog's been cheaper. So they have brought cheaper options onto the table, and from that perspective, that is true. However, it is we're still getting Minister of this year, which, by the way, whew, pretty incredible looking. However, not the point. Very expensive. Not cheaper at all. I think my new current favourite product image picture on Lego.com is the most ridiculous one, which is the Lord of the Rings set stuff. Because it's just so funny that this person has a window... Well, they're saying you could be this person who has a windowsill with all of these very expensive like sets on. Not to mention the sun damage, right? But like besides that, it's just here, you too could donate an entire windowsill of your house to having Barad-dûr, the Shire, and Rivendell just sat here. And I'm like, this is redundant. I don't like this image. So yes, I do think cheaper stuff is coming. Well, I hope cheaper stuff is coming. I hope that they've seen that there's demand for this. I think Nintendo's being weird about playsets specifically, because that's what I really love. Is I don't really care if we have endless outsets. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm going to buy them, right? I love them, but to me, this IP is strongest when it is playset focused, and I will die on that hill. So I would love to see actual real sets, like I dreamed of when I was younger. As soon as I hit December, I stopped using Pokébook Online. That would be a wise choice. Now I thought, fine, but I'll be fine when I start ordering again in mid-January, and I thought they would have cleared their Christmas backlog, but that is just not the case. This backlog lasts, what, half a year? I mean, it makes sense a lot from the perspective of you guys, just because you have a deadline in February, right? Like if I was in your shoes, I would be screaming right now. Because mine still hasn't come from like, I don't know, second week January maybe? And I would assume that they would have just cleared it because the backlog would be gone, or if not, it'd be like a week later. But I don't think I've even I have dispatched yesterday, actually. I think it's just painful. As long as we keep seeing more, yeah. I'll take any other set as long as we keep seeing more. Why do you stop me December yet? Guessing you're about 50% done. I'm more than 50% done. Artistic Brick. This is not like the art piece where I had a running commentary of people telling me that I was nowhere near finished and that I was never going to meet my deadline, or not deadline, of my target of having it done in 6 hours. I am, in fact, I think close to 75% done. Am I being slightly optimistic there? Yes. Oh. Only slightly there. I have an hour and a half of exercise. Like I said, I don't have a cutoff. I'm doing this in one stream. I predicted 7 PM. Because it may only be at half its height, but it is at more than half of its volume. Okay. That is the last of the interior stuff. So we've got the new candles, candelabras, icing down. I finally fixed up the statues. You can see the banners and the other candelabras in the back. With the central bit with that new gargoyle up there to be like the wings, like it's a loft wing. The new bits, stickers down the bottom is all done, although I'm still didn't find those dark bluish grey tiles down there, I think. I don't actually remember even if there were supposed to be dark bluish grey, not dark bluish grey, dark tan tiles down there anymore. There's also supposedly that olive green 1x1 missing, and also I just still do not know what happened to the 2 1x1 grey bricks, because we checked through the entire studio thing and we have no idea where they're supposed to be. It just makes no sense at all what happened to them. We're going to flip this around now because it's flag time on the front. Again, I've shown them off before, but I'm using a new dearie me, what would you call it even? New gloss, new like sealant on my stickers. So they've come out much better this time. They're nice and shiny and they're not going to scratch as much. So we've got double banners to put on now. But first we need the supports for them. So just a couple more pieces to grab. And they're going to sit either side of the door, which is going to fill in that kind of ugly gap that has currently been left behind. I present the concept of being 50% done. We're far, far over 50%. Oh dear. Right. But I just don't understand how I keep ending up in this position where it always seems to go wrong in some capacity. Like, where did those parts go? Like, I don't understand. I can't. 2 of those parts did not go missing. There's no way. Like, something has. Yeah, they're here somewhere. I'd probably have just made a mistake in building, but I can't believe I lost like 40 minutes to searching for them and then finding a replacement in my like big bag of parts and stuff. Hi, Susan Minister. How are you doing? Nice to see you. We are having a great time. Wow, I had a bit of a lull like half an hour ago where I started losing the will a bit, but we're back on it now. We're no longer losing the will to keep going, and I'm going to finish this castle in one sitting, which was the original title of this stream before my silly phone bodged it all up. And now it's just, oh, Nintendo Plastic is live with no thumbnail, which I hate, by the way, because, like, what are you supposed to get into that? Who's going to click on that? No one's going to click on that. But the silly thing got my orientation wrong. So then I got stuck and then I got grumpy. So my lesson learned is don't schedule streams. But yeah, we're working on the Sanctum today. After that little rant. We are rebuilding it for its instruction test. An instruction test is the penultimate stage of an Optimus Thermoplastic instruction launch, which means that very soon anyone will be able to buy the instructions for this wonderful Sanctum Castle, and that will be amazing. And they will not be available on Rubricable because I had a divorce. From Rubricable, let's clarify that there. One by to you, 1 by 8. Hello, hello, everyone's saying hello. Cool. Of course, as always happy to answer any questions. But you guys know that by now, because you guys have been here for a while. But I do have to say it, because you'd be surprised by how many people do not know. And just assume that I am here to ramble and ramble and ramble into the void and will have an endless supply of conversation topics. I will undoubtedly run out eventually. Okay, so we're battlements now. And the joy of this is that it's the last part of the ground floor. Then side turrets and then the main thing. Okay, maybe my estimate was a little bit generous. I'm starting to think maybe I overestimated myself just a little bit. Just a little bit. Great. Actually, Superman, if you're still here, are you doing any DDP this time around that I need to know about? Also, you haven't had your ideas reviewed yet. No, you haven't, of course not. It's too soon. Because I did not have the time to enter. I am working on an ideas version of Aussie, but it's taking its sweet time because I want to have the right lore set up for it. I don't just want to do it, I want to do it with style, because when I inevitably fail, I want to at least have something to show for it. I also kind of want to have it built in real life. Would be also ideal. I would like to be able to show it off. I mean, ideally that would be at Reading, but that's not going to happen. Not now. Because I have 2 other huge bags of parts, which I'm gonna... Where have they gone? What have I done with them? Oh, they're all the way on the other side of the room, but I've got 2 massive bags of parts for Lookout Landing and Secret Cave Discovery. When will my next Zelda build competition be? I have no clue. Whenever I can muster up the will to do another Zelda build competition. Not that they're unpleasant things to do, but just because they take a lot of effort. I have no current plans of doing one. If I'm cheeky, I would tell you that I'm probably going to do one at 5k subs, but that is not going to happen for years. So there is no point in me saying that. But there would be one at 5k subs, guaranteed. There will be one whenever really I have a good impetus for one. I don't have any good, like, there's no, like, reason. And I don't usually do them unless there's a reason. So I don't know, is the answer, unfortunately, sorry. I wish I had a better answer for you. I may do one, I don't know. I really don't know. Okay, I'm just going to settle with I don't have an answer for you on that one. There is no current plans. No current plans. Did I get Reading sorted? I mean, I assume so. As I said, I filled out all the forms as far as I know. I just don't have physical, like, confirmation. So I've marked it as yes, I'm going. As far as I know, I'm going. But beyond that, I don't know. It's still slightly scary, you know? Because I'm like telling people I'm going. And I know why they don't give confirmation, because they don't need to, but I still kind of wish I had confirmation. That was the advice, wasn't it? It was just, have I said yes, I'm going, and have I told them what tables I want, and I've said yes, so Because that's what they tell you, isn't it? I know, now you're making me overthink it again, yes. I thought I was sorted. Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I may just email them. I know it's slightly obnoxious for them because they must get so many emails all the time anyway, especially at this time, but like I'd rather be no than for sure, because I don't want to tell people I'm going and then people show up, or like people I know come down and it's like, well, I'm not going because actually I watched it or something, you know, like that would be really bad. Also because I'm looking forward to it and I don't want to have missed it, and it's kind of like they've got no shows near me this time. Like I had like 5 near me this time last year. I got like no shows around me at all. Closest one's Merthyr. I'm like, I'm not going to Merthyr. That's not that close. The excitement rollout sounds great. Probably have set RS on the pipeline as well. Yeah, Digsight has wiggled its way closer to the top of the pipeline. So pipeline currently consists of secret lookout landing and secret cave discovery. So the 2 sets that are going to go next to each other. They're my big convention builds for this year. So they are currently being ordered for. So the parts are like on their way. So they're technically top of the pipeline. That's going to keep me busy for a couple of months. I also have the stand for Great Skyland current up as well. So, Great Skyland is being done as a stand for Demon Dragon, who is my new current baby. Actually, I'm going to go grab him. Let's grab the Demon Dragon. So I need a stand for him for shows because he's super long and super heavy, but I want to use Great Skyland as a stand. And I also have a couple of little bits. So obviously, because the Ganon set's coming out, I've got to order some parts for some upgrades for that because I want to do another upgrade video. And I also have to order parts for like loose figures to go around Lookout Landing, which is also not going to be cheap. And then there's also just normal Lego set stuff. Beyond that, there's the Knight, and I don't know if you saw the post I did where I did a Grim design from Hollow Knight as well. So I'd like to get those through the pipeline as well. Then Aussie sits pretty much at the top, although the only counter to that is that I do think I want a second Deku Tree before it retires in July, sorry. And I didn't know it was retiring in July. I thought it was retiring at the end of the year. So that has kind of kiboshed some of my plans because I'm going to have to prioritize that above other stuff now, which is not ideal. But yes, dig site technically, because Lookout and Secret are already done, is at the top of the pipeline, beyond so much like minor stupid small stuff and stuff that's going to get in the way. Also the fact that I want to buy sets between now and like Timbuktu, and also the far off consideration. This is probably going to make Gaz laugh because he's getting ready for 2026, but there's a Bricktastic 2027, which I'm pretty set on. And I think I've got enough to show, but I do want to do at least something new, and I think that is Stormwind Arc at the moment. It's either going to be Stormwind Arc or like Frox or something like that, or like the Hinox. The reason I'm betting on Stormwind Arc is because I do still just think it's cool, and it would match with Koga. I would like to do the Stormwind Arc, I think, but I'm only vaguely putting it out in the universe. If I have to go to Bricktastic with nothing new, I will go to Bricktastic with something with nothing new. Apart from probably small stuff, because let's be honest, can I really stop myself? I would love to go to Bricktastic with Aussie as well. So if I can get to Ozymandias by the end of the year, I would love to. I'm thinking autumn would probably be the time. I have one pirate theme set for BDP, which is fired out of control to 4,000 parts, and that is somehow not above the limit, and it should be. That has nothing to you, but that is a BDP problem. I think from my perspective, why is the BDP limit 5,000 parts now? Does anyone wish to have an explain or an answer for that? Because BDP is out of control and should have been stopped a long time ago from being what it is. That being said, will you be submitting it? I would have brought another Deku Tree, but only if no other sets now. Well, see, but this is the problem though, because currently there are no other sets even rumoured, and the Breath of the Wild link's going out of production, and he's gonna like, what are they doing? Why is this theme only allowed to have one show? They gave it an entire theme page on Lego.com, and never once it will have more than one set on there for a period of exclusively 4 months, and then no more. So what? Make it make sense. I'm assuming Nintendo wants them to give them a homepage or something. I'm assuming that's part of the deal, but it still just baffles me so bad. So that's part of why I want to say is obviously the figures, and I don't think I am 100% convinced that they will not leave that Breath of the Wild link off the market forever, right? Like he's going to come in another set. Why he didn't launch in a diorama the same day as the Ocarina one, we'll never know. Additionally, though, I don't think that figure will ever be the same again, though. Because I reckon they'll use the new colour instead of the gold for the hair. So I reckon the hair's going to stay exclusive, but that is purely a guess. It baffles me because I have no idea why there is only ever going to be one set on the market for this theme. It just doesn't make any sense. Fine, retarded Deku, but why is other stuff not launching? Anyway, sorry, rant out of the way. That is partially why I want a second one, partially just because it's a 2-in-1. It is a 2-in-1. It's a 2-in-1 for my favourite IP on the planet. If I was ever going to buy 2 copies of a set, it is this set. At least for now, while there's like not other sets. I agree, if there were like other sets announced, I wouldn't be bothering. Anyway, that's my logic behind it. It's not the best logic in the world. I will completely admit that. Maybe I won't. I don't know. It's an expensive set. I haven't decided yet, but I think that is something I want to do. If I can find it for cheap, it's never going to be cheap because it's going to retire in 6 months. Less than 6 months. If it was retiring at the end of the year, I would definitely be picking up a second one. At the moment, it's still up in the air. It would be happening if I had conventions near me. So I am going to blame Brick Festival and the National Brick Expo for deciding not to put any shows in my vicinity for the first 6 months of this year. I mean, I'm still waiting on the MBEE dates for June, but it's a bit late really, isn't it? Can't right time rely on them for being shown in February, which is a shocking statement, isn't it, guys? It's horrific. But it is also well known. I just didn't think it'd be this bad. I knew it'd be bad, I just didn't think it'd be this bad. But at least it means you are all on time. Okay. So are you doing... I actually don't know when it is. Is it final touches now? I'm assuming you're working on lighting? Are we at that point yet? I don't know how this works. Amazon Killer Deals with the minimum collection for 59. That's not bad. I mean, it would take slightly more of a discount, I think, for me on that one, but it is a great pass pack. I don't know what else people would use that for. I mean, I like minerals, right? Like, I'm technically the target market, but there's too much now. There's too much. I have to be a little bit more selective, I think. So stuff like that. I like the Sauron helmet because I have Barad-dûr. I don't really need a Sauron helmet. As cool as it is, I do think it's amazingly executed. But unfortunately, just it's one of those things. Just don't quite need it. Would the parts limit really changed? I moved some parts to get it to 4,000. I thought they were changed, but I could be wrong. Maybe it was changed to 4,000. I know there was a change. I just don't remember what it was. Might be worth a check, Super Minister. I would love the clarification on that. I know there was something changed. Something's always changing with that program though, so it might just be me thing. June set for 141. Now that is a good deal. 100%, unequivocally. That is very tempting. Shame I did not enjoy the movie. Which again, doesn't make any sense for me either, because it's like right up my alley. Like I love my fantasy sci-fi, but just could not get into June. What am I doing? Why is this? Why? Just why? I have so many questions. Progress looks huge, yeah, pretty much. I mean, ground floor is like minutes away from being done as long as this part does not continue to avoid me. So, welcome back to the Wizard. Hope you're doing well. I think I really do believe we're on track to be done, except for just, I know it's not true. No lighting this time, not enough time really. Yeah, I feel that. Oh well, it's time for ready. But at least the build will be done then. That's the big breather, right? There we go. Just sat right underneath my nose. Not quite. There we go. Okay, time for the awning. Yep, time for the awning. Where are the hinges? Okay, very cool. Okay, so we really are getting to the next floor then, I think. Like I can feel the brain dead. I can really feel it. I refuse. Don't tell me to stop. Don't tell me to do it. I won't do it. There we go. I want this thing done. Not because it needs to be, but just out of principle now. Okay, and then 2 by 6. Oh, isn't it beautiful when the parts... There really are not that many parts in that top section of the tower. I'm just like looking at it and I'm going, huh, this is easy. Every time I say that, remember, it goes wrong. I add time to the clock every time. With that. Oh, is this going to be where we finally suffer for the missing part as well? Or the presumed missing part? We don't actually know where it came from or what went wrong with it. At one point we did believe there was I'm not even gonna. There was a 1x1 that I put into the base that we're pretty sure wasn't supposed to go in there. Oh, the minifigure changes me. Okay, well that makes... Well, at least that explains what I heard. Because I definitely heard something changing. But, okay, sorry if I panicked you for having cut things that you didn't need to cut. That's a little less egregious then, because I was out here thinking there was like huge changes and like they were like trying to up the parts count or something. Maybe I'm just remembering when they upped it to 4,000 and that was a while ago. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. Okay, big awning is on. And that is it. That is onto the little dinky towers. Little dinky tower time. Right, we're going to do this 2 at a time as well, because it's a mirror. So I believe I have the confidence, perhaps falsely, I have the confidence to try and do 2 at once. Okay. So everything now will be built separately and then will be attached later on. But I'm going to leave the big boy in the shop because I feel that it actually shows that something's been done. Because as I said, the one problem I've had today is that the camera angle is completely broken. Right. Ooh, this would be a really bad spot for that problem to come back and bite us, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, if I'm sort of dreading yet expecting the last light bluish grey 1x1, and I continue to feel that we've probably hit that point. Yep, I'm going to the spare pen. I'm going there. Where is it? I'm not faffing with it. I've learned that much over the time we've been doing this. Oh, it may never be a problem because I actually have a spare one. Ooh, great job, me. I actually thought something through. So I guess that answers the question. for those of you rewatching this, if any of you actually do that, the 1x1 that was missing about an hour or like 40 minutes or something into this, and I wasn't sure whether it was an error in the instructions or not. It turns out no, I just never physically ordered the part. It wasn't in there because it wasn't in there, which was I think the expected outcome. I think that is what we expected. No, actually, I think I was pretty convinced that I did order it, so this came as a surprise. Great. So we now have to do silly window stuff. About 6 of them, I think. 1, 2. But these small towers come together pretty quick. And then they can go on the model, and that will make a huge difference as well. So that's one of them. 2. And sound a little bit more like invigorated. Like feels good when like you actually like make progress onto a new section. I think I'll feel significantly happier when we get onto the top bit though, because that is where it's gonna hopefully really fly by. Because they go vertical, it goes vertical so quickly. And also there's just a significant less on the table now. One thing that's not on the table is that olive green piece, so that definitely I think got knocked off a card of them. That's fine. As I said, it's really common, and you cannot tell. I'm looking at this, I cannot tell that it's missing. So, not my concern, not my problem. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I didn't realise I wobbled the camera. Whoopsie. Okay. And then they said towel time, and I went yay. Oh boy, you can really tell that we're getting tired. Okay, another 3 big parts off here. Yeah, this is why I'm not doing lookout on camera when I do it for the first time. I'm not doing that. Am I doing that right? It goes onto the top of that side there. Cool, so that one goes on there. Cool. It's weirdly pedantic. Sure then, why not? Yeah, it's also just one of those models I continue to surprise myself that it's stronger. It's stronger than I ever expected in most ways, but at the same time, sometimes it's just weak. I don't think it's fair of me to judge the model as weak when I can swing it around by like one hand most of the time. It's just obviously when you take it places, yeah, of course it's going to seem weak. That's just how it goes. Any of those in the right spot, or should you be more outwards? I don't understand. Oh, that's being illegal the whole time. No? Okay. Anyway. Double turrets. And we are now going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. Jeez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the center of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the bits go in this. Cool. So these are like the first rooftop decorations. Now, I will say technically we are cheating because the ramp at the front and the side towers are already done. I just did those. I left them. I didn't unbuild them because, quite frankly, I am not fussed. I'm just not. this is mostly to test the main models, to add the extra bits into the middle, to experience building it again, and to test instructions. And I don't need to do those test instructions. I'm perfectly fine with it as it is. With Bricktastic, Bricktastic is the largest show here in the UK. It's the largest LEGO convention, and it is the creme de la creme of when people display, and I will not be there this year. That's will be there. When is it? Is it the end of February? I want to say. I want to say end of February. Yeah, but it is something that I am very looking forward to getting to. No. Thank you, Super Minister, for continually being my favourite person to ask the most interesting questions. Let me grab them. Okay, let's just attach these towers first, and then I'll go grab Kate. Okay, so this is a buildable character I wanted to do for a very long time. But I did not like the head. So I took the head off, which is effectively the same size, and I brought the old one, which you can still get for like 30p or something on Bricklink, from the buildable figure. So it is effectively the same scale. He looks almost perfect now, and I realise this is like a cheating solution because it does not match the rest of the style, but it's just too perfect. I mean, look at that. He can still turn, and you can do it with all the parts in the set apart from obviously the head, and then one of those balls with the axle that goes straight through. Oh, it's focusing on his body. One of those. It has a hole on two sides, and then literally just rip the head off and stick that on. And it looks so much better. And he still can turn. And yeah, it's a little small, but I've absolutely loved how it looked compared to this one. Which, as I said, I can easily change over. I have no plans on getting rid of the parts for. It's just, I do not like that. That does not look like him to me. Oh, no. Oh, where have they gone then? Right. Okay, I do not know. Okay. This is what I get, I guess, isn't it? His head explodes everywhere, so that is going to be a later problem. I cannot see any of them. It's the great part. Ugh. I'm sure some went on the table, but the problem is obviously the table's got all the other bits on, so that's not very helpful. Let me just grab up what I can see while I can. Give me 2 secs. Ooh. Wow, that was quite an impressive shot, actually. There we go. So somewhere on here is one of those. Good. Okay, we're gonna rebuild. No, your question was very valid and also very interesting. What do you think? Because I didn't know if it was something that was worth doing a bit about, because the set's obviously quite old, so I didn't really see a point, but I thought it was quite an interesting idea. I'm surprised, actually, that I haven't seen anyone else do it, because it felt like one of those things that everyone was going to do. Or I thought everyone was going to do, because no one seemed to like it. The head, I mean. How does this even work? I do not know how this head attaches together. I think it goes on the bottom like this. I just want to know if I'm not missing anything. So sorry, I'm derailing now, but okay, thanks. 21 seconds. So it is end of February, so it's coming up. So I know, so I can hide myself from social media, because I just don't want to. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see the thing I cannot take part in. Oh, I've done this wrong. Okay. Always like the action figures. Yeah, and he was one of the better ones as well. So I really like the new building techniques. I found the building and techniques on him super, super inspiring. That was what led me to do the Grim build that I had on the community tab. Was building the K2O set. Kato, so because I just love the figure sculpt, and I was like, wow, they have come such a long way. Right, his head's fixed. Let's get back to it. Yeah. So in answer to your like original question, he has now physically lost his head, yes, because I have taken it off to fix it. But at least there are no more missing parts as we go. Okay. So we are now done with this. This is completely done. We've got the 2 side towels on. I am gonna bring up, I think, all of these bits for now as well. We'll leave the last silly bits down there, but oh rubbish! I didn't do those as well. Okay. But yeah, I wanted to do something with the action figures. It was just a quick, simple fix. I thought it was actually going to be more complicated, but I had plenty of those parts still hanging around from the imprisoned, because I keep spares of those ball joints on hand for when his neck gives out. Speaking of trouble, I think I need to rebuild him again, because I think I fixed the problems. So I need to rebuild him from scratch and see if he works first try. Because I have acquired one of the original like magnet bricks from the 70s, because I want to get him working reliably, not only because he's a right pain it shows, which doesn't function. Doesn't do his one job, and I threatened, I said if he doesn't work at Reading this year, if he has anything more than like one breakdown that I can easily fix, I'm scrapping him, because I'm done with it. Well, like, I'm going to keep him for my personal collection, but I'm going to scrap him for shows, because he's just ridiculous at this point. He just takes up space, and I keep telling people he works, and then he just stops working on me, and it's just stupid. So I've threatened him with scrapping, so I spent some more time working on it, just to see if I could fix it as a model, because I know I can fix it. I know it works. I'm trying to get him instruction ready, and it's not working. So I went back to a drawing board. Well, not quite to a drawing board. It's all iterative on the previous design, because I just don't believe there's another option out there for him at the moment. There probably is a different way to do it, but it would completely change things. So I just did some polishing work, tried some things, got it to a point I was happy with, updated the instructions, and then I've taken him apart ready to rebuild. And obviously we're doing the Sanctum today, so I'll probably do him again on a future stream at some point. Reluctantly, because I don't know if anyone remembers what happened last time we tried to build him on stream. Did not end well. It really did not. It was an unmitigated disaster. Just like an awful 5 hours. That 700-piece model should not have taken almost as much time as this castle has. Like, what is that about? It's crazy. Should never have been that way. I need to watch that back, I think, or at least I need to skim through it, because I think I fully lost the motive. Like, fully madness. And then I think I kept going afterwards because psychopathic behaviour on my end, but whatever. Okay, so I'm speeding through this while I finish up this the base for the next layer, because it's so simple. Oh, there's a surprise. I found a another 1x1. I thought those were all done. It was still attached, because clearly I did not do my job at taking it apart properly. I imagine that one's actually from the last of the 3 turrets, the central one that goes here. So it's actually good that I found that, because it had not occurred to me that we were probably going to be one short if I hadn't found that. So that's a win. See, I'm looking for the bright spots. I'm choosing to have a more positive attitude. This is bigger than I thought. But I am very much looking forward to having something new to build as of whenever my parts are ready. With my oh, I got to show you the bags actually. I've got to show you the bags. I showed them earlier, but I feel like Superman, so you specifically would enjoy this. They're on the other side of the room, but I'll just go grab them. It's so fun because I don't understand where they're all going. Like, What is this? I've got like another 700 parts on the way. And like, what is this? This is crazy. This is a ridiculous amount of pieces. I don't understand where 3,000 parts are in the power. It's truly insane. I don't know where they're going. I don't know where the volume is. It's all Lego. But apparently, according to my wonderful file, has a home. Do I know where? No, I do not. Am I going to find out? Yes, I am. I'm very excited. However, I'm also a little bit confused because I look at that build and I go, yeah, it's pretty big, but like, is it that big? Apparently so. No, I think that is the thing that's going to surprise me. Is I think I am just going to find out that it's at least as wide as this castle, probably, but circular instead of 2D. I mean, of course, there's a fairly tall section, but I did the maths. There's not that many parts in like the Lookout Landing Tower, so I'm like, where are these parts going? Either way, we're going to find out. I'm going to film the process. I'm not doing it live, but I'll film the process. So we've got 2 massive bags of parts with another like 700 parts on the way. From Pick a Brick, and then I've got to do Secret Cave for underneath. And then, of course, I have to figure out a way to get them to sit on top of each other whilst continuously pulling them off, on and off again all day. So that's the fun. Also, have I mentioned that I want the tower to actually launch the people? But that's too late. Go for those. Cool. Okay, so the only troubling part for this last big section is that there's a lot of like faffy cheese slope work, which kind of slows me down, I think. And I have to sort of pay attention to what's going on a little bit more. But otherwise, you can tell there's barely any interior details left. We've got just the big tower left to go. Just the big tower. I think I threatened that I would be here a while ago, but as in that I would be at this point a while ago. But we're here now, and that's all that matters. But yeah, we've got some big builds on the way, and I would really like to do Ozymandias. Oh, there's always stuff I want to do. Has anyone got any sets they've got their eye on? And now I've got a save for a Ministerial now, unfortunately. I just hope that promo's not good. I don't want to do it until December. Especially because there's no new shows I can go and get free money from. It's not free money, I spend more on the actual models, but cash back, fine, call it. Yeah. I was really hoping I wasn't going to like Minister. I know that seems like a strange thing to say, but I was really hoping I was going to be able to skip it. Not because I don't want to own one, but just because I didn't think I would like it, and I didn't want to have to spend that kind of money. But here we are. Turns out they know what they're doing, and they can make a good set. And I like it significantly more than the Shire from last year. Which was very convenient that I did not like that set, because it meant I could skip it. As much as I didn't want to skip it. The most like redundant bricks ever that just go into like a cavity so that there's only like one plate showing, which is ridiculous. Yeah, that's a full brick in there. Why? No one knows. Oh, looks like we're doing the details thing. Okay. Right. So we've got to put... Ooh, which means we get to show you the fun stickers actually as well, because I've glossed those up as well. I don't get to show these ones off in detail very often, so that's actually quite exciting. Let me grab them from the tray underneath. We've got... Oh, they're both good actually. Look at this. So we've got the recipe for monster cake and we've got the recipe for fruit cake. Now all glossed and shiny and also sealed in so that they can't get as damaged. And I also have a brand new one to go in Secret Cave Discovery, which will be built next month, which is the pizza recipe. And then I also remember have the fish pie in, what's it called? Ye Clansax, the village. So we've got like 4 now, which is really cool, because it's like a full collection. Not quite as nice as like the Find the Pigman, so like I'm not going to be going, oh, people, go find the 4 recipe tiles that are hidden and like microscopic and that you're never going to see. Because I have to like, physically like show them to you. to recognise, because this is the problem with like reference stickers. They just get so small and hard to see, especially in like show builds. But yeah, they're going on the little writing boards here up in the castle. Why there's two of them? No idea. Should I put something else on there? Yeah, probably. Am I going to change my mind? No, not at all. It's very much tough luck. That is my answer there. But it's still cool. I like it. One of you, one of you. And actually, we've got another sticker, so we've got to stand up again. Which is another one that I don't get to show off very often, which is the Guardian sketch. It's very subtle. Like, no one's ever going to know that's there. But then that one just sits down in this build here, like in a trough. So it's like a load of papers stacked up. Again, why that's next to recipes doesn't make any sense, because there's not even like really a kitchen in this castle. So actually, yeah, no, there is no kitchen in this castle. There's no kitchen in the model. There's no kitchen in the real one either. There's a dining room, but we didn't include that. So I suppose the recipes are referencing a dining room / the library, with the papers referencing her study at the opposite same time. Where's that flower from? Call it what you will. Doesn't matter. It's just all vaguely appropriate castle details, which also allowed me to draw some fun stickers. So, quite frankly, if you want a reason, that's the reason. I got to have fun. It's the only reason anyone ever needs. Oh, don't do this. No. Please tell me that flame is not gone inside some random brick and I'm never going to see it again. I think it's gone inside some random brick and I'm never going to see it again. Okay, fine. I was hoping this wouldn't happen. Man, that's disappointing. Oh well. It's not like I've not got more, it's just where is it? But you know, like, what are we doing? It's not hidden under here, is it? No? Okay. Yep, nope, I'm giving up. Okay, guess this candle's gone out. That's simple, huh? Yes, sir. Okay, and then we just got some boxes, I think, over here. With those last olive green pieces, apart from the mystery one that is missing. And then the open one that goes on top, right? Yeah, sorted. Sorted. Okay, and then it looks like we're going vertical again. Very cool. Yeah, great things about these floors is that they come up really quick, which I was worried was going to make them look too like prefabby and not like finished enough, but it turned out fine. It definitely is simpler than the previous floors, using significantly less dodgy techniques. Well, not dodgy techniques, actually, everything else worked out quite fine. I'm very curious to see what we're going to have left at the end, just because I want to know what went wrong with those two parts, because I've got to fish those out because they belong in GSI and over here. So that's going to be a joy, because I'm probably going to rip a wall apart to get to them. Well, actually, generally speaking, I only have to get to one of them, unless it's an actual part swap. I don't really know what's happened. And then it's only that olive green piece and a flame, I think. Unless there's any more of that dark tan, I don't really remember what happened with that either. Oh well. Okay. yes, this is where all the inverted stuff comes into play. I remember. Oh yeah, where's the cake as well? I'm missing the monster cake. Although I haven't built the shelf where that goes yet, so I can wait for a little bit longer before I go find that. I imagine it's just in the box, because I don't think I would have wanted to take it apart, so I just don't think I would have known what was going to happen to the parts. I think is probably the logic that went through my head, which is sound. However, does create some problems. I know where it is. It's just over the southern. So I shall not be grabbing it. What's going on here? Right. Losing the will just a little bit. Okay. So, first floor of this is now done. Let me hold it up before I move on. Let's go for... There we go. So, nice stable base. This is where most of the details are on this floor. There'll be a couple more as we go up, but it's not until the tower goes into one. Hello, Rossetti. Good to see you again. It's been some time. How are you doing? You joined us late into this wonderful process, that I have no regrets for. However, I refuse to finish. I will finish this. Mainly because we're really close now. Well, not that close. We're close-ish. We're close-ish. Not many floors left. Yeah, we are building our sanctum again. We're doing the instruction test and also just having fun with it, really. You know, when you build a model for yourself, you know you want to have the ability to rebuild it and enjoy it. So that is what I'm doing. Treating it like it was a set, which is the wrong decision because disaster has ensued. But then again, I don't know if we expect any less from one of these. Nothing ever seems to work out on these lives. However, that does not mean it is not fun. It just means I have to take a big nap before the next one. But yeah, I think I said it earlier, I just think I'd be delusional to do this for any longer than I already do. Like, most of these end up being like 5 or 6 hours. And then the shorter ones sometimes don't feel fulfilling, which is crazy because they're long. And then I'm like, oh, what if I did a longer one? And I'm like, well, that would be actually crazy because I think I would die. But it would also be fun to be involved with something a little longer, I think. And people probably wouldn't appreciate. Oh well. Musings of someone that's been chatting for 5 hours, I think, at this point, so apologies from my perspective. But yeah, we're going to get this thing done in one go, and I'm going to demonstrate what the features live, as we usually do, and then I'm going to go have dinner, but we are still probably an hour away, I reckon. No, I'd hope not, but I'd hope 40 minutes, because I predicted 7, I said 7, and it's 6:20, so in theory, I might still have some time. But yeah, we're just doing the central core, and then we get to the Ganon drop. Ooh, Ganon is not in one piece. Okay, I guess I'm not demonstrating the Ganon drop tonight. My apologies, I am a filthy liar. Because we could build Ganon, but Ganon doesn't have instructions, and I was kind of waiting to do his instructions before I rewood him to test him. So, yeah, I'm going to lie on that one and just not show you the Ganon drop today, but I will demonstrate what would happen. It's probably better for him, actually, because I think Ganon's head would probably hurt if it hit the table. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing that. Cool. Yeah, grab this across. So the taller it gets, the easier I can get it in screen. But the main big section is done now, so that's a big win. And we didn't discover too much trouble, which is also a win from an instruction perspective. So. Oh, there is still that though, isn't there? There's that part of the tower to build. I don't know. There are less pieces on the table. Let's just go with that as an assumption and assume that that will lead me to speed. Town, speed time. I'm gonna be super speedy. Again, by no means am I rushing to get this done. However, I would like to prove my prediction right. And the people that are going to probably pop back in like an hour's time and be like, oh, you're still here. I'm like, yes. I failed. Okay. What is happening? Right, so we are... Yeah, I've got to bring this in as like an indent, haven't I? Because that's where the main like function goes. What? What am I looking at? Confused. Very confused. Very confused. I do really just, that's all I want actually, is I want to figure out what happened to the missing 1x1s. It just doesn't happen. I'm telling you, it doesn't happen. Otherwise I can see like the fact that I'm like, just getting more focused and then just ignoring chat more, so that's great. Such a good job I do at this hosting thing. Oh well, it's fine. However, it does allow me to just really focus in though, because the progress speed now is actually almost on par with if I was building a set, I think, which is cool, because that's what the kind of feeling I want. And I do feel like I'm making decent progress. Right, so this is the mechanism for the Ganon drop. So we're building up around his cocoon. Not that one, I want this one, and I want to thread it through to where? What are all these? Oh, that's for the like wobbly floor. I was like looking at it, I'm like, why do I have so many of these around? I'm like, was that the problem? Was that where the missing thing came from? Nope. Right, so this goes on the back three. Okay. That's so weird. Why is that like that? Okay, sure. I don't much mind. Ah, here we go. Okay. So I've got a barrel to go on this one. I've got a crate to go here. And I've got a monster cake to go on the side here as well. And I need to go and grab the fruitcake. Oh dear. That did not sound good. We've got the fruitcake build here, which is going to go up in the attic. Dodgy place to put food, but nevertheless. So you can see we have the new round of decorations where we've got the monster cake as per for the recipe, and then the fruitcake as opposed to that recipe there. I think I'm going to turn the fruitcake round actually to put the purple at the back because I can. Yeah, sweet, that looks better. Nice. That's another layer. And then we're going back vertical again because that is the last detail section of the 2 wide tower. And then once it goes 1 wide, we've got 3 rooms. But again, by that point, it's a very thin thing. The tower is not very big by that point. And I'm not loving how wobbly this part feels because it just doesn't feel good to build on. So I think it might be necessary to change the order there, maybe. We'll see. I'm going to be completely honest. The problem with the way we do these is that I have forgotten most. Like I wrote down the big important stuff, like the stuff that physically needs to change because it's missing or not working. But anything minor, I'm probably going to forget. Unless I watch the replay back, which I'm going to be completely honest with you, don't think I'm doing. Because the replay is going to be like 6.5 hours. So will this actually result in better instructions. I mean, it tells me my instructions aren't broken, but will it lead me to actually improve the actual process for people? I'm honestly no. I don't think so. Is that what you guys wanted me to admit? That this actually probably will not improve the quality of the instruction experience at all in the slightest. Harsh reality. Harsh reality. Why is that there and not there? Oh, it's still to come. Okay, it's just really random. I was like looking at this, I'm like, shouldn't that reinforced technic pin be where the actual action feature is instead of up here in the middle? But no, apparently, this belongs up here. Cool. That's what makes logical sense. Yeah, no, I know why the pins were here. It's from when the model was intended to be double uppable. And when, I mean, in theory you still could, I just don't know why you'd want to. You'd still technically be able to buy 2 copies and stick them back to back. But I do not see the joy in that at all. Why is this still so wobbly? I have such a confusion on this. You should not be this wobbly. I know you won't be this wobbly eventually. I just didn't enjoy putting you together this wobbly. So I feel like this is something that you and I need to fix. I found the candle! Yes! It's not lost forever. Oh, that makes me happier. I was starting to think that we'd lost like 6 or 7 different pieces, and I'm just like, it's just one less thing to worry about. Just one less thing to worry about. Good. Great. That's another layer. Good. Good. I feel like we must be pretty close to the last layer by now, but I just seem to be cooling everything super early. I'm just like, yeah, we're there. And I'm like, no, we're not. We're just not there. We're not there yet. You're taking this to running, right? Thank you, guys, for saving me there from my slow drift into insanity. I realise this cannot be pleasant listening experience, so you have my thanks there. Yes, I'm taking this to Reading. I probably may have to rebuild it again between now and then, because I do not know about transporting it. I am doing other builds for Reading. We've got a brand new slate of stuff. I'm bringing some of the good old classics as well, but I'm bringing basically 50% new stuff. And I'm trying to find other shows. However, I have had 0 luck in finding any close to me in the first half of the year, because they've changed them all around. There were the 2 Swansea shows. There were there was Newport last year as well in the first half. There was obviously Reading. Reading, obviously, I'm still doing. And yeah, I just haven't had any luck finding one. I know there's Brick Festival are doing Cardiff again, but they're doing it in like April, and I don't know why we're doing that, because we were just there, and they're not doing it in the same spot. And I'll be completely honest, it's like a weekend or 2 before Reading, and I kind of don't want to have to lug it all to Cardiff and then lug it all to Reading within 2 weeks. If it was a show more local to me at either one of those locations, I would be saying yes. But I don't know how I feel about taking almost the identical display to Cardiff within 5 minutes, like 5 months. It just doesn't quite seem right. Then again, it's not the same arena, it's a different time of year. Maybe I'll do it anyway. I don't really know what's going on there. But I've not been able to find any other shows that are close to me. There are some that would have been, but just haven't worked out with like schedule. Like I would have loved to have done the new Guildford show that's happening in Feb. There's Bournemouth. I would have liked to have done Bournemouth, but again, I'm not in a position to get myself to Bournemouth for that show, so can't do it. And yeah, I've just had a really hard time in finding shows in my area for the first half of this year. Really, really difficult. Like, just haven't found any up until about May, and I still haven't found any past that, apart from potentially the one Cardiff one, and then of course Reading. I'm aiming to do Swindon in October, and of course obviously I've got new builds coming, and I want to do the costume again because that was a lot of fun, and I think it suits the display really well, and it makes people come over and talk to you, right, because it's novel and different, although you do get stared at as well, but what's new there, so yeah. Is Gloucester doable? To be honest, I didn't really know where Gloucester was, but how do you say it? Maybe. It's a little way up. I don't know what the trains are like. When is it? Do you know? Sorry, I'm going to make you search for me now or something ridiculous. Because I would like to have had more than one. I would like to have had one by now. Especially as I'm missing a big one. Next year, well, that's the weird thing, because I don't know why they've changed it all, because like last year I spent most, I was going, oh yeah, next year will be great, but now that they've messed with all this stuff, I'm like, I have no idea what shows are going to be available to me when my timing opens up in the summer, if you get what I mean. So like, I was really hoping that there'd be quite a lot of shows going on come the second half of this year, but obviously the dates aren't out yet, which is... What is happening? What is happening to the camera? Hello? What is going on? Why is it having a freak out? I didn't touch it. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, never mind. Okay, it stopped being live and started doing the replay footage from 6 hours ago. It scared me. I was like, oh no, are we having a technical failure? What is happening? Why is my castle like undone itself? Huh. Okay, we're still live. Good. Yeah, I was hoping to be able to hit a lot of shows this year. And so far that has not come true. And obviously I know more dates will get revealed as we go through the year, but like that's not helpful for me right now, is it? So. And also I was kind of assuming that my local ones would be happening at the same time, because I kind of assumed that shows usually happen at the same time of the year. But I guess not for Brick Festivals. Western's on the 14th of March. That sounds familiar. I should have a look at these ones as well. It'd be nice. I'd like to get to one. I know you've not got any before Bricktastic, but have you got plans? Have you booked onto any, I suppose, is what I'm asking. Not so that I'm not going to copy you, obviously. But not just copying, but you know what I mean. I'm not going to stalk you around. Just curious. I think I'll try Bournemouth. So I was hoping to do Bournemouth as well. I have friends down that way. It's just a long way. Like I'd have to come down the night before. And then like at that point we start getting into kind of silly territory, you know, like for where I'm at. But it just seems a little bit silly maybe. But I would like to do it. So I suppose it's mostly me and being sensible that's getting in my way. But I would like to do more. Like it is frustrating to me that I have not been able to do more, I think is the correct answer for what I'm saying. But, oh well. Yeah, I just suppose I wasn't expecting them to mess with the times. I just kind of assumed that the ones I'd been to, well, they would be back and I would be there. But that has not been the case. To be fair, I don't really know what's going on with MBE as a whole, actually. I mean, they're still running all the events and nothing's changed there. But just a little confused, I guess. Kudos, you were really relatively sensible in this hobby. Yeah, so the concept of me training down to Bournemouth the night before to do a show and then train back late at night, what is essentially 4 hours, and then still having to find a place to stay on the Friday night, or I could stay with my friend and their like 2-month baby, which that sounds like not the easiest night for them or for me to be present, only to then have to do the Bournemouth show and then leave. Maybe not my smartest idea. That being said, I plan on being very unsensible going forward because, as I said, I want to do, obviously doing Reading, then I want to do Swindon, which I'll probably have to get a hotel for as well, because that's 2 days. And then I want to do Bricktastic in February next year. So that will be a hotel. Do you guys have like contacts or something? Or like a way that you can do it? Like, is there some sort of secret I don't know? Like thinking in advance, is it just booking early, or is there like secret hotels that no one tells you about, or are you just relying on family in the area? Like, I'm not asking for help, I'm just saying, like, is there something I should be bearing in mind in advance, thinking about next year? Or is it just the show, that's it, that's the cost? Which I don't mind. As I said, I'm looking forward to it. But, just thinking in advance, just something seems to not add up. But yeah, I plan on being very unsensible going forward. Which hopefully will make me more sensible with buying sets, because if I'm spending money elsewhere, then I don't have to put as much money into building stuff. Or will I just buy the stuff to build anyway and then just spend even more money? Who knows? Who knows? I like to think of myself as sensible. Then again, can anyone really be sensible in this hobby? As you pointed out, it's crazy. It is crazy. But yeah, thank you for attempting to find a convention for me. I will take another look at the lists. I will see what I can do. But, if not, it'll be ready. Which is, to be honest, if I'm going to do one in the first half of the year, it'll be ready. Like the Premium and very close. Okay. Premium was probably where my head was, so that is good to know. At least I know I'm not missing like some sort of like secret trick or something, because that would suck. Yeah. But yeah, I like the conventions. They're fun. They're fun. They're a good time. Meet some great people, and obviously get to talk to the public as well. I mean, hopefully Oxford will be back in the summer. That would be another one I'd like to do, but again, it's just too early. I don't know why they started. I'm assuming they started not releasing the dates because they were in competition with each other and they didn't want to, like, give the others a chance to put on a show there before them because it was affecting attendance or something, but it doesn't seem like a reason to stop making it a nuisance for the creators as well. I mean, I've felt that the Brick Festival application process has been a bit of a nuisance for a while, but that might just be a new thing, I think. It's just overly janky and weirdly obtuse, and then they don't reply in time and it's a mess. Anyway, me being grumpy about various things. Okay, time has moved on and floor has gone up. As the old saying goes, floor on the walls. We now have 4 wall section, and then also a new room on the inside with the Korok stuff. We're close, yeah. Okay, And with this last little push, this will get us to the top of the tower. Then to be honest, there are detail bricks here, and I don't know what they're for, quite frankly. We'll figure it out. And then I think I'm going to stop it because to be fair, I think, I mean, I could have finished before 7, it looks like, if I was correct. We might actually do this. This might actually be possible. Again, as I said, I have no plans. However, it would be nice. It would be nice to be correct about this for once, instead of just being estimatedly wrong every single time. Can I get to the top in 20 minutes? That is the new question. And honestly, I'm feeling confident, unless there's another part missing, in which case we're doomed forever. It's never going to happen. Boop, and boop. But that's another floor. So that was the Korok room. The next one is the treasure chest, if I'm remembering correctly, which doesn't sound very exciting, but it is. It's sort of say it as you see it. It's a treasure chest in a room. Wow. But this floor has a window, which is kind of crazy. I don't know, guys. I don't think that's kind of crazy. The tower gets a little bit smaller though as well. And then, oh no, that goes over there. Okay. And we had, no, dark bluish grey. Where are they? Can't believe I actually running to the point where I'm like, oh wow, where are my dark bluish grey slopes? I think there's like 80 of them in this model. Yeah, some of the quantities, I don't know if I'm just like lacking like a perspective in scale or something, but like I was saying with where those parts are going to go in my new model, like I don't know where 3,000 parts fit. I didn't realise there's about 80 odd of these like cheeses in here. I'm like, how did that happen? Why are there so many? I did not plan this. This was not part of the plan. And then suddenly here we are ordering 80 cheese slabs later, which luckily is a cheaper part than some, but it's like, where are the quantities of you going? Like, why are there so many of you? Similar thing happened with like actually there were certain part volumes where I'm like, why are there so many of you? I don't understand. Clearly I need to put more thinking into where part go where, instead of what do what. I think I'm going to have to make some modifications basically to the lookout list, because I just think it's too expensive for people when I do instructions for that. But quite frankly, I'm not going through instructions for that with a 10-foot pole for at least a couple of months, because I think this prepping for the Ganon launch is going to kill me. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but I don't feel particularly strongly. Okay. Where is 1-1? Where go? Where are? There you are. Hidden right at the back. Thank goodness you did not have a stud on the side of you, because I think I would have cried. Right, what's going in the treasure chest again? 2 gems and a rock. Where is the rock? I've seen it before. There it is. So next floor up we have treasure chest, 2 gems, and one of those lovely stones, which I had for free when one of my pick a brick orders went wrong. And then back up we go. But like, at what point do I have to start being a little careful with the pressure I'm applying to this model is my question. That is the research question that I am putting forward for designing the instructions here is, where do I have to be careful? Is this risky? I don't know. Cheese and one of you. Right, 1x4. I can really feel myself lagging now, but we're so close. And also, even it doesn't matter. I wouldn't have given up. I'm seeing this through. Well, we are really close now at this point. It would be silly to. I don't want to say it because I manifest it, but I think it would take a house fire at this point to get me to stop. But it's going to make that dinner taste all the better. What am I going to have is the question. Let's have a think. nice and knocky. Although I don't really want to wait too long because it is late. Well, it's not that late, but food late. There's another floor. So that is now most of the height of the model. We got, I think, one more layer to do, but apparently first we are putting the blue turrets on, which is exciting. Luckily these 8x8 hexagonals are really useful. This is just making me want to build the new stuff. Hurry up, parts order. Hello, I can't say it, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Hello Zuzu, welcome back. Good to see you again. You are joining us for the very final stretch. You don't want to, we have some hype in there. You don't want to look away now because we are on the final floor. Quite literally the top of the tower. In fact, we're so high up that we are even adding the first of the 2 vinyl flags. There we go. And there you go. 2 flags on there. Awesome. Let's keep going. Oh, hello. No, we're going back up again. Cool. Noted. Let's pan my cursor up a bit, make this a bit easier for me. Okay, so we've got the last of the 4x what's it faces. Where is the other 4x what's it? No. Please don't tell me. Oh no, not at this point. I've made a mistake. No. Oh, please, no. Please, no. Oh, rubbish. How have I done this? This is not what we needed right now. This is not what we needed right now. No. This can't be happening. Not on the very top of the tower. Oh dear. Okay, right, I've got to count through. 1, 2, 3. Yep, good. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, we are missing one of these, and I have an extra one of these left over. So logic dictates I've done something with one of these where I shouldn't have, and I've used a 1x4, which is entirely possible. I have to be completely honest. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 of them on this side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's fine. And 3 on this side. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then on this side it's 4. 1, 2. There we go. Got it. I found it. It's right at the bottom. So down here, I've used a 1x4, and it should be a 1x3 and a modified brick with a cheese slope on it. Specifically, these 2, which we would have found out in 20 minutes, is at the bottom. So now somehow I have to do surgery. Also, by the way, you realise that this is what's going to happen at the end with the missing 1x1 bricks as well from the ground floor of this city castle. So this is not the last time we're going to have to do surgery, but luckily, because it's quite a stiff build, that was actually quite easy. We got it. Okay, that was significantly less harmful than I thought it was going to be. I thought that was going to take a lot longer, which explains my drama. Okay, let's go back in. We're really close, guys. It's like I'm on step 95 out of 122, plus there's some finishing touches bits, but that's kind of neither here nor there really, isn't it? So we've got the flags, we've got that going. Okay, we've got the clip with the bow, and the bow is going in the top of the tower. So this is the final like details, because this is the like ring the bell room at the very top. With a spear, apparently, as well. Okay. Don't know how the camera's moved. It's a bit unnerving. And then this floor is quite literally hollow, because this is where like the windows are at the very top. So it's quite literally made up of 4 giant pillars. So this is one of those really interesting sections when it comes to transporting and such, because I cannot, you cannot transport something that is held up by this. Like, it's perfectly stable until you hit it. And if you're putting it in a bag where stuff is warping, it's just a no, right? It's a really obvious no. Okay, so that grew really quickly, and then we add this, rather dodgily, but that helps secure it all together. And then apparently we add the bell, so for that we get 2 plates, stick a BB9E head on it. No, sorry, that is a old astromech head, that's not BB9E one. And then the little ding-a-ling for the bottom of the bell. And then we stick that on the underside. I forgot about that when I was making the instructions, so that was ironic. Oh, this is something I would potentially consider changing, is I just would want to up the height of this by like 1 more plate now that those parts exist, because the sort of secret diary we have hidden up here, because we have like Zelda's diary or something, how do you want to phrase it, is hidden away at the top, but it's actually kind of hard to get to. Like, as in, I had prints on it, but it just scraped them off because it sits here, clipped in, but it doesn't have any room to sort of angle, and because of the way it sits, it sort of just damages it every time, because I have that indented. I suppose I could do that. I could just have it unindented. That would be another easy way of fixing it. But if I could just give it like 1 more plate's worth of height so that it could still be stuck in like that, and then pop out without sort of having the damage that goes on there. Oh, hello. What's happened here? Is that the sticker? Sticker's got an oh dear, I'm doing never mind, that sticker's never coming off. The sticker has crumpled up on the inside. This was supposed to be on the white part of the book. It's got a Silent Princess on. Oh well. Your wishes was real set. Me too, which is why I built it myself, and why you will be able to build it yourself too. Well, order the parts for it too when I finish my instructions, which is why we're doing this. So, very soon you will be able to acquire instructions and then go on to Bricklink and get all the parts. That is exactly why we are here today. Is because people ask me all the time about various different models. I mean, it's always a different model, right? And it's always never a model I'm working on. And yes, soon you will be able to pretend that this is a real set too. Hylian shield going up in the top. Okay. I mean, we're on the very, very tippy-top crenellations now, aren't we? Wow. And we've got 5 minutes. So technically speaking, I will have finished it. Because let's not include the hour I lost to searching for random parts. Like, okay, and fine, even if you do want to count it, technically, I will have put the lid on it. Like, the roof is going on this castle before 7 PM. Unfortunately, the real reality is that the actual castle will not be finished. Because I do not quite think... There you go. Look at that. Whoo! It's so tall. I will bring you guys down here once we finish. But I want to just... yeah, I've got to... Sorry, I need this over here, actually. I need to finish with the last sort of little hexagon-y bit at the front. Let's go for like... Is it 2 stars? Yeah. We've got one last little section to do. I think I could probably, if I'm completely honest, do this without the instructions actually. Or at least I'll be able to do part of it. I don't know, why have I got so many 2x2 tiles left? That is a mystery. What's happened there is my question right now. I'm going to use the instructions purely so that I don't botch this, but it's nice and simple. Oh, okay. No, it's just a me thing. Don't panic. No need to panic. I don't think, anyway. Don't really know what's going on here. I think this was a choice that was made. I don't think this is a problem. I think this is a deliberate decision, and I'm gonna just, please tell me it was. Please tell me it was a deliberate decision, and I have not. Small parts, so it's just a bit behind here actually as well. I mean, I can solve part of this problem. I really don't fancy the. Nope, there's all four of them. Okay, we got a problem. Ooh. Calvy's back. Hello. You've come here at the right time. I am doing this. We're doing this. It's happening for real. Oh, well, there's that 1x3 that was missing earlier, so that's a win. Still don't know what these tiles are for. I'm hoping I'm going to turn the page in the instructions and it's going to tell me, because I don't. Oh! I worked it out. I know what they're for. Sorry, that was like the most brain dead thing you could potentially have listened to. But I do know what they're for. They are the falling blocks for the Ganon feature. Oh, that's more like it. We've got some speed behind us now. Right, so the interim solution here is to steal. Lucky for me, I had two 1x3s on hand. I'm going to assume that I've removed them and used them for another project or something, and I just really don't remember, because I genuinely do not know where those parts should be, could have gone. I'm hoping that at the end there's going to be some bits left over that are going to make all the sense in the world, and we're going to be able to figure it out from there. However, we are not at that point. This thing has not worked out as planned. However, it has been far from a disaster. It's just I'm seeing things like this, right? And I'm like, where on earth are you? You should be down at the bottom here somewhere, which means something seriously has gone wrong if you are not down the bottom and there are no 1x3s up here. However, not right now. We're just gonna cruise through. We're gonna finish it, which is really exciting, because this is it, right? This is the moment that people have been watching for. So if you were watching, you don't want to leave now, because this is the moment that we actually attach the thing together. Once I get a lid on this thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I know where that sword goes as well, and I know where the other bits go to. I think I'm pretty confident at this point that I know where most of these pieces go. Oh yeah, even the dark red bits, I do know where they go as well. See how much space we've got on the table as well, which is crazy. I mean, I'll bring the camera down, like I said, and I'll show you guys all the stuff up close, which explains where all the bricks go. Yeah, good, we know where those go now too. Yeah, everything on here is looking pretty familiar, apart from the fact that we are missing two 1x3s now, really randomly. Okay, so we've got these Technic bricks. I'm going to put that on that. So this is the dropping down section that is what allows the Ganon egg to fall. We're going to get 4 Technic pins in here just to fully support it, and then we've got to get the last stickers out as well. And we need the support pin, so that's another thing that can go over here. I've got these 2 flag stickers to go around the back. And if I look on my tray, yep, it is indeed the last 2 parts. So these are convex stickers. They look a little bit janky, but that's because they get played with a lot, so I don't mind if they get a little beaten up. But they go on here. So does this bit as well. So these are just bits to go in the way and support us. And we can put that. I'm going to turn these around, actually. I think that might be the better option. Okay, Gannon egg, that's also done. We then have, see these I don't get. Now this must be where the 1x3s are. This can only be that. And it must be somewhere really, really obvious, unfortunately. So we're gonna go check that now. Just because I need to know. Because like, this shouldn't be here. That must be the missing 1x3s. Like, what is this? That should not be here either. So, I'm gonna stall the party because if we're doing it, we want to do it right? Everyone agree with that? Select by type and color you. How many of them are you? There's only one, and it goes right there. So there's 3 in the set that can't be right. There's something is seriously up here. Let's check the other angle one. You. There's 3 of those. Okay. Well, let's check for 1x3s then and see if I'd done some like odd replacement thing on my personal copy that we didn't intend to happen on the instructions. Because that can happen too. Well, those will be fine, that's okay. Those will be fine down there. Those will be fine there. Those will be fine there. Those will be fine there. I don't know. These are also suspicious. Unless there's something I took out. I don't understand. I don't know. We're gonna have to move on. Guys. I can't with it. Okay, right, let's see. Well, that must be what happened with the olive green piece, is that it's either been used somewhere it shouldn't have, or 1, 2, 3, yep. 1, 2, that's fine. Let's try the other side, that's more likely to be where the mistake was made. Yeah, found it, okay. So this one was not supposed to be there. So it was probably just a simple swap around. Okay, well at least we solved that problem then. There was most likely never an olive green slope there, but we can add one in. Cool, that's that done. We're gonna slap this on top of it. And just give it a little wiggle, a little press down. Where are the connection points? There we go, that's attached. Okay, and we've got a couple of things to do around the back. So firstly, we're going to attach the Ganon pod as well as its support clip, like so. We've got a sword to join its colleague down the bottom in the mess. These Technic pins need to go in, ooh, that was nasty, here, and then also, oh, well, there's a Technic pin above that, so that's a bit rubbish, isn't it? Why don't we do it on these two then, on the inside ones? Although I'm never getting that Technic pin out again, am I? So I guess we're going to be off centre. But we've got these last two wonderful stickers, which are going to go here and here. So we're demonstrating the banners. And then you may be thinking, what on earth are all these pieces in front of you? Well, dear viewer. Well, firstly, that dark rose grey cheese slope shouldn't actually have been on the front at all. Okay. No, to this day, no idea, but what that's supposed to be. But they were supposed to be a light rich grey one that I just found. You might be going, Octane, what on earth is all this in front of you? And well, Divya, that is the collapsible floor for Ganon. This, no idea. The rest of it, I think. So, for this section, we have 4 sections that are 4 long with, just like this, I think. That doesn't sound right. No, yeah, it's not. Okay, it goes like this. There we go, yeah. So I've got these long sections, which are 3 longs with 2 on the ends, and we're going to have 4 of those. Think a keychain is possible? Yeah, no, I think it would be. You buy all of those? Well, as I said, instructions coming soon, guys. You will be able to have your own version of this Hyrule Castle. As big or as small as you want, and you'll be able to use the instructions for whatever purpose. I will make them as cheap as possible, I promise. Keychain in the future, yeah, most likely. Okay, right, 4 sections done there. Parts disappearing. I will work out when actually Seb goes off stream. I don't know, I really don't understand, that's the problem. Because this box has been sealed for like 2 months. I don't know where these wedges could have come from unless I took them out of the build somehow. Anyway, so what we're going to do, I don't actually know how much of this you can see, but we've got to thread the floor on now. So I've got 1x3s missing, and I've got 2 1x1s missing, and I've got no pieces left over at the end to suggest where any of them could have gone. That's so cool. It's almost as if I've added something in the instructions. I don't know. Alright, so I'm not worried about you two, that's fine. The other bit on the front that I don't like. Let's grab the the mystery bits. Let's grab the side pillars then. So I've got the ramp. And 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got one of the sides. Cool, okay. So we've got one of them which is all complete and happy and set. Apart from the fact that I sunk that far too low into that. There we go, let's try that. Set this little epaulette bit I found on top because it looks cool and will make my one special. Okay, one side tower. Don't know what happened to this one in the box. This one got smashed up, I guess. Angle you like that, angle you like that, angle you like that. So this is why I didn't bother doing these bits of camera, I just would have added unnecessary nonsense. Okay, second tower, and then don't know what's happening, what's happened to this one. Let's go for you on there, I think that works. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Ooh, actually maybe, yeah, no, okay. So I do just have to find a solution for this thing, because now there's, what, 2 1x3s missing for no apparent reason. Well, I assume they're missing because of this somehow, but what even is this? This is 10 long, I assume, 10? Let's find by type. And then I can attach it all together. You guys are so close now, you've done so well. Right, so according to this, there's one here. Nope, that's a 1x10, that's a 1x10. And then the others are on the front. Ooh. Okay, well that has potential. Maybe they're hidden out. And there's a 1x10 there. And then there's a 1x10. No, there's a 1x10 there. That's fine, okay. Just go into the... Oh, I know where they are. I know where they are. Guys, I figured it out. Are you proud of me? I did something stupid. Ooh, there's 4 of you in here, apparently. Okay. 1, 2, and then a third one. Okay, well that solves that problem anyway. Cool. So that goes on there, and then, as I said, I have solved it. I attached them to the backs here, because I don't know why I did it. Well, I know why I did it. I did it because I thought these towers contained 4 sides, but they don't. They contain 3 sides. So why on earth would there be a 4th pillar piece connecting them together? It just doesn't make any sense. So let's just got basically we just got to extract them and then reattach those, and then hope that these go back on, which they're not for some reason. Let's try that. Yep, there we go, that's one of them. And then let's just steal them from there. Okay, so there are still missing 1x1s of all things, but they are all that is missing now, which is a win. That is a win by my book. So, as far as I know, all that needs to happen now is we need to come around the front, attach that to there, attach the 1x3 to the bottom, and attach that there, and then grab you, and attach you as well. You should just slide in there. This will then go in there, and then grab the 2 towers and slam them in. There we go. We have a finished castle. Yeah, they're not attached to any walls because there's not supposed to be any walls in there, because they're supposed to be like interior spaces that you can go into. So that was that logic anyway. This is gonna haunt me, because like, what are these? Like, what are these? Like, according to the model, there's only 2 of them in this. Okay. Which are these 2 right here at the front. I don't believe that. So I had a look around on the inside, and I'm looking and I'm not seeing anything. Unless they're up in the top half of the tower, which would be crazed, I think, but I'm going to check now just to be sure. Because the tower's a submodel and it doesn't show things the same way. So let's get one out and go by type and assume there is 2 parts. Okay, so this could potentially, no, I mean, it's not it, unfortunately, because I just didn't put parts like that on. It is where these parts go. Okay, so we have found where they go. I saw those one with who's attached to nothing, and you had no idea those were looking for. Yeah, no, I didn't. I could have phrased that better. But yeah, no, effectively those were, they make sense from why I added them. I understand why I made that error. What continues to be a mystery then is where the bricks are. I don't know where those 1x1s went. They may have never been in the bag. Maybe I made a modification and bodged something. Maybe they're in my spares or something. I genuinely do not know. Anyway, let's swing this around for now. The other mystery is that there is probably a 1x1 that should have something like this on it as well. It's probably somewhere up in the towers, and I've just put something around the wrong way and I didn't notice. I'm going to just attach it to the rocks, and it's there. It will be with the model when I do it right next time. But everything else is home now, and then effectively there's only one thing missing, and that is, as we mentioned, the 2 1x1s from earlier. So let me just add a figure or 2, and then let's show you around. Okay. So we're going to unplug it and come down. There we go. Take a look at that. Ignore headless K2, but it's a huge model. We did that all in 403 minutes apparently, or just under 7 hours, I think. So we got the ramp that leads up to the separate. Remember that this is on its own, but has our first feature where I can launch as if he's been hit by Guardian or something. We've got the waterfalls, which do have enough space to have a chest behind them. And we've got my Purist Royal Dress Soda here, who's using 2 brand new shiny decals as well. And we've got the, there we go, get a bit of an angle there. You've got the pathways and so on. Triforce under the roof. That's leaning forwards a bit, which is a bit uncomfortable. Why is that doing that? And same on this side with the other tower off to the side. Angles all the way up. Note the lever here. The 2 flags. Right up to the flag at the top. And then, yeah, so let's move this out of the way because I don't need it to spin it around. Usually have it on a turntable. But... Ignore the wrapping paper, by the way. That was just to support stuff if it fell down the back. There we go. Here's the back of it, all the way up to the top. Let's start at the top. So, Highland Shield pinned up in the roof, along with the secret diary, which obviously, as we talked about earlier, can be removed and opened. I need to add the prints back to that, I guess, but that's not a today problem. Then we've got the bell. Obviously, there's a Yu-Gi-Oh! Korok in there. Love flags, thank you. They're my vinyl elements for this, same as Queen Gibdo's antennas and a couple of other pieces I've been doing. I really like how they've turned out there. They're absolutely perfect for this. They could have been brick built, but to be fair, again, we're keeping in that Lego set styling. The bow and arrow and stuff, the gems in the treasure chest, Korok room, and a replication of like sort of the hole that you fall through. This section is largely empty because you can put Clamgan up here, so Calamity Ganon I should say. So for example, imagine Link, poor here Link, who's Calamity Ganon, and that ball I showed you on the front. You push that, and it's not going to do it because it's a minifigure, and effectively he falls down. He falls down onto this here, which of course is his cocoon. And if I pull this out, it swings open, he falls away, and then we can also, if I pull some cones at the front, it's hard to reach around, and usually I can do it all at the same time, but you can collapse the floor away, which is perhaps my favourite thing to include in the model, and one of the things I really wanted to include in this as well. But yeah, you've got the various recipes, both of which are included, some stacks of boxes, and there's some crates in here with like a Guardian drawing that I don't think I'm going to be able to get out, but well. And then down here, you've got the throne. Swing this up out of the way again. All the candelabras and the staircases, 2 suits of armour that are now complete. And then, yeah, big wall. And the only thing that supposedly has gone wrong is that there are 2 1x1 bricks randomly around, and I've got to make some minor changes to the actual instructions. But it all went through as perfect as planned. Flags everywhere, candelabras and so on, spaces to stand in all the towers, no more random 1x3s over here, just 2 1x1 bricks that somehow went wrong in the very early stages of building. But beyond that, yeah, that is the castle. Shockingly, in pretty much exactly the time I thought it was going to take, give or take some faffing because we lost some parts. It's a very impressive model. It's a very large model. Let me put a new CMF nearby for scale, but it is huge, it's imposing, and thanks to all you guys and your help with this, it is going to have its instructions available over on PayHip, the new site, hopefully before the Ganon set launches at the end of February. So you'll be able to get your hands on a copy and then put the parts together yourself and have a huge, massive Hyrule Castle because LEGO hasn't given us one. I cannot tell you how much it cost. It wasn't awful given its size. Like it was about right for what it's about what you'd expect. And I do eventually want to do the other expansions that I've designed for this. However, it's just not on the priorities right now. So it's all done. And there's Headless K2 because that's another great idea of scale. Yeah, it's fantastic. Anyway, should we call it? Anyone got anything last to say? Any questions or anything? I'll give you guys a second. Shame I didn't have Clamgan on hand. Would have been fun to show you the feature. Love it. Yeah, I do think it's pretty cool. Anyway, thank you for everyone that joined us for 408 minutes or 6 or so hours. I've got plenty to work on, right? Like, as I said, I've got parts coming for various different projects, all of which will be videos and stuff. We've got more streams to do as well coming up. Of course, we've got the Ganon set on March 1st, as well as videos, hopefully every Friday as well. So, hope you guys are going to stick around. Hope you guys are going to find something to enjoy. And I'm excited for what's to come. But in the meantime, I think dinner. Big shocked face. Question? Yes? Is that hand up? I think that's a hand, right? Yeah. I'll give you a sec. If that is a hand up, obviously. Spin it around one more time. God, it's massive. I forget how big it is. Oh, waving goodbye. Okay, never mind then. Yeah, but we got some cool stuff coming, hopefully. I mean, model this size, right? Lookout Landing and Secret Cave Discovery, the two from the showcase, they're going to be on the channel soon. So that's cool. And Demon Dragon and stuff as well. So yeah. Anyway, have a good one, guys. See you soon. Bye.